In the gravel wasteland of Black Sand Town, a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves was frantically chasing after a trio of young adventurers. They ran for their lives while screaming for help. Their luck had truly run out. They had only planned to hunt some level 1 sand scorpions, but they never expected to run into these tough monsters. Their party of 3 consisted of a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all of them level 3. Facing off against that pack of desert demon wolves was a bit of a stretch for them. The level 3 warrior was the party leader, but in this situation, she couldn't come up with any other solution besides telling her 2 teammates to just keep running. Just then, they spotted a few desert acacia trees up ahead. Those demon wolves couldn't climb, so if they could quickly scramble up the trees first, there was still a sliver of hope. But even as she thought that, she was incredibly tense, because she knew better than anyone that desert demon wolves are ferocious monsters. Once they lock onto a target, they rarely give up. On top of that, they were already injured from a previous battle, and the last 2 pieces of their black iron gear had just been destroyed. To make matters even worse, just as they were about to reach the grove of trees, the female mage at the back suddenly tripped and fell. The desert demon wolves closed in instantly, leaping into the air to pounce on her in the blink of an eye. She seemed to fall into despair, knowing she couldn't run and she couldn't fight back. But at that very moment, a bright light flashed, blinding everyone. All they knew was that when they came to their senses, one of the demon wolves had been taken down. It was knocked out in a single blow. A sharp blade had pierced straight through the vicious monster's throat. Then, a mysterious figure appeared, cloaked from head to toe. The female mage assumed this was the person who had saved her, and she let out a silent sigh of relief. However, the system showed that this person was only level 1. Despair washed over her once again. A complete newbie like him. Even if he got lucky and took down 1 desert demon wolf, how could he possibly handle the entire pack? Just then, the young man pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome face and eyes that were chillingly filled with killing intent. He muttered, "So this is all a level 3 monster's got." The desert demon wolves paused for a moment after sensing a threat, but they quickly regained their ferocity and charged forward. Without hesitation, the young man drew his sword and rushed forward. Both sides clashed like speeding arrows. And then, in just an instant, the young man finished them all off. The level 3 party was completely stunned. They had nearly lost their lives to this pack of desert demon wolves. Yet a level 1 player like him had managed to defeat them, taking on 4 at once and making it look effortless. That's not the bearing of a newbie at all. Oh no, everyone, look. The female mage suddenly screamed. Everyone followed her pointed finger and felt a chill run down their spines as they realized dozens more desert demon wolves had gathered out of nowhere. What terrible luck for so many wolves to suddenly appear. It was likely that nearby packs had sensed the smell of their comrades' blood and came rushing over. The trio immediately turned tail and ran. Before she left, the female party leader didn't forget to warn the young man. "You need to run. That's a pack of desert demon wolves big enough to wipe out an entire starter village. This is no joke. You'll be torn to shreds." But the young man simply turned his head slightly, a confident, arrogant smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Is that so?" With that, he stretched out his hand, and several cards appeared along with a system notification. Player Lin Yuan, "Are you sure you want to summon skeleton warriors?" Lin Yuan confirmed with a deadpan, "Yes." The cards in his hand immediately shot forward. When they hit the ground, they created a massive magic circle that pulsed with an eerie blue light. And then, the ground began to crack. White skeletons started to writhe and crawl their way out from below. These were level 3 skeleton warriors, with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, and an active skill called Execution Strike. The army of white skeletons Lin Yuan had just summoned looked even more ferocious than the pack of desert demon wolves, and he was extremely confident about that. Now, let's see who's really going to get torn to shreds. And with that, the 2 sides charged at each other like bloodthirsty monsters that hadn't tasted battle in ages. 15 minutes later, the entire pack of 16 desert demon wolves had been completely annihilated by Lin Yuan's skeleton army. He received 160 experience points, along with 16 wolf fangs and 16 wolf pelts. "But I've never seen a skill quite like yours." "Who said I was a mage?" Lin Yuan replied with extreme indifference. The other party wanted to ask what his real class was, but Lin Yuan just gave a mysterious smile, without any intention of explaining. Because his true class was Necromancer, a forbidden class with an NBay, SSS rank talent called Shadow Summoning. Lin Yuan's identity was also incredibly special. He was a transmigrator from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious, colossal, celestial body. called the Demon Star suddenly appear near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly launched a virtual reality game called Immortal World, which surpassed the technological era, stunning the entire world. To join this game, users had to wear a VR headset provided by the publisher. After that, they would step into another world with sensations that were almost perfectly realistic. Here, people were divided into different classes, and by continuously leveling up, they would gain enough power to fight the monsters in the game. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, it was just a game. But then one day, some people in the real world also gained abilities similar to those in the game. And these people came to be called the Chosen. From that moment on, a group calling themselves followers of the Starry Sky Evil God emerged from the game into the real world, carrying out countless brutal massacres against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents were lost in the very first days of that disaster. To solve the crisis, humanity gathered the strength of all the Chosen around the world and launched a counterattack. But unfortunately, they were repeatedly defeated by the followers of the Starry Sky Evil God, forced to retreat step by step. Lin Yuan himself died in that final, decisive battle. But unexpectedly, just 1 hour ago, he was reborn, returning to the very moment he first entered the immortal world. Moreover, this time, the system assigned him a unique, forbidden class that no one else had, along with an SSS rank talent. This made Lin Yuan believe that his rebirth came with a mission to protect his family and the entire Earth. This urged him to quickly raise his level and power. Back in the present, standing before the corpses of the wolf pack, Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting such a great resource. He immediately used his shadow summoning on the corpses of these desert demon wolves. Instantly, the wolf pack seemed to come back to life. They could stand up and even looked more ferocious than before. The biggest feature of this forbidden class was that it gave Lin Yuan the physical constitution of a warrior, while also allowing him to use shadow summoning to turn monster corpses into undead soldiers to fight for him. Furthermore, these undead monsters not only inherited their level and skills from when they were alive, but they also gained a new skill called Undead Body, which granted them immunity to certain negative effects during combat. Lin Yuan also had another talent called the Gate of the Underworld. This talent allowed him to store the monsters revived by his shadow summoning in the underworld space, and the storage capacity would increase based on the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would possess an unrivaled and powerful undead army. As they watched Lin Yuan resurrect the corpses of the demon wolves and store them away, the three girls couldn't help but grimace. Their leader asked, "Is that resurrecting the dead into undead? Who in the world are you? There isn't much time left," Lin Yuan replied, his answer seemingly unrelated. He knew that the dire Deathwolf boss was about to appear in this shattered stone desert, but instead of being tense, Lin Yuan was eagerly anticipating it. It was time for him to fight a boss. Soon after, the sky of the desert, which had been clear, was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. Then, the sky cracked open. The rift grew larger and larger, heralding the arrival of the dire Deathwolf. A few people remembered that the official game website stated the boss's attack range was up to 50 meters, so the other players began to flee in panic. But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The dire Deathwolf was truly terrifying, just like its name suggested. It was massive, powerful, and ferocious, and had already dire Deathwolf sent many players to their graves the moment it appeared. Despite its ferocity, no one dared to stand and fight back, because this Lord Grade boss was level 6. Its health, attack, and defense were all incredibly high. A single player had absolutely no chance of taking it down. If the players didn't team up and have a clear, it was just a one-way ticket to the grave. In the immortal world, all sensations were incredibly real. So, standing before the dire Deathwolf, every player felt suffocated. They even thought that such a horrifying monster couldn't possibly be defeated. But that view didn't include Lin Yuan, because while all the other players were busy finding a place to hide, he appeared, single-handedly. The other players watched his every lonely step. Lin Yuan's party couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Even though his eyes were filled with determination, Lin Yuan was still just a newbie. They didn't believe he could even wound that monster. In the world of Immortal, monsters were ranked from weakest to strongest. These ranks were Common, Elite, Leader, Lord, King, Sovereign, and Divine. Among them, a Lord-grade monster, despite being one of the lower-tier world bosses, was still a lethal threat to new players. And yet, Lin Yuan had stopped right in front of the Deathwolf. Seeing this, the other players were horrified. Someone couldn't help but scream, "Hey, are you crazy? Get back here. You're just a newbie. Going up there is a suicide mission." Lin Yuan heard them but paid no mind, because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss was nothing special now. And Lin Yuan was confident he could handle it. Seeing him standing alone in its path, the death wolf became enraged. Its mouth, still stained with the fresh blood of other players, suddenly opened wide. The boss activated its active skill, Vicious Wolf's Howl. At its roar, the ground rumbled violently, looking as if it was about to crack open. Lin Yuan struggled to keep his footing amidst the storm, but it didn't stop there. The death wolf quickly lunged towards him. It intended to finish its opponent in one blow with another active skill called Death Claw. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They all thought Lin Yuan was about to die, a gruesome death, but he remained exceptionally calm. Lin Yuan remembered from his past life that this level 6 death wolf, with its boss level stat boosts, had a total of 3,400 health points and an attack power of 510. For the adventurers in the Shattered Rock Desert back then, whose highest level was only 3, their only chance to face it was by fighting as a large group. In his previous life, Lin Yuan himself had nearly died in that group battle. But the Lin Yuan of this life, after countless bloody battles, was no longer the same man he used to be. Just as the monster's sharp claws were about to strike, Lin Yuan swiftly dodged to the side. Many players gasped in awe at the sight. Lin Yuan's speed was just too fast. Having missed its pounce, the death wolf grew even more furious. It officially entered a berserk state, becoming far more aggressive. But Lin Yuan didn't seem threatened at all. He placed his hand on the ground and opened a summoning circle for his netherworld gate. As the gate opened, Lin Yuan's powerful undead legion emerged. This sight stunned the crowd even more. It was the first time they had ever seen something so bizarre. And as the horde of zombie monsters poured out, they were left wondering how Lin Yuan could have single-handedly turned so many level 3 desert demon wolves into zombies. On his way here, Lin Yuan had been constantly farming mobs and had successfully reached level 3. At the same time, the storage limit of his netherworld gate had reached 30. Although this made him arrive at the Death Wolf's location a bit later than the other players, it didn't matter. According to the aggro mechanic in Immortal, if the summoner is stronger than their summons, when both are present, the enemy's first target will be the summoner. It will only change its target if it is actively attacked by the summoned monster. Right now, Lin Yuan's zombie wolves were surrounding the Death Wolf and relentlessly attacking it. This kept the Lord Grade boss incredibly busy, fending them off. This was the opening Lin Yuan had been waiting for, to charge in and attack. He was exploiting the aggro mechanic. Just as the boss was about to attack his summons, he would draw its attention. This was to prevent too many casualties among his zombie horde. Lin Yuan's sharp blade sliced across the monster, making it let out a pained howl. Immediately after, the Death Wolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan. It started ignoring the zombies and chased after him. But at that very moment, Lin Yuan commanded his zombie legion to attack it again. This triggered the aggro mechanic once more. By repeating this process, even ants can take down an elephant. Even though each zombie wolf only dealt 15 points of damage per bite against the Death Wolf's 3,400 health points, it wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. From the very beginning, Lin Yuan was controlling the flow of the battle, and it wasn't hard for everyone to see that the Death Wolf's health was steadily dropping, while he looked completely chill. They clicked their tongues in admiration, praising how strong Lin Yuan was. But at the same time, a few thugs were staring intently at him. A meaningful smile spread across their faces, plotting who knows what. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had chipped away almost all of the Death Wolf's health bar. The boss now only had 500 health points left. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a near-fatal attack with his sword. When the blow landed, the Death Wolf immediately collapsed to the ground, falling into a near-death state with only 10 health points left. Just then, those thugs charged forward, from behind. Since Lin Yuan's undead army had been completely wiped out by the boss, they were waiting for this exact moment to swoop in for the kill, hoping to steal the target right from under Lin Yuan's nose. A few players in the back couldn't stand the sight of this and shouted a warning for him to be careful. But unfortunately for those thugs, Lin Yuan was not such an easy target. He turned his head, his expression colder than ever, and unleashed a sharp sword strike. The three thugs were instantly sent flying. Overestimating yourselves, Lin Yuan's lips moved, uttering a few ice-cold words. Although that fate was completely deserved for the three of them, the onlookers couldn't help but feel shocked. This was partly because they couldn't believe that Lin Yuan could actually finish off 3 level 3 thieves with a single strike. At that moment, the Death Wolf, with its last bit of health, staggered to its feet behind Lin Yuan, but its fate was already sealed. He swung his sword for another blow. This time, it was a truly fatal attack. The Death Wolf had been defeated. Lin Yuan initially received 480 experience points and a soul crystal. He was really curious what kind of rewards the first world boss in the entire game would drop. A moment later, a soul crystal and a silver chest dropped from the monster's corpse. The soul crystal was a gem that contained soul power. By collecting enough of them, one could go to the Eternal Council to exchange them for legendary grade equipment. However, players could only go to the Eternal Council, the home of the elf race, to continue leveling up after reaching level 60. It was still far too early for Lin Yuan. However, this soul crystal was the most straightforward path to obtaining legendary grade equipment. In the Immortal, world equipment grades were classified from lowest to highest as follows: common, white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. New players usually only had common white equipment and very rarely received black iron gear. 2 hours ago, relying on his past life's experience, Lin Yuan had controlled 2 warriors to lure an elite-grade black sand salamander away. Afterward, he luckily picked up the bronze treasure chest they had been guarding. Inside was a black rock magic cloak, a piece of bronze-grade equipment that increased defense by 30 points, spirit by 10 points, and agility by 10 points. And now, for being the first to defeat a world boss, Lin Yuan had received a hunter title. Its effect, when equipped, was a 10% increase in attack power, a 10% increase in critical hit rate, and a 10% increase in magic damage. In the Immortal world, different titles could grant players different attributes or statuses. This hunter title's effects were not bad at all. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Finally, it was time to open the silver treasure chest. Inside was a series of items. First was the Silver Moon, sword of silver quality. This sword contained the energy of the moonlight, increasing attack power by 100 points, and the Atlas agility attribute by 10 points. Next was a ring named Pupil of Death, also of silver quality, which increased the spirit attribute by 40 points when equipped. It also came with the level-uppable skill, Corrosive Ray. At level 1, this skill dealt magic damage equal to 200% of corrosion damage to an enemy target. Following that were consumable items, namely a recovery potion that restored 20% of health and mana, a level 1 skill scroll, which would increase skill proficiency by 100 points upon use, and monster essence, which could be used for crafting potions or consumed directly. After drinking it, it would increase the strength, constitution, agility, or spirit attribute by 10 points. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change much, but he was actually overjoyed on the inside. This was a massive haul. The first world boss in the game truly gave out very generous rewards. At this point, the experience points had been calculated, and Lin Yuan's data was updated by the system. He had advanced from level 3 to level 4. Each time they leveled up, players received 5 attribute points to allocate freely. This time, Lin Yuan added 3 points to spirit and 2 points to strength. After this level up, Lin Yuan's attributes were now the highest among all players in the Shattered Stone Desert. In addition, the storage limit of his Gate of the Underworld had increased to 40 slots. Although all of Nightneen, Lin Yuan's demon wolf Undead had been sacrificed in this battle, he had obtained the corpse of the Death Wolf, so it wasn't a loss at all. Before Lin Yuan's power, the giant wolf rose once again. In addition to its previous skills, it had also learned a new skill called Undying Wrath, which increased the attack power of all allied units by 10% and their critical hit rate by 20%. The Death Wolf was truly worthy of its title as a world boss. It had both area of effect, damage skills, and impressive crowd control abilities. And after becoming undead, in addition to its undead body's effects, it even gained another skill. With the help of this undead giant wolf, Lin Yuan believed, "I'm sure it won't be long before I can fully restock the ranks within the Gate of the Underworld." Watching Lin Yuan turn the world boss into his personal undead and shoo it into the portal like he was herding chickens, the gossiping players couldn't stop gulping nervously. They felt that Lin Yuan was far more terrifying than any world boss, and when faced with his ice-cold gaze, they all automatically moved to the side, trying to pretend they didn't exist. The 3 thieves were dead, and they dropped a black iron-grade sword. This was a pretty good weapon for new, low-level players, but Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Slash, so he picked up the sword and walked toward the group of lucky survivors huddled behind some rocks. An extremely tense atmosphere enveloped the group. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming over to finish them off, but they were too scared to even run. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player, the same one who had shouted a warning when he was attacked by the three thieves. He asked, "You were the one who warned me just now, right?" That. The man trembled as he replied, but he couldn't form a complete sentence. Losing patience, Lin Yuan didn't wait for him to finish and just shoved the sword into his hands. The guy froze, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. "Thanks, this might be useful to you." After saying that, he quickly left. The guy clutched the sword tightly, staring blankly at Lin Yuan's retreating figure for a long time. Meanwhile, the other players quickly surrounded him in awe. "No way! Did he just come over to give you a sword?" Looking closely, they saw that the sword was indeed of black iron quality. Its current market value was up to tens of thousands of yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he wasn't mistaken, this feeling meant his VR helmet was out of battery. With no other choice, Lin Yuan had to log out of the immortal world and temporarily return to his reality. On the computer screen in front of him was still the game's interface. Immortal World was a hyper-realistic panoramic game, divided into multiple login regions by country. In addition, each login region also included different in-game nations to give players a variety of choices. Take the Elpard region where Lin Yuan was, for example. It was divided into 4 nations: the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert, the Southern Return Empire, the Northern Underworld Empire, and the Tidal Archipelago. After his rebirth, Lin Yuan made the exact same choice as his previous life, which was to be born in the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert, because in his past life, before he died, he had discovered a secret. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the gemstone he once saw on someone's chest, a yellow gem. Was that the emblem of a guild from the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert? The first follower of the Starry Sky evil god was actually a human player. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, fingers lightly stroking, his chin, his eyes sinking into deep thought. I remember that first follower was the key figure in summoning the evil god to Blue Star. As that thought flashed through his mind, his gaze immediately darkened, a cold glint in his eyes. There are still 3 years until the evil god's advent. If I can eliminate him within that time, maybe I can prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Is that emblem the only clue I have? In the dim light, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Only guilds in the main city of the Western Desert embed yellow gemstones. The condition to enter the main city is to reach level 10. To uncover the identity of this old rat, I have to level up quickly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused as if he had just remembered something. That's right. He opened the system panel in front of him, and a blue light flickered. A flash of blue energy erupted, enveloping the space before Lin Yuan. He had actually summoned a skeleton. In his palm, the summoned object was crushed by his grip. Some players in the immortal world, right from the start of the game, could bring their in-game powers into the real world. Such people were called the Chosen. The Chosen were also known as the Children of Destiny. Each of them possessed a powerful hidden class and an extremely high luck stat, and they were the main fighting force against the evil god in the final stages. Lin Yuan faintly recalled that in his previous life, he only gained his character's abilities in the real world when the disaster on Blue Star erupted. But this time, it had happened much, much earlier. He pressed his lips together, his facial muscles tensing to hide the surging emotions. It seems this forbidden class, the Necro Hunter, is truly not simple. I just don't know how this differs from the Chosen, who possess hidden classes. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, cutting through Lin Yuan's thoughts. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. Right, this time of day. In front of Mr. and Mrs. Lin was a table of hot food. Mr. Lin's face was full of confusion. Yuan, what is all this? Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center of the table. It's all ready. Let's eat. Mrs. Lin picked up her chopsticks and patted her husband's shoulder with a joyful expression. Old Lin, don't you see? This is a rare occasion. It's from Yuan's heart. Why aren't you eating? Mr. Lin nodded. All right. He stood there, watching the happy smiles on his parents' faces. A common trait among humans is that it's only after you've lost something that you truly realize its worth and desperately try to make up for it. Lam Uyen remembered how he used to hole himself up in his room, playing games. In his past life, he was in a stupor, ignoring the peaceful days while arguments echoed around him. If this child continues to be obsessed with games like this, he'll be completely ruined. Can't you just talk a little less? Uyen will be upset again in a bit. Lam Uyen witnessed his parents die right before his eyes. and only when the disaster took everything from him did he painfully realize his past ignorance. He stood there, his pupils constricting as tears streamed down his face. Back in the present, Lam Uyen sat down and served them food. "It's Sunday today. Isn't Tudon coming home for dinner?" Mrs. Lam happily brought a piece of meat to her lips. Dan said she has to prepare for her mock exams soon, so she's bringing her meals to school to study. "Oh, right. When you have time, can you bring her meal for her? Food that's been packed is never as good as a freshly cooked meal." After just one bite, she showered him with praise. "I can't believe Uyen knows how to cook now. These chicken wings are delicious." "Old Lamb, don't you dare fight me for them," he said dotingly. All right, it's all for you." Mr. Lamb watched his son's movements with a hint of suspicion. Lam Uyen served him some food and smiled. "From now on, I'll learn to cook other dishes." Hearing this, both of them froze in unison, stopping mid-bite. Mrs. Lamb was so moved she started to cry. Mr. Lamb smiled gently and nodded. In the days that followed, he began high-intensity physical training. If he wanted to better control the power brought from the game into the real world in the future, he needed a strong enough physique to serve as a foundation. Lam Uyen relentlessly pummeled the punching bag to increase his physical condition. The next few days, he went running. Lam Uyen raised his watch to check. 50 meters, 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but still plenty of room for improvement. Sweat poured down his face, but he seemed tireless. It was about time to go home. Instantly, the system panel flared to life, opening up a strange, new, brilliant, and mysterious space. That energy enveloped him, slowly guiding Lam Uyen through the new dimension. "You have entered the Shattered Stone Desert." In the dim light, the shadows of low-flying birds skimmed across the ground. They zipped past over his head, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Lam Uyen narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping upwards. A shrieker bird dove down. From above, its speed tearing through the wind as it headed straight for him. It opened its beak full of sharp teeth as the system announced, "Common, Shrieker Bird, Level 2, HP 40, Attack 20, Defense 2, Skill, Pecking Attack." Lam Uyen calmly raised his sword. With one clean motion, it was sliced in two before it could even cry out. 3 Shrieker Birds eliminated, received 15 experience points. He turned his head, his gaze cold and full of contempt. Only 15 experience points. But then, Lam Uyen caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, a green light spreading throughout its body. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws emerged from the darkness. A pack of desert demon wolves slowly advanced, their red eyes glowing in the yellow sand. He stood quietly behind a rock, observing every movement ahead. As expected, of one of the desert demon, Wolf's favorite prey, it immediately attracted such a large pack of wolves. From his coat, Lam Uyen took out a potion and quickly twisted off the cap. He stood before them and, without a second's hesitation, drank it all. In the blink of an eye, Lam Uyen shot forward, his speed like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path. Monster essence used, all attributes, +10. At that moment, a desert demon wolf swiped its claws, lunging straight at him with terrifying force. Time to continue the warm-up. Lam Uyen moved in a straight line, the sword in his hand flashing like lightning, sweeping through and slicing their heads clean off. "You have successfully slain 4 desert demon wolves." Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more demon wolves shot towards him from out of nowhere. He lunged forward, his sword swinging, decisively for a swift end. "You have successfully slain 10 desert demon wolves." Lam Uyen's feet touched the ground, the force anchoring him firmly. Growls and hisses echoed endlessly from the pack. The desert demon wolves changed their strategy, surrounding him from all directions. Lam Uyen's breathing became ragged, his hand tightening around the sword's hilt. His eyes radiated, a cold, commanding aura. Right on time, Lam Uyen charged forward, his sword flashing as it cut through them, blood splattering. With every slash, "You have successfully slain 20 desert demon wolves. You have successfully slain 30 desert demon wolves. You have successfully slain 40 desert demon wolves. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. They turned and walked into the opening gate of the Netherworld. After 2 battles, the number of undead souls within the gate of the Netherworld had been fully replenished. The system suddenly announced, "Player Lam Uyen, level 5, class, Undead Hunter, forbidden, talent, Art of Shadow Summoning, Gate of the Netherworld, 50 out of 50, Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, Spirit 48, Experience 38 out of 1,252. His eyes glanced down at his stats, adding in the monster essence that boosted his 4 main attributes. With my current combat power, I should be able to solo an elite monster of the same level. The dust settled, and Lam Uyin looked straight at the city in the distance. Well then, I guess it's time to go find that person. At a place called Black Sandtown, bustling crowds of people moved back and forth. Lam Uyen, with a cold expression, walked through the crowd and arrived in front of a small house. Hold it. The door was slowly pushed open, letting the light from outside spill into the room. Inside, a man with a flushed face holding a wine jug asked, "Who is it?" That was Quincy, the instructor mage in Black Sandtown. Lin Yan stepped fully inside and said, "Master Quincy, I've come to learn some skills." In Immortal, skills are usually obtained through skill books, dropped by monsters, and found in treasure chests. But besides that, each class has a corresponding newbie instructor responsible for teaching skills. He silently recalled his past life. This was the very same newbie instructor he had when he was a mage, Quincy. The man slurred in a drunken voice. "Looks like I've got enough drinking money for the next 2 weeks." Lin Yan thought back to his previous life. He was a mage then, and the Undead Hunter was a taboo class. Unfortunately, I know very little about this class. However, in terms of combat style, it can still be considered a magic-based class. Lin Yan calculated for a moment. Before obtaining skills exclusive to the Undead Hunter, he could probably still learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small money pouch. "I want to learn soul fire art, healing art, and stealth art." The pouch vanished from Lin Yan's hand and appeared right in Quincy's. Money makes everything easier. Looking at the pouch filled to the brim with coins, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Quincy stretched out his hand, and a green ball of energy appeared in his palm. "Young man, do your best. The glory of mages will shine brightly on your path." The moment Quincy used the skill on him, system notifications chimed non-stop. "Congratulations, player has acquired 3 mage class skills. Soul Fire Art, Black Iron, Level 1. Effect. Deals magic damage equal to 100% of your attack power to the target. Cost. 10 mana. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Mastery. 1 out of 100. Healing Art, Black Iron, Level 1. Effect. Applies healing power to a target, restoring 10% of their health. Cost. 10 mana. Cooldown. 3 minutes. Mastery. 1 out of 100. Stealth Art, Black Iron, Level 1. Effect. Enter a state of stealth that lasts for 5 seconds. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mastery, 1 out of 100. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lin Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Soulfire Art guarantees long-range attack power. Healing Art can be used on myself and my allies. But these are just the most basic skills. If I want to learn more advanced ones, I need to figure out how to get more resources. Time to head out and grind some levels. He arrived at a place called Black Cart Mountain, east of Black Cart Town. As soon as he stepped inside, the system alerted him. "Congratulations. Player has discovered the Kobold Mine." Lin Yan recalled the relevant information. Kobolds are level 5 monsters that live in nearby caves and underground tunnels. They have a very keen sense of smell, can find enemies in the dark, love to ambush, and are very cunning. They usually gather in groups of about 100. He frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Whether in terms of numbers or level, kobolds are currently the most suitable monsters for me to level up my undead legion. Lin Yan then took out a potion he bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system notification appeared again. Night Vision Potion. Effect. Provides the player with a 3-meter radius of vision in dark environments. Duration. 30 minutes. He stood by the entrance, and one by one, human-sized undead desert demon wolves appeared. Besides leveling up, I can use these kobolds to max out the mastery for stealth art and soulfire art, and maybe open a few treasure chests while I'm at it. Lin Yan pointed the torch forward, ordering them. "Go on ahead and clear the way." The system displayed a notification. Common Torch. Effect. Vision radius of 5 meters. He and his undead desert demon wolves slowly advanced deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yan and his minions were still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze turning sharp. Movement. Immediately after, Lin Yan threw the torch straight ahead. The torch instantly illuminated the space within. The system chimed again. Common Kobold Miner, Level 5, Health, 120, Attack, 30, Defense, 6, Skills, Mining, Smashing. He thought to himself, there they are, the Kobold Miners. The flame inside suddenly flared up, casting a brilliant red light all around. The pack of undead desert demon wolves roared, charging forward like a sandstorm. Lin Yan shot forward after them. "Kill them! Don't leave a single one alive!" The kobold miners gripped their weapons tightly, baring their sharp fangs viciously as they howled and charged. He plunged into the middle of the pack, his sword swinging relentlessly, each slash tearing through the air and cutting them down. You have slain Kobold Miner, ×2. They roared and charged in unison, their weapons crashing down on the undead desert demon wolves, activating their smashing skill. On the other side, Lin Yan acted decisively, finishing off several Kobold Miners in just a few moves. You have slain Kobold Miner ×8. These guys aren't that strong individually. The key is to avoid their axes. No matter how many he cut down, they just kept coming. The horde of kobold miners raised their weapons in unison, screaming as they charged forward. A faint smile played on his lips as they moved, but no sound came out. Stealth. Activating the stealth skill, their axes swing down through empty air, embedding deep into the ground and cracking it open. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appears, his whole body radiating a chilling cold. Fools, I'm right here. Before they can turn, his blade flashes, and their limbs are instantly severed in a spray of blood. You have slain 20 kobold miners. He leaps and lands steadily on a large rock, his cold gaze looking down below. Hearing the notification from the system panel, Lin Yuan just gives a faint smile. Stealth, a black iron level 1 skill. Effective. Enters a stealth state that lasts for 5 seconds, consumes 10 mana, has a 3-minute cooldown, and a proficiency of 5 out of 100. He thought to himself, the proficiency for the stealth skill has indeed been refreshed. In that instant, Lin Yuan's deep red eyes glinted. But the stats of these normal grade kobolds are still too weak. Leveling up with them is just too slow. Before them, bodies radiating a dark aura stared at him intently, as if awaiting an order. The system immediately began the inspection process. Normal undead, kobold miner, level 15, 120, health, 30 attack, defense not recorded. Skills. Mining Smash, Undead Body Smash. When an attack hits, the damage dealt does not exceed 5% of the target's health. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rises, pointing straight ahead. You all will replace the undead direwolves. Go. I need to find the boss here quickly. He and his summons walk slowly over a layer of hazy bones, gradually advancing deeper into the mountain. As he was walking, Lin Yuan's footsteps suddenly halted in the silent mountain pass. In front of him were overlapping open paths, like a labyrinth, deep within the mountain. A fork in the road. Huh? Lin Yuan's eyes twitched as he quickly glanced to one side. On the rock face, something was faintly squirming, making an unpleasant scraping sound. His lips moved slightly, and a flame immediately appeared in his hand. A brilliant, burning green. Found you. Lin Yuan launched the flame like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of green light in the air. You have slain 2 slimes, plus 4 experience. Behind him, glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. A few dark figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows. They were the kobold foremen. Their crimson eyes glared as they swung their whips fiercely. Elite Kobold Overseer, level 6, 350 health, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills, mining, whiplash. A wolf roars and pounces, clamping its jaws on a struggling bird. From time immemorial, the strong devouring the weak has been the unchanging law of survival in nature. It is a link in the food chain. The hunter is also the prey. But from behind, a snake silently slithers out, its cold eyes watching. The snake opens its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs lunging forward. Danger always lurks in every hidden corner. The sound of a whip slices through the air. The kobold foreman lashes out, and dust immediately billows up, completely obscuring the figure within. In that instant, the wolf leaps back, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. However, predators sometimes appear silently, disguised as prey. Lin Yuan's blazing red eyes suddenly flashed. He radiated a bone-chilling aura. Just at this moment, within the thick smoke, he reached out and grabbed the whip as it came cracking down. He held it tight, preventing it from moving. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers clenched, making a chilling, crackling sound. Got you. He suddenly yanked the chain hard, pulling the kobold foreman forward off its feet. In the next moment, it was thrown far away, crashing hard onto the ground. The kobold foreman scrambled up, letting out a piercing shriek. Its eyes were bloodshot with fury, but then, a cold shadow shot past. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung down, slashing viciously into its body. Steel gleamed through the dust. You have slain 1 kobold foreman. It took a series of slashes, its body torn to shreds. It collapsed to its knees. The massive body crashed to the ground, lying motionless, letting out a heavy thud that echoed throughout the mountain cave. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing behind him. From within the darkness, they suddenly swarmed out. Their numbers reached nearly 100. A resounding roar echoed as they simultaneously raised their heads and shrieked with ferocity. The foreman activates the whip skill. The sight enters a bloodthirsty state. The bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40% and increases movement speed by 25%, lasting for 60 seconds. Amidst the fierce roars, Lin Yuan stood perfectly still, his gaze calm. 40. No, more than 50 of them. The numbers are quite promising, but my own forces are nothing to scoff at. He raised his hand, muttering an incantation. From within the green smoke, the legion of the undead slowly marched out. Appear. Lin Yuan smirked, coldly eyeing the horde of monsters. The hunt. He raised his hand, commanding them to charge forward. Officially begins. Both sides charged at once, and the battle erupted violently. Every blow and every roar turned this place into a chaotic battlefield. The undead giant wolf roared thunderously as evil spirits shrieked. The kobold foreman suddenly felt its head spin. A direct hit. The kobold is now in a stunned state with low health. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. Now's the time. He raised his sword high, the steel glinting. He commanded, "Kill them." The system's notification rang out along with the sight of their piled-up corpses. They were scattered everywhere. You have successfully killed 5 kobold foremen. You have successfully killed 20 kobold foremen. You have successfully killed 10 kobold foremen. You have successfully killed 40 kobold foremen. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 6. They growled menacingly. Rise. Undead kobold foreman. Elite grade, level 6. HP. 350. Attack. 100. Defense. 10. Skills. Gouge. Corpse whip. The chaotic horde of kobold foremen scrambled to flee in a panic. From a distance, Lin Yuan shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Trying to run, he swung his sword, slicing right through them. You'll have to ask my sword for permission first. Suddenly, an object shot down from above, striking Lin Yuan. The next blow came straight for him. Lin Yuan quickly leaped back to dodge. The boss has activated the skill. Heavy strike. The kobold chieftain roared, its voice filled with fury. Kobold chieftain. Chieftain grade, level 7. HP, 1000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skills, gouge, heavy strike. He let out a cold snort. I've been waiting a long time for you. The weapons clashed, sending out a blinding shower of sparks as a brilliant red light illuminated the entire area. The axe slammed into the cliff with terrifying force, shattering the rock. The kobold chieftain was stunned, staring intently at its axe, now stuck fast in the cliff face. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan lunged forward with his sword, moving like lightning. This was his chance. The cold steel of his blade flashed, striking its body directly, but it had no effect. The powerful rebound knocked the blade right out of his hand. Lin Yuan leaped backward, his eyes watchful, ready to defend against the next attack. So, this is a chieftain's defense. I can't even pierce it? Enraged, the kobold chieftain yanked its axe free with a furious roar. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he looked ahead. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the giant axe, about to crash down on him. Just as the axe was about to hit, he shot backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yuan dug his feet in to keep from being thrown back. He crouched slightly, his eyes carefully assessing his opponent. Just as I thought, a chieftain's attack patterns are nothing like an elite monster's. Its overall strength was at least 2 to 3 times greater than an elite's. A blue flame ignited at Lin Yuan's fingertip. First, he needed to create some distance to ensure he could maintain a continuous assault. The undead slowly advanced, forming a circle. They whipped and struck, the direwolf snarled, and the whole horde attacked at once. The chieftain quickly counterattacked. The boss used Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike activates double critical damage. He thrust his hand forward and gave a sharp command. Go! His minions immediately lunged forward, tearing into the kobold chieftain. The undead direwolf roared, activating the group skill. Wrath of the Undead. Attack plus 10%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Even as they were thrown aside, the undead relentlessly charged back in, biting down hard on the kobold chieftain. Wrath of the Undead. Attack plus 10%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Its eyes turned bloodshot as explosive lightning crashed down from above. A bolt of lightning tore through the air, but the undead held on tight, refusing to let the kobold chieftain go. A fireball ignited in Lin Yuan's palm as he activated the skill, Soul Fire Art. He launched the fireball, which split into dozens of smaller flames to assault the creature. If I remember correctly, the kobold chieftain has very low magic resistance, -20. Minus 30, minus 30. The kobold chieftain was hit, and it roared in agony. It opened its mouth wide, slobber flying everywhere, its bloodshot eyes filled with rage. The kobold chieftain charged, swinging its powerful arms straight at Lin Yuan. He smirked, his sharp eyes glinting with confidence, and activated the stealth skill. Lin Yuan's figure flickered, and he suddenly reappeared behind its back. If you're going to serve yourself up on a platter, then I won't be polite. His sharp eyes scanned the creature, immediately finding an opening at the nape of the kobold chieftain's neck. Right there. The flesh isn't covered by armor. Lin Yuan immediately brought his sword down, aiming precisely for the weak spot. With a sickening thud, blood gushed from its neck. The kobold chieftain's eyes rolled back in pain. Minus 100. It swung its axe wildly behind it, the blow rushing toward him with terrifying power. Lin Yuan nimbly dodged back and snapped his fingers. One of his summons launched him into the air, and he grabbed hold of the creature's thick fur. The undead dire wolf leaped up and then landed, its dry roar seeming to tear space itself apart. The horde of undead swarmed the kobold chieftain, but it swung its axe to fight back. The armor's been breached. Lin Yuan focused his power, creating a series of circular blue flames. In the next instant, they shot toward the kobold chieftain, erupting in smoke and fire. Die. Minus 30, minus 40, minus 40. It raised its head and let out a sky-shattering roar of pain. Suddenly, the kobold chieftain's minions charged out from the shadows. Lin Yuan let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze watching its final death throes. The two sides clashed with snarls and the clang of battle as system notifications rang out continuously. You have successfully killed 15 kobold miners. You have successfully killed 10 kobold overseers. You have successfully killed 20 kobold miners. You have successfully killed 35 kobold miners. The dog-headed leader realized the dangerous situation and was about to turn and flee, but he instantly appeared to block its path. A few streaks of blue lightning flashed around Lin Yuan's body. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Trying to run? Lin Yuan slowly drew his blade and snorted coldly. Leave your life behind first. He leaped into the air, his blade whistling as it slashed straight down on the dog-headed leader. With just a single strike, its head flew from its body. Fresh red blood sprayed everywhere. The massive body of the dog-headed leader fell to the ground as the system's notification chimed. You have successfully killed the dog-headed leader. Experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened his system panel to check. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. He frowned in thought, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Level 7. Very good. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 7. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld, 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Physique, 23. Speed, 45. Spirit, 50. Experience, 168 out of 27,451. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was one step closer to reaching level 10 and heading to the Western Desert main city. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the two screens in front of him. As for the stealth art and soulfire art, their proficiency had also been raised to level 2, doubling their effectiveness. Soulfire art. Black iron grade. Level 2. Effect. Deals 200% magic damage to the target. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 20 out of 200. Stealth art. Black iron grade. Level 2. Effect. Enter a stealth state for 10 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Proficiency, 10 out of 200. His gaze suddenly darted to the side as if he'd seen something. Lin Yuan moved closer. A strange chest had appeared on the creature's body, a bronze chest. He approached, paused for a beat, then reached out and slowly opened the chest. The moment it opened, a dazzling light flashed. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out, and the system's voice rang out instantly. You have obtained Doghide Pouch, Undying Candle, Shadow Gauntlets. Opening the item, Doghide Pouch, he received 20 gold coins. If I remember correctly, the major global banks will soon open. Currency exchange channels between the game world and reality. 20 gold coins converted to real currency would be 200,000. Not bad. The system immediately identified each item that had appeared. Undying Candle. Effect. Can provide vision within a 3-meter radius. For the player in dark environments. No time limit. Skull Mask, Bronze Grade, Weapon Type. Effect. After equipping, reduces physical damage by 5%. Physique plus 10, Strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out and picked up the glowing Shadow Gauntlets. The system immediately displayed its information. Shadow Gauntlets, Silver Grade, Weapon Type. Effect. The gauntlet's durability is comparable to the body of the dog-headed leader. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately equipped them. My luck isn't bad. To get a silver-grade weapon from a bronze chest. Gauntlets as strong as the body of the dog-headed leader. Huh? This really makes me eager to test them out. A short distance away, the corpses of the dog-headed creatures lay strewn across the ground. Bloodcrow Guild. Guild Leader. Huang Feilong. Class, Warrior. Level, 8. He stood on a high rock, tossing his weapon into the air. It seems our recent training has paid off. In just 1 minute, we've killed 30 desert demon wolves. He laughed coldly. As long as we brothers work together, there's nothing we can't do. Bloodcrow Guild, Vice Leader, Huang Feihu. Class, Rogue. Level, 5. The crowd of members standing by wouldn't stop flattering them. As expected of our guild leader and vice leader, killing so many demon wolves in one go, your strength is truly extraordinary. That's right. Next time we run into those small fries from the Thunder Guild, we'll definitely slaughter them without leaving a single one alive. Yeah, Feihu snorted coldly. If it weren't for that Lin Yuan guy who popped out of nowhere a while back, we would have already gotten the first kill on the world boss. What other guild would dare to act so smug in front of us? On a large screen erected in the middle of the desert, the system's voice echoed. World boss, the giant wolf of death, has been slain by player Lin Yuan. Hearing this, they were all stunned. What? He curled his lip, a look of contempt in his eyes. Who knows what kind of luck that guy has? If I ever run into him, let's see if I don't teach him a lesson. Fei Long glanced back and warned, Fei Hu, how many times have I told you not to be so reckless? He frowned, sizing up his brother. That Lin Yuan's strength is no small matter. Instead of making an enemy of him, it would be better to recruit him to work for us. After speaking, Fei Long slowly walked forward. I remember there's a dog-headed creature dungeon nearby. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay here and await my orders. Recover your stamina. The guy next to him nodded. Yes, sir. But in contrast, the vice leader's face darkened with resentment as he stared at the leader's back. Big brother has already scolded me 3 times because of that stray dog. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Feihu couldn't take it anymore and pointed, shouting, Lin Yuan, you just wait for me. One day, I'll rip out all your damn teeth right in front of my brother and chop off your damn head. Then Big Brother will see who the truly strong one is. A subordinate named Hu Shen blushed, seemingly embarrassed. Vice Leader, don't get angry over someone so worthless. Look, what's that? He looked doubtfully in the direction the subordinate was pointing. What is it? Feihu saw a figure approaching in the distance. It was a girl with blonde hair, dressed like a mage. His eyes and those of his underlings behind him immediately turned greedy, their smiles twisting into perverted grins. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan was walking aimlessly. His gaze was distant. After just a few steps, the system's notification chimed. Undead Cynocephaly Chieftain, Level 7, 1000 HP, 150 attack, 80 defense. Skills, Dig, Undead Body, Heavy Strike. When Heavy Strike lands, it deals damage equal to 200% of the attack stat to the target's HP, with a 10% chance for a critical hit. He was satisfied. He had just added a chieftain-level undead with considerable combat power to his ranks. The number of undead beasts in his netherworld had also been replenished to 70. Continuing at this pace, Lin Yuan glanced around coldly. He heard someone cry out, "Don't you come any closer." Over here, a girl, her body covered in injuries, was trembling. "Stay back, or I won't go easy on you." The man's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he stepped forward. Heh, what a treat. I didn't expect to find such a pretty little thing today. Fei Hu, standing beside him, chimed in with a laugh. Don't worry, we just want to play with you. Instead of suffering, you might as well enjoy it. Hu Shen nodded. That's right. As long as you satisfy our Vice Guild Master, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Ah Mai swung her weapon into the air, shouting, "One more step, and I won't hold back." The man didn't hesitate, lunging forward like the wind and kicking her squarely, making Ah Mai cry out in pain. Let's see who's not holding back now. Fei Hu grabbed her by the hair, sneering contemptuously. You think a useless mage like you can hurt us? He pinned Ah Mai to the ground, his eyes filled with lust. Don't be so naive. If you're not going to give up, then go on, try and fight back. Fei Hu opened his mouth wide, gripping her head tightly, forcing Ah Mai to look him in the eye. Come on, keep going. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Fei Hu ripped Ah Mai's clothes, causing her to scream in terror as her body curled up. Suddenly, a powerful fist smashed right into his face. The phantom gauntlet clenched into a fist, then immediately launched another devastating punch, sending Fei Hu flying backward. His body flew uncontrollably through the air amidst a cloud of dust. Witnessing the punch, his underlings turned pale with terror. Vice Guild Master Fei Hu was sent crashing to the ground, carving deep grooves into the earth. The impact caved his face in, his body plastered against a large rock. The one who threw the punch was none other than Lin Yuan. His eyes were sharp. Not bad. Works better than I thought. One of the underlings, terrified for his life, turned and fled. He was trying to report back. This is bad. I have to find a way to tell the guildmaster. The remaining two slowly regained their composure, pointing at Lin Yuan with tense expressions. Who are you? You dare to offend the Blood Crow Guild? You're dead. He pulled back his hood, looking at them coldly. Lin Yuan glanced at the insignia on their chests. The Blood Crow Guild, the newbie guild in Black Axle Town. He stood silently, his gaze thoughtful. The guild's members were mostly red-named players who specialized in dangerous and evil deeds. The so-called red-named players were those identified by the system for criminal acts like malicious attacks, theft, and robbery. They were classified as dangerous players with 10 or more crime points. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Although the demon god had not yet invaded, and being killed as a player didn't result in actual death in real life, but losing equipment and levels was still a massive blow to any player. Only then did he slowly open his mouth, his voice icy. You're members of the Blood Crow Guild? In my past life, these rats caused me quite a bit of trouble. Hu Shen, standing behind him, raised an eyebrow skeptically. He confidently stood up and pointed at himself. That's right, the #1 guild, famous throughout Black Axle Town. You've offended our Vice Guild Master, so you're scared now, aren't you? He paused for a moment, rolling up his sleeves, ready to attack. Too late. But, if you don't want to die too horribly, break both of your own arms, get on your knees like a dog, and call me Grandpa a few times. The two of them let out sarcastic smiles, certain they could defeat Lin Yuan. In a flash, he lunged forward. The blade sliced straight towards the two arrogant men. Just like that, both of their arms were severed. They fell to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Your arms? I've cut them off for you. As for the dog barks, you can save those for the underworld. Mai finally managed to get to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. So strong. On the other side, Fei Hu was still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly as a potion bottle fell out. You have used a health recovery potion, restoring 20% of your health and mana. Fei Hu gritted his teeth, his face contorted as he suppressed the pain. You little brat. After drinking the potion, his body surged with power as he stood up. You must die. Fei Long slowly walked towards them. I want to see who has the guts of a tiger, who's tired of living. The underling immediately tattled. Guildmaster, he's up ahead. The two men jumped in surprise at the voice and turned their heads. He pointed at Lin Yuan, still shouting, It's this brat. He nearly killed the Vice Guildmaster. He called out in a loud voice. Who? Fei Long was about to show off his power when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He noticed the man's eyes, a gaze that was cold and indifferent, yet held an oppressive aura. The man in the rumors was like moonlight, solidified into a shimmering light, as cold and sharp as a blade that could slice through anything. In Fei Long's eyes, at that moment, he was nothing short of a monster. The sheer pressure emanating from him, just by standing there, was utterly suffocating. While he was frozen in place, his underling, as if he had a death wish, started screaming. Guildmaster, hurry and teach this brat a lesson. You blind dog, how dare you provoke us? Damn it, you're tired of living, aren't you? You're dead meat. Fei Long gritted his teeth, somewhat hesitant. Damn it, this aura, plus that sword. It's most likely a drop from a boss-level monster. This guy is 8 or 9 times out of 10, that Lin Yuan. He was now hesitating, not daring to act recklessly. Of all the people to provoke, these idiots had to pick him. They're good for nothing but causing trouble. Meanwhile, the underlings behind him were still clamoring. You're dead meat. Just you wait. He just spoke slowly. You are the leader of the Blood Crow Guild. Fei Long's mind was reeling as he stood at a crossroads, so he didn't reply. He couldn't lose face. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. It seems today's battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, from behind Lin Yuan, another man charged forward. Mai panicked and immediately stood in front to shield him. Watch your back, Fei Hu roared, his hands gripping his twin swords tightly. Die for me. He charged forward like a madman, wanting revenge. On the other side, Fei Long smugly spun the double-headed axe in his hands. Brat, making an enemy of our Blood Crow Guild is the stupidest decision of your life. He thought to himself. Here's my chance. Instantly, Fei Long and Fei Hu charged from two sides, aiming straight for the two of them. Just as they were about to successfully close in, he suddenly froze. What? He saw that, in Mai's previous position, She had been replaced by the undead kobold chieftain. The moment it saw the enemy, it bared its fangs and roared, quickly swinging its weapon. It used its giant hammer to smash viciously into the man's abdomen. Caught off guard, Fai Hu was sent flying several meters away. Lin Yuan didn't let the opportunity slip, immediately rushing to close the distance with Fai Long. To the man's astonishment, he just coldly delivered the sentence. "Next up, it's your turn." Fai Long was so stunned he could only stand frozen on the spot. Before he could even utter a word, Lin Yuan had swung his sword in a long arc. A moment later, Fai Long was dead, lying wretchedly on the ground. Lin Yuan, his face devoid of emotion, glanced at his corpse. The #1 guild doesn't even have the right to make me get serious. The system suddenly appeared again. Warning, it has been detected that you have killed a human player. Crime index, +2 points. Lin Yuan was taken aback after reading it. 2 points. He wasn't the least bit worried, calculating to himself, as long as I don't accumulate more within a week, it should automatically disappear. In the distance, Ah Mai suddenly startled and shouted, "Oh no, they're running away. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan just calmly reassured her. "They're just small fry, no need." Saying that, he turned and walked towards Fai Hu's corpse. The weapons that dropped after the recent battle included Fai Long's double-headed axe, the explosive battle axe, silver grade, type, weapon. Effect. A successful hit unleashes an explosion, dealing area of effect damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Attack +40. Strength +30. Next up were his twin swords. The Dragon Fang cross blades. Silver grade. Type. Weapon. Effect. A successful hit unleashes fire. The fire will stick to the target, dealing continuous burning damage. Agility +30. Attack +40. Finally, there was a small, compact dagger. The Thorn Dagger, bronze grade, type, weapon, effect, attack +15, agility +20. Lin Yuan stroked his chin as he examined these items. The stats are not bad. Even if I don't use them, I can sell them for a good price. When everything was settled, Ah Mai felt safe enough to approach him. She spoke gratefully. "Sir, thank you for saving me today." Ah Mai's voice was sincere. "I still don't know your name." Her sudden proximity made Lin Yuan flinch. He turned away, his mouth moving slightly. "My name?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "One day, you will see my name at the top of the global top 10 power rankings." Hearing this, Ah Mai was so shocked she froze in place. The top 10. She quickly composed herself and rushed after him. "Who wants to see some stupid list?" "Sir, please take me with you." Lin Yuan's journey quickly brought him to the Ihao Desert. At this moment, the hard carapace of a monster suddenly appeared behind him. They were Ihao scorpions, usually around level 6. Health, 400. Attack, 110. Defense, 20. Skill, paralyzing lightning strike. Now, in front of Lin Yuan stood not one, but 3 of them at once. He reacted quickly, lowering himself into a ready stance. Lin Yuan only needed a few sword strokes to gently send them to the afterlife. His eyebrows were knitted tightly, his gaze as sharp as if it wanted to slaughter everything in sight. Lin Yuan continued to spin 360 degrees, sweeping through the horde of Ihao scorpions. The system displayed a notification. A total of 60 Ihao scorpions have been eliminated in this area. Your level has increased to level 8. After reading the system panel, he smirked in satisfaction. Straight to level 8. Although collecting the paralysis grass was a bit of a hassle, this is an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Some time ago, Lin Yuan had an encounter with an old man. With a grave expression, the elder reached out his hand. "Hero," he said, "I have been waiting for you." The system immediately displayed a notification. Quest received from Alchemist Amo. Do you wish to accept this quest? Amo's request. Quest objective. Go to the Ihao Desert, collect 100 paralysis herbs, and deliver them to Amo. Time limit, 1 day. Quest rank, Black Iron. The paralysis herb is a lightning attribute herb that grows in the desert. After reading, Lin Yuan pondered for a few minutes. Sometime in the future, a special dungeon would open near the main city. This dungeon was filled with lightning attribute monsters, and clearing it required extremely high lightning resistance. Because of this, powerful lightning resistance potions would become scarce, their value skyrocketing to over 10,000 gold. In his past life, someone had made a massive fortune from this very opportunity, and completing this paralysis herb collection quest would award the formula for a high-efficiency lightning resistance potion. He glanced back at the old man. Today was Amo's first day in Black Sand Town. After giving this quest, he would disappear into seclusion forever. In other words, this was the one and only chance for any player to get this formula. The times, only times chance. Thinking this, Lin Yuan accepted without a moment's hesitation. Back in the present, having dealt with a swarm of Ihao scorpions, he arrogantly kicked at their corpses. Ihao Scorpion, a level 6 lightning beast that guards the paralysis herb. With his current strength, they posed no threat at all. Lin Yuan easily reached the herbs. He had successfully snagged the quest and was now using the opportunity to master his newly learned collection skill. As he gathered them by hand, the system chimed in. Collection skill, Black Iron, level 2. Effect: increases gathering speed with a 5% chance to gather rare quality herbs. Cost: 1 spirit point. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Proficiency: 120 out of 200. All done. Lin Yuan stood up, planning to scout deeper inside. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Lin Yuan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. A monster then erupted from the ground, attacking him with its sharp stinger. Lin Yuan's quick feet saved him from disaster. Silver Slash. He leaped back several meters, creating distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in stunned panic. Before him was a mutated demon beast. The Starslayer Scorpion had appeared. Its appearance was accompanied by a series of danger alerts. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe a mutated beast appeared here." A flood of information appeared above its head. Starslayer Scorpion, level 10, health, 2,800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills, Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Penetrating Venom, Earth-Rending Pincer Blast, and Thunderstorm Crystal. After a moment, he regained his composure and let out a smirk. This might be a little tough to handle right now. With that, Lin Yuan charged forward excitedly. But today, I'll use you to truly sharpen my Silver Slash. He moved with lightning speed, successfully closing the distance to the Starslayer Scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword repeatedly struck its carapace, but it had no effect. He fell silent, deep in thought. The armor is seamless. There are no openings to exploit. Just then, the Starslayer Scorpion's entire body began to glow with a blue light. The system issued a quick warning. Boss is casting Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to pierce its shell with his sword. Paralyzing Lightning Strike. But before he could act, it lunged forward with its tail. Boss is casting Penetrating Venom. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lin Yuan successfully dodged the attack. He retreated some distance, brandishing his sword. Lin Yuan frowned. The beast's power exceeded his expectations. I have to divide its attention first, he decided. Just as the Starslayer Scorpion charged at him, he activated an ability and called out his summons. Dog-headed men, come forth. At his command, a group of dog-headed warriors rushed out. One of them swung its mace, landing a blow that dealt 200 damage to the Starslayer Scorpion. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, observing silently. No double crit yet, huh? The Scorpion suddenly thrashed wildly, sending the dog-headed men flying. Boss is casting earth-shattering pincers. Before the Starslayer Scorpion could wreak more havoc, he summoned several fireballs. The fireballs shot forward, striking the beast and causing it to reel in pain, unable to dodge. Lin Yuan grew excited, continuously launching attacks. Have a taste of my upgraded fire magic. The Starslayer Scorpion's health began to drop steadily. -40, -50. Lin Yuan smirked coldly, his hands never stopping their spellcasting. A rope quickly materialized, wrapping around its pincer. The Starslayer Scorpion struggled and roared as the group of dog-headed men pulled it taut, binding it. One of the dog-headed men seized the opportunity, rushing forward with its mace. It brought the weapon down hard on the Starslayer Scorpion's head. The damage numbers immediately appeared. -200. Heavy strike triggered a double critical hit. Even Lin Yuan was surprised and impressed. There's the double crit. Struck by the immense pain, the Starslayer Scorpion roared and broke free from its restraints. The intelligent beast realized it had to take him out first. But before it could act, Lin Yuan was already gone. He was now hovering in midair. To the Scorpion Fiend's utter shock, Lin Yuan clenched his fist as a surge of magic power erupted, leaving no opening to break through its armor. The system chimed in, detecting that the player had equipped the Annihilator title, increasing attack power by 10%, increasing crit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Then I'll smash you to pieces and turn you into a useless corpse. Prepare yourself. The Scorpion Fiend, oblivious to its impending doom, roared in an attempt to intimidate him. In the next instant, Lin Yuan slammed it into the ground, crushing its bones and flesh. Pinned firmly to the ground, the Scorpion Fiend let out a horrific shriek of agony. Without delay, he drew his sword and finished the job. You have successfully eliminated the mutated magical beast, the Scorpion Fiend. The system promptly displayed the information. Received 560 experience points. Level 10, Scorpion Fiend Corpse. Health, 2,800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills, Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Shattering Pincers, Crystal Lightning Burst, and Undead Body. Paralyzing Lightning Strike, an electrical attack that inflicts a 1-second paralysis effect. Piercing Venom, a tail attack that applies 10 points of poison damage. Earth-Shattering Pincers, upon a successful hit, deals damage equal to 250% of attack power to the target's health. Crystal Lightning Burst, fires crystal shards in a 360-degree radius, dealing damage equal to 100% of attack power to targets. Suddenly, a swarm of howling scorpions charged from the distance. The commotion made Lin Yuan whip his head around in surprise. He saw a pack of howling scorpions rushing towards him from afar. They charged straight for his position. Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the swarm of howling scorpions. Perfect timing. He activated his skill and took control of the Scorpion Fiend from before. Go. Let's see how you handle my newly tamed pet. The system displayed, using skill Crystal Lightning Burst. A barrage of attacks caused the howling scorpion's health bars to drop significantly. -50, -60. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan quickly moved behind them. With a few slashes, he diced the howling scorpions into pieces, striking their weak points. Soon, the last one fell at Lin Yuan's hands. The ground was now littered with the corpses of howling scorpions. The system notifications popped up relentlessly. Level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. At the same time, the status window displayed. Player Lin Yuan, level 10. Class, Taboo Necrohunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 1 out of 20. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 47. Spirit, 53. Experience, 152 out of 5,159. He felt a sense of satisfaction after reading it. Leveling up twice in a row isn't bad at all. The system began to issue Lin Yuan's rewards. Received Silver Grade Weapon, Lightning Spear, Guardian's Greaves, Paralysis Ring, Phantom Crossbow. He mentally calculated that all the loot in his inventory was also Silver Grade. If I sell a few of these, it should be more than enough to improve my parents' lives. Lin Yuan turned to look at the howling scorpion corpses scattered across the ground. A system notification appeared. All magical beasts in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a gold grade skill book. It was exclusive to his class. A stream of light began to envelop his body. Lin Yuan watched as the book gradually materialized in his hand. Could this be? Just as he thought that, the system introduced it. Gold grade Dark Lightning Origin. Learning condition, Necro Hunter only. He placed his hand on the book, feeling it, and sighed in admiration. My luck isn't half bad. As Lin Yuan channeled his magic to use the book, the system chimed in again. The skill book is automatically memorized by the player. Congratulations, the player has obtained an exclusive Necro Hunter skill. A blinding pillar of light now appeared around him. Inside, the system displayed Dark Lightning Origin. Gold grade Dark Lightning Origin, level 1. Effect. Deals 20% damage to a target's health, or restores 20% health to an undead corpse. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Lin Yuan stared at the glowing flame in his hand with curiosity. Restores 20% health to an undead. Huh? A new idea sparked in his mind, and he turned around. In front of Lin Yuan was the Scorpion Fiend, its health at 60%. Without hesitation, he decided to give it a try. The flame shot towards the Scorpion Fiend. Instantly, as if its life force had been restored, it let out an excited roar. Above the Scorpion Fiend's head, its health value showed it had recovered to 80%. Only then did Lin Yuan nod in satisfaction. Alright, warm-up's over. It's time to head to the main city, Sandwind, and find that first believer. Suddenly, an unidentified object appeared behind him, quietly tapping his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned around, slightly startled. Wait, could it be? The scene then cuts to the outside world. The unidentified object was actually Mrs. Lin, who was frantically patting his shoulder. This is bad. Yuan, your father just threw out his back. Hurry up and help me out. Lin Yuan rushed downstairs to help Mr. Lin into a chair. Dad, take it slow. Mrs. Lin scolded her husband helplessly. You're not young anymore. What were you trying to prove? You weren't even careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to just call a repairman? And look what happened. You really threw out your back, didn't you? Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was trembling from the pain. Trembling. Although his face was pale with pain, he stubbornly tried to reassure them. If we can save money, we should. Last week, when the washing machine broke, didn't I fix it with just a few simple tweaks? Mr. Lin continued. This little injury is nothing. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. I still have to pick up little Dan from school tomorrow. Lin Yuan said nothing and just quietly slipped out the door. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, not saying a word. Time passed until the next day. While his father was still sound asleep in bed, Mrs. Lin was awakened. She helped Mr. Lin up and walked towards the farm door. Yuan, is that you? Why are you making so much noise this early in the morning? In front of them were two workers installing a television on the wall. One of them suddenly approached to strike up a conversation, which scared Mr. and Mrs. Lin half to death. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? The new product that Mr. Lin Yuan ordered. We've brought it over for immediate installation. We'll just need you two to confirm and accept the delivery. She was so stunned, she pinched her own cheek. Hello? Old Lin? Am I dreaming? What is happening? Meanwhile, he was training his heart out at the gym. While Lin Yuan was busy on the treadmill, a voice suddenly spoke up. Excuse me for interrupting. A gym employee approached and asked, Sir, are you interested in signing up for our VIP package? We'll need to hold a deposit for 1 year's fee. Hearing this, he immediately took out his bank card. Here is my bank card, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After selling some unused equipment and renovating the house, I might as well get a family gym membership. Just as he thought this, his expression darkened. After all, Mom, Dad, and little Dan should start training early, so it will be easier for them to adapt when they enter the state of undeath. The employee was still lost in her thoughts about Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has been working out for so long, but his face isn't red and he's not even out of breath. Plus, his physique is amazing. Could a brother really be this admirable? The gym employee suddenly froze in her tracks. She looked in shock at the card in her hand. A Supreme VIP card, only issued to those with over 5 million yuan in their bank account. He seemed oblivious to her stare as he turned to answer his phone. Hello. Yes, it's prize money from a gaming tournament I was in. Yes, you too. Just rest at home today. I'll take care of little Dan. Hearing this, the gym employee's eyes filled with even more adoration. This customer is so young and so capable. The scene changes again to Shiyu Shui No. 1 High School. As soon as school was out, a crowd of students flooded out. School's over! Let's go! Let's hit the internet cafe next door and team up for a match. Hey, wait for me. A figure slowly walked out from inside. Lin Dan's eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings. Behind her, two of her classmates were gossiping. Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, having a brother is the best. I'm so jealous. I want an older brother too. Hearing this, Lin Dan's expression immediately darkened. Is having a brother really that admirable? A memory of a sloppy-looking Lin Yuan surfaced in her mind. At that thought, Lin Dan quickened her pace in frustration. I don't need an older brother. She hadn't gone far before someone blocked her path. The school beauty, Lin Dan, is so arrogant. 4 guys who looked like nothing but trouble appeared. My buddies and I have asked you out so many times, but we can't even get a date. What's more, I'm personally inviting you this time. Aren't you going to show me some respect? Lin Dan frowned and asked uncomfortably, what do you guys want? Her 2 classmates hesitantly approached. Class president, who are they? Brother Young pressed his advantage, stepping closer to tease Lin Dan. Look at this smooth skin. Let's see if I can squeeze any water out of it. She immediately became enraged and slapped his hand away. Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost. Lin Dan pointed at them and threatened, if you keep following me, I'll call the police. Seeing this, Young lunged forward and struck her hard in the back. You damn bitch, you don't know what's good for you. Lin Dan didn't have time to react and was knocked to the ground. Her 2 classmates immediately panicked. Class president, but he wasn't satisfied yet and moved to strike again, spewing filthy words from his mouth. Letting me touch you is a favor. Why are you pretending to be so pure? Unable to fight back, she could only raise her arms to shield herself. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Yong's wrist tightly. Lin Dan was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. Lin Yuan stared at him with a murderous glare. He growled, who gave you permission to bully my sister? She called out his name in disbelief. Lin Yuan. The moment he saw the scratch on Lin Dan's face, his expression grew even uglier. Blocked. Yong angrily tried to strike again. Damn it, where did this stray mutt crawl out from? The other guys rushed forward to help. If I don't knock all your teeth out today, I'll take your last name. You're asking for death, aren't you? Enough talk. Let's break his arm first. But just then, Lin Yuan leaned in and punched the first guy square in the face. Very quickly, it was the second guy's turn, then he swiftly twisted his hips and kicked the third guy in the head. And finally, without a shred of mercy, Lin Yuan kicked Yang straight in the face. He was so enraged that he repeatedly stomped on the man's face until his anger subsided. The four thugs could now only lie on the ground, model, crying in pain as everyone watched. Lam Uyen turned his head and signaled to her, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Lam Dan and her friend were still standing there with their jaws dropped in amazement. The two of them slowly started to walk outside. On the way home, she hesitantly spoke up first. "Why did you come here today?" Lam Dan couldn't help but feel confused. This guy spends all his time buried in games, so why did he come to school to pick me up today? Lam Uyen explained with a deadpan expression, "Dad's back is hurting, so Mom's at home taking care of him." Hearing this, she was startled. Lam Dan whipped her head around in alarm. "His back is hurting? Is it serious?" He calmly reassured her, "It's not that serious." As soon as Lam Uyen finished speaking, the atmosphere returned to silence. A flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. "It feels like it's been a very long time since I've talked to him like this, hasn't it? How awkward." Meanwhile, he still had no expression on his face. Suddenly, two girls from behind waved and called out to them, "Class president!" The two girls came closer to Lam Dan and started whispering excitedly, "Class president, your brother is so great. He even comes to pick you up from school, not like my lazy brother." "That's right. So you have a brother who's both handsome and talented. How come I've never heard you mention him before?" She was stunned and took a closer look at Lam Uyen. "This guy? Handsome?" Just then, someone else walked by, sighing softly. "Ah, who is he? He's so handsome." "Yeah, he looks like a former student who came back to visit. He seems way more charming than the guys at our school." Lam Dan thoughtfully observed the reactions of those around her. "He's really popular, huh?" Suddenly, a girl ran up to strike up a conversation. "Hi there," Lam Uyen replied politely. "Hello." She suddenly pouted. "His height is pretty impressive too. I never noticed before. Maybe it's because I was never standing this close to him." Lam Dan was lost in thought. "He must have started hitting the gym a long time ago. You can really see his muscle definition. I can't believe he's so strong, especially right after a fight. It's truly a surprise." She recalled what he used to look like. It was clearly the same person. Back then, Lam Uyen looked both scruffy and sloppy, only ever caring about his games. Thinking about this, Lam Dan became pensive again. Why does it feel like he's changed so much all of a sudden? Lam Dan's two friends waved goodbye. "We'll see you tomorrow, then." She smiled. "See you tomorrow." But as soon as they turned away, Lam Dan stood there stunned, her eyes wide open. She saw Lam Uyen crouching down, intending to give her a piggyback ride, which made her friends behind them cheer, "Get on." Lam Dan blushed, flustered, and quickly waved her hands in refusal. "No need. I can walk on my own. What the hell is this? I don't want to be carried on his back in front of so many people." But before she could take a step, she was suddenly pulled back by a strong force. It made Lam Dan's body wobble. Lam Uyen decisively bent down, pulled her toward him, and lifted her onto his back, despite her struggles. "Hey!" Lam Uyen stood up, his expression calm and indifferent. "Your classmates have already left. If you can't walk, don't force it." His gaze briefly stopped at her ankle, where the wound was still bleeding. "You sprained it when you were pushed down earlier, right?" Lam Dan fell silent and stopped struggling, only lowering her head slightly. When did he notice? Lam Uyen quietly carried her into the house. "We're home, Mom, Dad." Her parents looked at each other, confused. Mr. Lam glanced at his wife, then slowly turned to look at the two of them. "It's good that you're back." He went into the kitchen and started washing the pile of dishes in the sink. Mrs. Lam sat behind them, cupping her cheeks with pride. Dan, look at your brother. Isn't he like a completely different person now?" He rubbed his chin, assessing the situation. "That's right. He knows how to cook and do the dishes, and he even knows how to replace the new electronics in the house." Hearing this, Lam Dan's mouth just twitched. Her mother leaned closer and whispered, "And what's more, your relationship is back to how it was when you were kids. Maybe even better." Lam Dan, holding a glass of water she hadn't yet drunk, almost choked. "Is that so?" She gently blew on the water to cool it down, her eyes unconsciously lost in thought. This guy is really strange. Has he truly changed? Lam Uyen stood in the kitchen, wearing a neat apron. "I'm done cleaning up." With that, he coolly took off the apron. "I'm going back to my room now." Lam Uyen gently closed the door, and Lam Dan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward it. She suddenly felt a bit sad. What was I even hoping for? As expected, he's still a shut-in gamer who doesn't do what he's supposed to. Lost in thought, Lam Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. After handing it to her, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, Use this after you shower. This stuff is very effective for injuries. After saying that, Lam Uyen went into his room and prepared to close the door. I'm going to play games now. Don't come into my room unless it's important. She didn't reply to Lam Uyen, just quietly clutched the medicine bottle. Lam Dan's cheeks were slightly red as she smiled faintly. I know. It's not like anyone wants to go into your room anyway. Her eyes lingered on the medicine bottle, a soft smile gracing her lips. Inside the room, he sighed as he overheard Mrs. Lam talking to Lam Dan. See? I told you. Your relationship has already gotten better. What happened at school today? Nothing happened, Mom. I'm going to take a shower now. Lam Uyen sighed, leaning back in his chair. Perhaps the recent family problems can finally come to an end. He was awake. He rubbed his head and turned to look at the hat beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Uyen placed it on his head. All right then, time to get back to the game. He entered the game, landing amidst a cloud of billowing smoke. The Lord's City, Fong Su Xia. A smirk curved Lam Uyen's lips. Time to catch that little rat. A system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. You have entered Fong Su Xia. Elsewhere, a man was violently kicked to the ground. My esteemed commander, I swear to the heavens, this is all just a misunderstanding. He let out a hoarse shout. Shut your mouth, take your filthy lies and go repent in a cell. Lam Uyen's figure slowly materialized through the hazy smoke. The commander glanced back doubtfully, but saw no one. He narrowed his eyes, a strange flicker of suspicion crossing his face. An illusion? He calmly hid behind a wall, not rushing to act. Lam Uyen's face was expressionless, but his deep eyes held a contemplative look. The street patrols are very sensitive to criminals, calculating the time needed for his crime value to reset to 0. He'd have to hide for at least 3 days. He silently turned and walked away. It's time to go get it. Long time no see, old friend. The scene shifts to a magnificent, grand cathedral. From the highest step of the cathedral, Father Lawrence spread his arms to give a blessing. In the name of the Lord, I cleanse the mists of your past. From this day forward, your soul shall be as pure as new fallen snow, and your path shall be guided by holy light. Now, I shall perform your baptism. Just as the ceremony was about to begin, Lam Uyen's figure slowly appeared. I'm from the almshouse. The man's gaze slowly shifted to him, filled with a mixture of suspicion and wariness. Seeing that Lauren remained silent, he spoke in a low voice. I heard you've taken in a gravely ill person, so I've come to treat him. Behind that closed wooden door in the corner. My dear Victor, I'll leave Mr. Dack's condition in your hands, he replied. Very well. On the bed, Mr. Dack lay motionless, his face unusually gaunt, and a green liquid was oozing from the center of his chest. Darkway was once a member of the Manticore Lion Knights, and one of the strongest knights in the ancient West Deer Kingdom. Lam Uyen recalled his memories of Dak, a member of the Manticore Lion Knights from his past life, whom he met right after reaching level 15, and thanks to him, I obtained a gold-grade weapon. He frowned, looking at that deathly pale face. Mr. Dak, I came specifically to treat the poison in your body. Beneath his pale skin, blue veins bulged on Dak's forehead. He stared intently at Lam Uyen, assessing his strength. Level 10. Dak struggled to sit up, the corner of his lip curling into a self-deprecating smile. Relying on just you? A level 10 mage? Even the street patrols are a higher level than you. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit seized him. He doubled over, spitting out mouthfuls of thick, black blood. Amidst the thick black blood, a strange object was also coughed up. The poison in your body has already begun to corrode your internal organs. Unless you accept my treatment method. He glanced over, his deep voice resounding. Otherwise, you won't live for more than a month. After a moment of contemplation, Dak looked up and whispered weakly, to purge the poison from my body, I need 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish fat. If you're not afraid of death, then try heading to the Gobi Swamp. The moment he finished speaking, a system sound chimed. System. You have triggered a request. Dak's quest. Do you accept? Quest name, Dak's request. Quest rank, gold. Quest objective. Collect 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish oil to treat the poison in Dak's body. Seeing this, Lam Uyen wasn't afraid at all, merely smirking. Of course, I accept. The scene changes to the Gobi Swamp. Rotten gill fish slowly surfaced from the murky water, where pale white skulls floated about. Its bloodshot eyes moved slowly, its gaze like a piercing blade. Immediately after, the rotten gill fish opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and attacked the group of people. Elite rotten gill fish, level 15. Health, 3,500. Attack, 500. Defense, 45. Skills, Wavetail, Resonance Curse. Tu Min tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, shouting, "Hold your ground. These beasts have razor-sharp teeth. Whatever you do, don't let them bite you." Charge. His subordinates were groaning on the ground. "My back." The spiny tail whipped viciously towards him, creating a ferocious gust of wind. Tu Min's men couldn't dodge in time and were all hit. Only he was agile enough to swerve aside. Two men fell into the water and were surrounded. "Help us!" It raised its tail, preparing to attack, activating the skill, Wave Tail. Meanwhile, the rotten-gill fish opened its mouth, roared, and charged at Tu Min. He could only grit his teeth and stare as it rushed in to attack. The rotten-gill fish stuck out its long, slimy tongue, letting out a terrifying hiss. Tu Min's eyes went wide, his entire body frozen stiff. "This time, I'm really dead." Suddenly, a sharp aura surged from behind him, and a figure shot past. It was him. Lam Uyen quickly grabbed him by the collar and pulled. He forcefully threw Tu Min behind him, as his hand gathered a sphere of blue energy. "Don't get in my way." Lam Uyen's blast of power shot straight towards the rotten-gill fish. The blow struck it directly on the head, causing a massive explosion. He grabbed the man's entire body and shot straight down to the ground. Tu Min was confused, having no idea what was happening. Tu Min clutched his throat, coughing dryly as he dropped to his knees in disbelief. I'm saved?" A black cloak flashed past him. Tu Min quickly stood up to stop him. "Wait." As Lin Yuan passed by, streams of green energy radiated from his body. Tu Min was stunned. It was that master from before. Lin Yuan leaped into the air, the power gathering in his hand, forming a magical orb. Lin Yuan unleashed the spell on the stench-gill fish, causing their health to drop continuously. -320. They shrieked in pain, thrashing their tails violently to escape the swamp. The horde of stench-gill fish roared and charged towards one person, Lin Yuan. Witnessing this, Tu Min panicked and shouted a warning. "Master, be careful." The creatures snapped at him with their teeth, but Lin Yuan simply jumped back, effortlessly dodging every single attack. "Is this all you've got?" He knelt on one knee. One hand was on the ground, while the other was clenched into a fist. From thin air, Lin Yuan summoned a sword. His gaze was sharp as a blade. He stared straight at them and said coldly, "A school of small fry is still just small fry." He moved at the speed of light, continuously cutting down the stench-gill fish. Tu Min and his group witnessed the entire spectacle. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy shit, where did this pro-gamer come from? All 8 of us were almost wiped out just now, and he took down 5 of them, all by himself. He's got some serious power, but it's a shame. A one-on-one fighting style won't work. You can't kill the stench-gill fish that way." Hearing his friend, Doan Hien, add on, he grew even more frantic. After all, the only way to take out these monsters is with an AoE skill. Down in the swamp, the stench-gill fish growled, creating bolts of lightning that linked them together. A green mist suddenly erupted, completely obscuring Lin Yuan's vision and preventing him from assessing the situation below. His face darkened, but a spark of interest flashed in his eyes. "Oh?" As the green mist enveloped him, a system warning sounded in his head. Stench-gill fish have activated their group skill, Calamitous Curse Resonance. Enemies within range will be afflicted with bone poison, activating negative statuses such as confusion, hallucination, and auditory illusions. Lin Yuan smirked. A magic circle had already appeared on his hand. "I'm not falling for cheap tricks like this in this world." He summoned the Undead Death Direwolf and gave his command. "Undead Direwolf, go. Use your skill." Starving Wolf's Howl. It stood on the cliff and let out a piercing roar. A ring of wind struck the stench-gill fish. The system quickly announced a direct hit. The stench-gill fish have fallen into a stunned state. Lin Yuan covered his face. "Well then, time to." On his screen, lines of code scrolled rapidly, and the system displayed a new message. Sanity mask activated. Single-use gas mask item. A mask appeared on his face, covering the lower half. Wielding his sword, Lin Yuan moved swiftly, with the undead Death Direwolf providing cover from behind. He moved down into the swamp. "Lie down and accept your death." Every time Lin Yuan passed a stench-gill fish, the system notification popped up. Weak point struck. One by one, they were cut down, accompanied by the system's voice. Weak point struck. Lin Yuan leaped onto one of the creature's heads and plunged his sword down into its skull. Die. The system screen lit up as the stench-gill fish let out a final screech. Weak point struck. Tu Min pointed at Lin Yuan, his jaw agape in amazement. "He's so damn strong." Doan Hien warned him, "It's too early to let your guard down." From the depths of the swamp, even more stench-gill fish emerged. "Look, more of them are coming." He commanded his undead Starscourge Scorpion. "Go," it growled. Purple energy began to gather as it activated its skill. Crystal Lightning Storm. From the head of the Starscourge, Scorpion, purple magic orbs shot out. The magic orbs rained down on the stenchgill fish, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive back into the swamp. Carpet Bombardment. Sharp meteorites still pierced through the mud, skewering the bodies of the stenchgill fish. They gaped their mouths and wailed. Not Trung clutched his head in disbelief. It's no use after all. The difference in level and numbers is just too great. There's no way to catch the entire school in one go. Lin Yuan leaped up from the head of a stenchgill fish. He landed on the cliff opposite Not Trung's group and spoke indifferently. Who said we can't kill them all? He pulled his hood over his head, shrouding himself in mystery. Tu Min's eyes widened as he looked down into the swamp. Wait, what is this? Lai Hach pointed in fear. That scorpion. It seems to be targeting the bellies of the female fish. Down in the swamp, glowing eyes appeared everywhere. They watched as the stenchgill fish were defeated. Everyone, look, it seems like the school is starting to cannibalize each other. He stared, wide-eyed and stunned, as he saw their actions. The next wave of stenchgill fish began to devour the ones that had been defeated, creating gruesome sounds. Lin Yuan had calculated this in his mind. When a female stenchgill fish dies or reproduces, it releases a large amount of species-specific pheromones. This attracts the males into a frenzied state to protect the eggs, while also activating an indiscriminate charge mode. From the high cliff, he looked down at the swamp. He was exploiting this very trait of the species, making them kill each other. A stenchgill fish dove beneath the mud, then leaped up, opening its massive jaws, attacking Lin Yuan. Tu Ming screamed in panic, "Great one, watch out!" But he just stood there, calmly watching the fish approach. Dan Hien jumped back defensively. What the? Is this one a female too? Why is it almost as big as the male? Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice turning deep and somber. Perfect timing. He summoned a horde of undead desert demon wolves and gave the command. Go, my undead demon wolves. They leaped forward, vying to tear the unfortunate rotgill fish to shreds. Lin Yuan remarked with some surprise. As expected of a level 15 elite monster, he stood before the rotgill's sharp teeth without a trace of fear. Even deploying 6 demon wolves didn't deal a fatal blow. Lin Yuan drew his sword. But if I can just stop you from moving, this will be much easier. With a single slash, he took it down. The system immediately announced the elimination of the elite rotgill fish. Lin Yuan ordered the dog-headed undead to move in. It brought its axe down hard on the rotgill fish's head. Not Trung watched with suspicion. That's the green poison sac from the male's body. Not letting him wonder for long, he answered, "That's right. The green poison sac that grows inside the male acts as a sort of biological signal. The gas and scent it releases forces the school of fish to sense a danger signal. The rotgill fish, that could still swim quickly, dived underwater to escape. The others just struggled in the green water. They gaped for air, their tails flapping weakly. They'll stay at least 5 meters away, not daring to stop. What's more, they aren't completely immune to their own toxins. Once poisoned, they're just sitting ducks." Tu Ming jumped for joy. They're gone. The school of fish is really gone. Lin Yuan leaped from the cliff into the swamp. Now, it's time to collect the loot. Li Hach was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. One person cleared the entire area. Unbelievable. Tu Ming, his eyes filled with admiration, retorted, "It really is unbelievable. I just want to be a charm hanging from his leg." Down in the swamp, with just a few slashes, Lin Yuan finished clearing out the remaining rotgill fish. Less than 30 seconds later, he reappeared on the cliff in front of Tu Ming's group. A system notification popped up. Received 12,000 experience points. Level increased to level 11. Lin Yuan paused, thinking to himself, "Thanks to accumulating hundreds of runs worth of experience in this dungeon in my past life, I was able to clear it this quickly." He closed his eyes with a smile and took off his mask. He praised it internally. This mask really did its part in this battle. The bottle in Lin Yuan's hand collected all the life force from the dead rotgill fish. He thought with regret, "It's a shame it cost 5 gold coins and is only single use. A bit of a loss, but I guess it was worth the money." The system screen displayed a line of text with detailed information. Rotgill fish oil, 1,000 grams. Produced from the fat glands of rotgill fish in the Gobi swamp, it's one of the key ingredients for high-grade healing potions. Effect: works wonders on wounds caused by corrosive poison and necrosis. It regenerates dead tissue back into healthy flesh and blood. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, "I almost forgot about this." A red ball appeared in his hand. The system displayed more information about it. Nose of the wave teaser. Item type, protective gear, made from rotgill fish skin. An elastic, ball-shaped nose covering that makes a squeaking sound when squeezed. It can also vibrate and glow. Effect: emits rotgillfish pheromones, causing a fear effect on small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yuan looked with some disgust at the floating nose of the wave teaser. He imagined himself wearing it and looking like a clown. His face darkened as he thought. At first I wondered if the quest rewards were just that good, or if the game designer just has a weird sense of humor to make something this bizarre drop. Tu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere next to Lin Yuan, covered his mouth and gasped in admiration. "That's so cool, and it even glows." He looked at the nose of the wave teaser with delight. Oh my god, it moves too," Lin Yuan asked doubtfully. "You like this nose?" Tu Ming smiled so hard his eyes squinted. "It's so unique. Great one. Can you sell it to me? Name your price." He broke into a cold sweat at his enthusiasm. Not Trung helplessly placed a hand on Tu Ming's shoulder, embarrassed on his teammate's behalf. He said awkwardly, "Sorry about him. He's always like this." Lin Yuan generously tossed the item to Tu Ming. "It's a gift." Tu Ming quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, let me at least pay you something." Lin Yuan cut in. "No need." In Tu Ming's mind, Lin Yuan had already sprouted angel wings. He was moved to the verge of tears. "Great one, you're truly an angel." The two behind them were speechless. What the hell? Someone would actually pay money for that thing? Later, at the church, two guards stood outside a room. Inside, Lin Yuan poured a green liquid onto a man's chest. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. "What?" Wei shot up, looking at him in utter surprise. "I can't believe you actually managed to collect it." The system's announcement rang out. "You have successfully completed a gold tier quest. The NPC's request has been fulfilled. Received quest reward. Gold tier weapon, the soul purifying blade." Lin Yuan looked at it with satisfaction. Lin Yuan thought, "I've finally obtained the Azure Soul Blade, the first gold tier weapon I ever got in my past life." The details window appeared. Azure Soul Blade, gold tier, weapon type. It adds 150 to attack power and 150 to magic damage. It also gives plus 100 spirit and comes with the skill, Azure Soul Seal. Within a radius of 100 to 150 meters, it inflicts 150% spiritual damage on the target enemy, with no cooldown and no mana cost. The blade is also shrouded in a layer of lightning magic. Its base stats are pretty average, but the attached skill, Azure Soul Seal, is incredibly effective in combat, especially its hidden effect. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened as he imagined striking monsters with the blade. Every attack accumulates Azure Soul energy inside the enemy, and after 3 hits, it triggers an additional 250% spiritual damage. He pictured himself standing on a cliff with this sword, looking down on a sea of defeated foes. Back then, it was the Azure Soul Blade that helped me sweep through the Western Desert, until I reached the pinnacle and became the #1 mage there. Lin Yuan lightly touched the blade, and the system's voice rang in his head. Reputation reward acquired. Plus 1,000 reputation with the main city, plus 500 reputation with the Scorpion Knight's Order. Lin Yuan calculated in his head. The reputation gain was the same as his previous life, leaving him at a neutral standing, but it was enough to operate within the main city. He glanced at the system panel, but then the system announced something else. As your character has completed the quest, you have received an NPC affinity reward. Wei's affinity has increased by 10. Wei looked at his hands joyfully. Lin Yuan thought with suspicion, something seems different this time. The old man looked at him sincerely and said, "I truly can't thank you enough, young man. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been dead in my bed by next month." Lin Yuan replied, politely, "Don't mention it." Wei added, "As a token of my gratitude, there is something I absolutely must warn you about." He wondered suspiciously, did that extra 10 affinity points trigger some kind of hidden plotline? The old man gave a cautious warning. "If you ever meet a man named Gui, you must stay far away from him." Lin Yuan asked, confused. "Gui is my guide." "Why would you say that?" Wei exclaimed in shock. "What? He's your guide?" The old man threw off his blanket and stood up. "Even though you've hidden your class. You're a necromancer, aren't you?" Lin Yuan's face darkened. "How did you know I'm a necromancer?" He thought with doubt. "After I hid my information, not even Gui should have been able to figure out my identity, right?" The old man explained seriously. "I was once a member of the Scorpion Knights, serving directly under the king. We were responsible for carrying out secret missions. Among those missions was hunting down necromancers. For that purpose, I learned a special skill called Sense Darkness." Lin Yuan was skeptical. "Sense Darkness?" Before he could ask more, Wei answered. "Sense Darkness is a unique skill of the Scorpion Knights. Whenever a necromancer appears nearby, I can automatically sense them. The closer they are, the clearer the feeling." Lin Yuan looked at him and asked, "So you've known my identity all along?" He was completely stunned. I can't believe there's a special skill specifically designed to counter necromancers. Wei looked at his own palm in disbelief. No. At first, I was severely poisoned, and my senses were dulled, so I didn't notice. But now that the poison is gone, you carry the unique aura of the Dark Lord. Of course, you couldn't possibly escape my notice. Lin Yuan asked faintly, "The Dark Lord?" The old man began to explain gravely. Then I'll have to start the story from a long, long time ago. Wei began to recount the most famous legend among the immortals. This world once had a total of 5 gods. The god of light, the moon shadow monarch, the goddess of nature, the tidal lord, and the king of spirits. But in reality, from the very beginning, there was a 6th god. A figure in a black cloak and a crow mask appeared in his story, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was also known as the king of the undead, and he was the most powerful being among the 6 gods. And because he was so powerful, the Dark Lord relied on his strength to do as he pleased, fearing nothing. Countless followers knelt before the Dark Lord. He even bestowed immense dark power upon his most loyal believers, causing them to change their class to Necromancer to carry out his divine will. Wei's voice was filled with resentment. Under the Dark Lord's tyrannical rule, the Necromancers not only spread plagues that killed tens of millions of people, his voice grew heavier as he spoke, but they also turned the spirits under their command into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. And so, the major nations began to fight back against the Dark Lord. The temples once used to worship him were destroyed one by one. All records related to him were burned to ashes, and any necromancer, once discovered, would be executed on the spot. From then on, this class was designated as a forbidden class, hated and hunted by all. Wei clutched the shirt over his chest and said, "Years ago, it was because I was poisoned by a necromancer in battle that I was tormented by illness for 10 long years. At first, I thought all I could do was wait for death. Until you appeared." Lin Yuan listened to the end of the story. He frowned, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he thought, "In my past life, I was just a mage. I never imagined such a secret was hidden behind those legends." He recalled his status window. Player, Lin Yuan, level 6, class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter, talent, Summon Darkness, Gate of the Underworld, 35 out of 100, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 49, Spirit 156, Experience 500, 27 out of 8,726. No wonder the Necromancer Hunter is a forbidden class. Good thing I've always stayed hidden. Lin Yuan silently stroked his chin in thought. Things are starting to get complicated. I thought that after clearing my sin points, I could quietly investigate clues about the metal in the Holy City. His eyes sharpened. But now, it seems if I don't quickly find a way to hide this Dark Lord's aura, my identity will be exposed immediately. Lin Yuan asked, "Is there any way to avoid the dark sense of the Scorpion? Night Order?" W's face tensed, his hand clenching into a fist. "Not unless Quincy agrees to help you, but once he finds out your true identity, Quincy will definitely kill you." He added another shocking piece of information. Because years ago, it was a necromancer hunter who killed the wife he loved most. Lin Yuan's expression turned grim. "That's why," he warned. "I'm advising you to stay as far away from him as possible." Sometime later, he walked alone, across the shattered rock desert. Lin Yuan heard the system's voice in his ear. "You have returned to the shattered rock desert. Backtrack." 10 minutes earlier, seeing Lin Yuan leave with a grim look, W had hurriedly tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? You really want to find Quincy? He'd love nothing more than to chop every last necromancer hunter into 100 pieces." He stopped, glancing back at the man. "I have no other choice." Back in the present, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, thinking, "If I carry this dark aura with me, forget the Blan, Holy City. Even going to other maps will probably cause huge trouble. I have to solve this at its root." From out of nowhere, arrows of ice magic came flying towards him as he glanced over warily. "What the?" The ice magic rained down on the desert. Lin Yuan jumped back, dodging the attack. What the hell? He landed safely, one knee bent. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the figures, rushing from the distance, looked like a Mongol horde. Fai Long, leading the group, spoke up. "After leading my men around this godforsaken place for days, we've finally caught you, you little brat." He stood among his men, laughing maliciously. "Last time you tricked me, but this time, I've brought over 30 of my brothers." Fai Hu, carrying a large blade behind Fai Long, sneered. "Let's see how you die, this time." The corner of his mouth curled in contempt. "When your head hits the ground later, make sure you scream nice and loud. I enjoy listening to that." Reconnaissance birds flapped their wings high above, capturing the entire crowded desert scene. Their eyes were essentially super high-definition cameras. A notification pinged on someone's phone. The Blood Crow Guild, which you follow, is now live. Many people sitting on the subway heard Faihu's voice echo from their phones. You lucky viewers managed to catch this broadcast. He rubbed his chin with a wicked grin. Right now, we're about to demonstrate how to slowly disassemble a person, piece by piece. The stream's viewer count jumped from 88 to 123, then shot up to 212. 4 people in. An office watched curiously on their computer. The one in the middle exclaimed in surprise, "What? The Blood Crow Guild is live streaming themselves torturing a weakling again?" Out on the street, everyone was glued to their phones. A guy in a black hat remarked, "Over 30 against 1? Who is this unlucky guy that pissed off these thugs?" In another company office, the person in the middle moved their mouse, looking puzzled. "He looks kind of familiar, doesn't he?" The girl next to him sighed, "This guy's pretty handsome. Too bad he's about to die." At the same time, out in the desert, Lin Yuan nonchalantly rolled his wrist. "Just you two stray. Dogs aren't even enough for a warm-up, and yet you've served yourselves up on a platter. Well then, I'll just have to collect your lives again." After that, scene, the comment section exploded. "So cool. This guy's got guts. Blood Crow Guild. I dare you to say that again. I gotta admit, that was pretty badass. Front row seats here, selling sunflower seeds and drinks, waiting for the slaughter to begin." Fai Long furiously roared, "Get him!" The army of 30 men charged forward on command. A mage unleashed a thunder spell, while an archer took aim from a high vantage point, yelling, "Go die!" The mob, some with axes, some with swords, and even dual blades, flew towards Lin Yuan all at once. A system notification popped up. Malicious ambush detected. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. During this period, killing ambushers will not count towards your sin points. This was all he was waiting for. He smirked, pulling his sword from his inventory. 15 minutes, enough to kill about 3 of them. Lin Yuan summoned a horde of undead. They growled and charged towards Fai Long's group. "My zombie army, time for a little stroll." He looked contemptuously at the purple orb flying towards him. "You call this tiny spark lightning?" On the other side, his elite scorpion undead took down a guy with its stinger. Lightning scorpion zombie is now poisoned. Seeing the situation, turning against them, Fai Long bellowed an order. "All units, attention, warriors, fall back and form a shield wall to protect the mages." The mages focus their attacks on the target. The rogues and archers proceed with harassing strikes. The group retreated and followed his plan, with the shield bearers taking the brunt of the attacks up front. Forming up, the mages slammed their staffs into the sand. The 3 of them combined their formations. Enhancement. The one in front gripped his staff tightly, creating a massive, colossal ball of lightning. He roared, swinging his staff towards Lin Yuan. Streaks of lightning shot out, targeting the elite undead. On another side, 2 marksmen also combined their skills, firing their bows simultaneously. The arrows pierced through the dog-headed undead. They continuously lost several hundred HP. On the screen, the number of online viewers dropped from 212 to 168. The bored viewers commented, "For level 78 elites, these summoned beasts are nothing more than free kills. Let's go. Let's go." As expected, he's just another loudmouth who's all talk. Let's start the betting pool. Place your bets on how many minutes that kid can last. Fai Long sneered contemptuously. "So what if you can summon zombies? Even if you summon as many as last time, under our continuous assault, they'll just be turned into a pile of minced meat." Feihu said smugly, "You're dead for sure today." Lin Yuan showed no signs of fear and sneered. "Is that so?" he asked in confusion. "That guy is smiling." The comments flew by too fast to read, but one stood out above all the rest. "Holy shit, what's happening?" Underneath Fai Long's group, the sand suddenly trembled. Golden sand erupted, attacking the weakly defended mages in the back. They were sucked into a pitch-black pit, crying out for help in terror before the bewildered eyes of their comrades. "Help! We're being attacked by the sand, and now we're surrounded by the dog-headed undead too." The terrified mage's jaw dropped. It moved with bizarre agility, continuously taking down the well-protected mages. They screamed in fear. One shot. He was taken down in one shot. Fall back. The front line was also struggling against the terrifying attack power of the dog-headed undead. Cries for help echoed through the area. "Help me." Fai Long and Feihu's faces turned pale. What? Because of this scene, the number of online viewers shot up from 168 to 302. The bewildered viewers spammed the chat like crazy. "What is this? An underground ambush? Zombies know how to use coordinated tactics now?" I told you to send out the noobs to get beaten up. Who said anything about dismantling them into spare parts? The ground is littered with components now. The surviving mages called out to each other to be careful. The wounds are poisoned. Purify them first, then heal. Before they could finish speaking, they were hit by a skill with immense destructive power, and the one who cast it was none other than Lin Yuan. Behind Lin Yuan, there was a very faint movement. He swung his sword towards that spot with a cold expression, without even needing to turn his head. The assassin, impaled through the stomach by the blade, asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied with contempt, "At least I'm not stupid enough to try and hide on open sand." The undead spirits he summoned were still enthusiastically slaughtering the members of the Blood Crow Guild, as cries of despair rang out one by one. "He's strong! Too strong! The leader's dead! Everyone run!" Fei Hu gripped his sword tightly, breathing heavily with rage. He gnashed his teeth and growled in fury, veins popping on his face, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it! A bunch of useless trash!" Fei Hu brandished his sword and leaped high into the air. "I'll kill you myself." Lin Yuan's brow furrowed, and his lips tightened into a slight smile. Magic gathered around his sword, and a wave of energy carrying skeletal remains flew out. "Then by all means, try." The skulls opened their mouths wide, looking as if they could swallow Fei Hu whole. Hidden soul curse. He froze, stumbling backward in absolute terror. Fei Hu's mouth hung open, his eyes wide as he stared at the skulls. "This is..." Lin Yuan moved like the wind, piercing straight through Fei Hu. Slash. His other foot staggered, landing heavily on the ground. He had also finished casting his skill, landing successfully. Lin Yuan's hair hid his expression, revealing only a faint smile as he stood back to back with Fei Hu. He opened his mouth, cryptically beginning a countdown. 1. Fei Hu's face trembled, beads of sweat forming, as Lin Yuan's voice continued to echo in his ear. 2. When he counted to the final number, Fei Hu's entire body exploded, sending fragments of flesh flying amidst the dust and smoke. Lin Yuan rested his sword on the ground and said with satisfaction, "As expected, my old friend is still the most comfortable to use." On the livestream screen, the current number of online viewers had jumped from 302 to 558. Shocked comments flooded in. "Damn, those special effects must be from the cash shop, right? Fei Hu's threat was just for show. The big shot just set off some fireworks." This incident involves someone who said he wanted to slice someone else up, but ended up getting sliced up himself, like a goddess scattering flowers. Big shot. Are you in need of any accessories? I'm spamming 666. Absolutely god tier. System. Player. Huang Fei Hu has been physically logged out of the live stream. At the scene, Fei Long stood frozen in the middle of it all. The groans of pain mixed with cries for help. Help! He stood there rigidly, as if turned to stone. Am I hallucinating? In Fei Long's eyes was the image of Lin Yuan, like a demon cutting down his men, one by one. It had clearly only been a few days since they last met, yet that kid was just standing there. From the very bottom of his heart, a feeling of terror emerged, a feeling like he was facing a demon from hell itself. After dealing with the minions, Lin Yuan shot a sharp glare behind him. Fei Long's entire body was trembling. He could barely stand as his voice became desperate. Don't kill me. Save me." He coldly pulled the sword from a soldier's back. Lam Uyen slowly walked towards the man and said, "Now, you will take this sword and drive it into Fei Long's head. It's your turn to taste despair." The man fell backwards as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Watching Fei Long collapse completely, his body emitting a blue light, Lam Uyen said flatly, "It's over." His crimson eyes narrowed as he heard a buzzing sound by his ear. A livestream drone flew over. Lam Uyen casually raised his hand. Almost forgot. He unleashed a spell, blowing the livestream drone into tiny fragments. Lam Uyen stood there nonchalantly as pieces of the device rained down on his head. Finally, some peace and quiet. Beneath a dark sky full of twinkling stars, in a towering villa somewhere on Blue Star, a netizen cried out in confusion. Why did the god-tier player even blow up the livestream drone? Another person left a comment. Does anyone know who that master is? Someone else replied immediately, I know. He's the same master who killed the Death Direwolf before. I was there at the scene. All of this was seen by a young man being attended to by 2 servants. On the computer screen, people were still leaving comments non-stop. Where is the master right now? I want to meet him. Looks like a gravel desert. The Mercenary Guild has already issued an S-rank invitation. The mysterious young man gripped his wine glass, growling each syllable, Lam Uyen. At the same time, in the immortal Black Sand town, Quincy was fast asleep, hugging a wooden barrel. Lam Uyen casually opened the door. He recognized the sound, and his eyes snapped open. "It's you again." Quincy raised his wine jug, his voice slurring as he refused. "Not getting up. Not getting up. I've got enough wine money. Too lazy to move today." Lam Uyen didn't seem to care, stating coolly, "I need to talk to you." The system screen displayed a line of text. "Cancel job concealment." His information panel appeared in full detail. Player, Lam Uyen. Level, 11. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Dark Summoning Art. Gate to the Underworld, 35 out of 100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. Experience points, 527 out of 8,726. The wine jug fell to the ground, shattering with a crash. Blood vessels spiderwebbed across the man's eyes. "You're a necromancer." The room fell unnaturally silent. The two stared at each other intently. Quincy spoke first, hissing out each word. "How many years has it been?" He activated his own ability, Necromancer Hunter. Quincy's eyes turned blue as the element of lightning swirled around him. "And you still dare to show your face before me?" Quincy converted all the resentment he had bottled up over the years into power and unleashed it. The surrounding wine barrels were obliterated by the blast, and lightning fell from above like meteors, cracking the very ground. Yet not a single one of his attacks managed to hit Lam Uyen. His eyes widened in shock. So fast. Quincy gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as the man's shadow moved like the wind. Suddenly, Lam Uyen appeared right in front of him. The sword was pointed directly at his neck. Seeing the blade just inches away from him, Quincy froze solid. His eyes were sharp, his voice carrying the weight of a command. "Can we have a civilized conversation now?" The man secretly clenched his fist, admitting defeat as he spoke. "What is it that you want?" And so, we return to Lam Uyen's flashback. Quincy sighed in concession. "Fine. If you insist on going, take this clue as a token of my gratitude." In the past, under the shadow of the Lord of Darkness, the immortal world was plunged into endless despair. To uphold justice, Quincy, along with his wife, launched a war against the Necromancer, the Lord of Darkness's closest subordinate. After a bloody battle, the Necromancer was defeated, but Quincy's wife, who had been gravely injured while saving him, was afflicted by the spirit's death curse. Her soul was tainted by the forces of darkness, turning her into a creature with no memories, forever unable to pass on. He watched with his own eyes as the wife he loved turned into a monster, screaming in agony. No. To break the death curse and save his wife, the only way was to personally destroy her tainted soul. But since that battle, Quincy had been so injured that he could no longer even hold a sword steady. Everyone thought Quincy would simply drink his sorrows away until the end of his days. He spent his days in a drunken stupor, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. A quest that could save his wife. Those on the side of justice would receive his life's treasure, and any necromancer would receive the method to break the perception of darkness. It was a secret treasure he had obtained from the corpse of a dead necromancer. Quincy planned to use the prize as bait. He would save his wife and break the curse, while making the remaining necromancers pay with their blood. But of the 158 people who accepted the quest, not a single one has survived to this day. Returning to the present, Lam Uyen pointed his sword at Quincy threateningly. "Tell me, what is your quest?" The man lowered his head slightly, letting out a sharp breath. "Very well. You've come knocking on my door yourself. I was starting to worry that no one has played with my beloved wife for a while now." Just then, a system screen appeared with the text, "Quest commissioned by Quincy has been detected. Accept. Quest name, unnamed, wife's soul. Objective, help the NPC's wife find release so she can rest in peace. Time limit, 10 days. Quest difficulty, silver." He glanced at it and answered with a single word, "Accept." Lin Yuan turned his back and left without a word. Gui scrambled to his feet, saying, "Well, good luck to you. Who knows, maybe you really can complete my quest." Behind his back, the man flashed a vile smirk, thinking, "Of course, that's assuming you make it back with your body in one piece." A short while later, at the Sanctuary of the Departed, north of Black Sand Town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed through the hallway. His blazing red eyes lit up. He had used a night vision potion. Lin Yuan was escorted by 2 alpha wolves, with a scorpion bringing up the rear. He moved with extreme caution. The Sanctuary of the Departed consisted of 5 floors. All the deceased NPCs from Black Sand Town were buried here. Suddenly, a mutant leaped out from a coffin. It lunged toward Lin Yuan, snarling. But before it could even get close, the mutant was impaled by the necro-scorpion's stinger. He stared at its corpse, thinking to himself, on top of that, undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and phantoms also pop up here from time to time. The levels of these undead monsters increase with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor is all level 1 to 3 zombies, the lowest tier. The second floor has level 4 to 6 skeletons. The monsters on the third floor are phantoms, ranging from level 7 to 9. The monsters on the fourth floor are level 10 ghouls. The necro wolf, holding a torch, stopped in front of a dimensional gate. An unmistakable excitement gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes as the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. Well then, I'll just clear all 4 floors in one go. Lin Yuan reached the 4th floor with ease. The dark space was utterly silent. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Finally, Lin Yuan stopped in front of the 4th floor funeral home. He stood at the entrance, observing with extreme vigilance. Peering into the pitch-black darkness, he saw dozens of glowing red eyes. Lin Yuan had a feeling he wasn't just hearing things. Ghouls appeared out of nowhere, activating their wall-crawling skill. From another direction, 3 more emerged, activating an inverted shred skill. Lin Yuan did a quick count. There were more than a dozen of them. The system panel popped up with their details. Elite Ghoul, level 10, HP 2000, attack 400, defense 40. Skills: Venomous Bite, Wall Crawling, Inverted Shred. His gaze sharpened as he commanded in a powerful voice, "Charge." The moment the words left his mouth, the elite scorpion Undead activated its Pincer Crush skill, smashing the ghouls with a ground-shaking blow. It let out another ferocious snarl. The orb at the end of its tail began to crackle with lightning. The elite scorpion Undead whipped its tail violently at the ghouls, sending them flying. Sword in hand, Lin Yuan flew in to join the fun. Slash. He moved in a zigzag pattern, decapitating the ghouls before they even knew what hit them. He came to a stop, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Some were sliced in half, others were impaled straight into the ground. One ghoul was still struggling, trying to crawl away. Lin Yuan coldly brought his foot down, crushing its head. Almost missed one. The monsters lay in pieces all over the floor. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. That was much faster than I expected," he thought to himself. He noticed his jackal-headed undead's eyes light up at the sight of the ghoul corpses. Lin Yuan thought with a hint of regret. "It's a shame. My dark corpse control works on zombies, but it has no effect whatsoever on these kinds of undead monsters." A dark purple energy suddenly materialized behind him. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in alarm as he cautiously glanced over his shoulder. A column of purple magic shot straight at him from out of nowhere. Lin Yuan leaped into the air, fortunately managing to slice the attack in 2 with his sword. What the hell was that? He felt that something was terribly wrong. Gritting his teeth in fear, he muttered, "Oh, crap." Lin Yuan was completely enveloped by the energy, with no strength left to resist. He found himself in a place lit by eerie blue flames. Atop a set of stairs stood a stone statue of a demon with its mouth agape. The column of dark purple energy was firing from that empty space. Dragged along by the dark energy, Lin Yuan stabbed his sword into the ground to anchor himself. He quickly scanned his surroundings. High above his head hung a coffin, tightly bound by pitch-black iron chains to a large ring. A look of utter disbelief crossed his face. Was I teleported to another area? Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair and long, crimson claws. She licked her lips, a demonic smile playing on her face. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." A massive explosion rang out as the female demon broke free from the coffin. The chains were shattered and sent flying. She declared arrogantly, "The delicious smell of fresh flesh and blood." The system panel displayed her detailed information. Vengeful Spirit, Lord Class. Level 18. HP 6000. Attack 800. Defense 200. Skills: Corpse Flower Bloom, Banshee's Wrath, Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan raised an arm to shield himself from the flying debris. "Is this the 5th floor?" The vengeful spirit cackled madly as she flew toward him. "I'm going to rip you to shreds." Lin Yuan quickly raised his blade to block her attack. Vines suddenly shot out from behind the vengeful spirit. A system notification popped up. The boss has activated the skill, Corpse Flower Bloom. All the vines had a single target, Lin Yuan. He jumped back to evade them. Lin Yuan landed a safe distance away as the sharp thorns on the vines plunged into the ground where he had just been standing. It instantly turned toxic. The resentful spirit then commanded the vines to attack him. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "This poison is corrosive." 2. Debris flew everywhere. Facing this level of attack, he gripped the hilt of his sword, his resolve hardening. Lin Yuan decisively sliced through all the incoming vines. "Useless against me." He continued to sever the resentful spirit's tendrils one after another. Dark, resentful energy clung to his blade. Her body began to crack and crumble. Terrified, she threw an arm over her face. The resentful spirit clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she let out a guttural growl. She unleashed a mighty scream, and rings of resentful energy pulsed out from her body. A system notification popped up. The boss has activated the Banshee's Wail skill. Lin Yuan was nearly blown off his feet. This is an AoE skill. No, wait. She's summoning something. The resentful spirit's shriek echoed throughout the space. A faint purple miasma seeped out, creeping through every crack in the doors. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening as a bony white hand reached out from a wooden door. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened. Could it be? He watched in astonishment as skeletons hacked their way through the door. The NPCs from Black Sandtown. They're all buried here. Seeing the life force rising from the shattered debris on the ground, Lin Yuan mused, it's not just them. Besides the original townspeople, these must also be the challengers who failed the Quincy quest. He frowned in annoyance, sinking into a fighting stance. Damn it, that hag is trying to resurrect them. Skeletons crawled out from their crypts, screaming endlessly. Though his face was partially hidden by his hair, Lin Yuan's rage was clearly visible. There's definitely more than one of them behind that door. I can't believe this boss can even resurrect all these skeletons. He summoned his cynocephaly undead and gave the order, all of you, out now. Pointing his sword, Lin Yuan commanded coldly, block that doorway. Immediately, one of the cynocephaly warriors rushed forward, using its scythe to bar the entrance. He quickly calculated his strategy. First, I'll use the zombie army as cannon fodder to hold them back. Plus, the bloodthirsty state. On another side, the scorpion demon undead also received orders to block a doorway. The cynocephaly chieftain grabbed the vines with its bare hands. Alongside the scorpion demon undead, its eyes glowed fiercely, fearlessly launching a relentless assault on the vines. Enter bloodthirsty state. The cynocephaly chieftain gripped its weapon, letting out a continuous growl. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. In an ice-cold tone, he called out, Elite cynocephaly chieftain, Lei Shui. Go, he commanded. At his word, the undead legion charged forward with ferocious courage, launching their attack on the resentful spirit. Together, activate Pincer Earthshatter and activate Heavy Strike. She was struck hard by the massive tail of the scorpion demon undead. The resentful spirit was sent flying into a wall, shattering the surrounding stonework. She looked up in astonishment. Chunks of rock came crashing down from above, right where she was, but she emerged from the rubble on a bed of vines, laughing smugly. Lin Yuan was shocked by the resentful spirit's incredible power. Seeing her gloating from above, he quickly recalled the information he had on her. A resentful spirit is a ghost-type monster. Her body can phase through structures, and she's immune to 50% of all physical damage. But she also takes double damage from magic. Having grasped the resentful spirit's weakness, Lin Yuan focused power into his sword. Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of slashes as he advanced, but she still dodged with ease. Fine then. I'll just have to use the soul purging seal to deal some damage. The resentful spirit showed no fear, evading his attacks effortlessly. Watching her, he wondered in dismay. How did her speed suddenly increase so much? His eyes also darted to where the cynocephaly undead were holding back the skeletons. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yuan's face. The NPCs in this tomb could break through his zombies' defensive line at any moment. I need to end this fast. He pulled a ring from his inventory. First, I need to find a way to restrict her movement. Lin Yuan clenched his fist around the ring, and tiny bolts of lightning sparked from it. The system screen displayed the information for the equipped item. Paralysis ring. Rarity, silver. Type, accessory. Effect, HP plus 100. Mana plus 100. Agility plus 15, spirit plus 15. Additional skill, paralysis toxin. When equipped, attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds upon activation. Lin Yuan lunged toward the resentful spirit, sword in hand. As soon as he was in range, he activated the supplementary skill, paralysis toxin. Caught off guard, the resentful spirit was struck by Lin Yuan's paralysis toxin. Just then, a system notification appeared. Target hit. Paralysis. Toxin activated. He leaped into the air again, bringing his sword down for another strike. This isn't over yet. She couldn't cast her spell in time, and could only brace for impact. The resentful spirit was slammed back into the crumbling wall. The vines were also sliced to pieces. There's my chance. Lin Yuan landed, stomping the ground and sending a wave of broken earth and rock flying towards her. The resentful spirit nimbly leaped down, narrowly dodging the attack. Not bad, he remarked. My luck's not bad, Lam Uyen concluded to himself. As expected, after being hit by the Azure Soul Seal, the creature's speed had slowed down. He summoned the corpse of the deceased dire wolf and pointed to the sky, giving it a command. The vicious wolf's howl. The undead dire wolf threw its head back and roared, activating the skill Vicious Wolf's Howl. The hateful wraith was struck by the skill. The system prompted, target stunned. Lam Uyen began to channel power into his sword. Although the stun only lasted for 5 seconds, that was more than enough. He moved like lightning, swinging his sword in a blur, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. How many of my strikes can you take? She struggled helplessly to parry the blows. The system screen continuously displayed HP deductions, minus 280. The hateful wraith raged, veins bulging on her face. The system kept announcing damage, minus 280. Even a cornered rat will bite. She threw her head back, deciding to unleash her final attack. Ping! Sensing the danger, the system warned Lam Uyen, boss is activating the corpse explosion skill. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted. Purple lightning filled the entire space. The zombies he had summoned were all struck down by the divine lightning, and the crypt was filled with dust and smoke. A moment later, when the hateful wraith's magic subsided, Lam Uyen stood in the center, shielded by his pack of cynocephaly undead, completely unscathed. He planted his sword in the rubble to steady himself. Corpse explosion. That's a think she directly detonated the NPC zombies to blow up the entire tomb. Now, Lam Uyen was left with only the elite scorpion undead, the cynocephaly chief, and the deceased dire wolf. He looked at her, painfully calculating his losses. His zombie legion was down to just 3. It was truly a heavy loss. The hateful wraith sank to her knees. Lam Uyen stood firm, his gaze sharpening as he said in a solemn tone, "Now, it's time to end you." Lam Uyen summoned a swarm of skeletal heads and charged forward with his sword to attack her, before vanishing. The swarm of skulls flew forward, impaling the hateful wraith's abdomen. Her eyes widened at the powerful stream of magic as she let out a pained, tremendous scream. No. The system continuously flashed warnings. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health, 300. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health, 200. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health, 100. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health, 30. Congratulations on killing the hateful wraith. You have received 800 experience points. Lam Uyen landed gently on the ground. Standing alone amidst the rubble, he said in disbelief, "It's over." Small orbs of light gathered in one spot, catching Lam Uyen's eye. The spirit of Kwai's wife bowed gracefully and said sincerely, "Thank you, brave human." Then, her soul began to dissipate. Before departing, she offered a smile of relief. Lam Uyen reached out and gathered the light source into his palm. A golden ring with a purple stone materialized, and the system screen displayed its information. Ring of True Love. Quest item. Cannot be discarded, cannot be sold. Note: this is the engagement ring that Qui gave to his wife, a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, thinking with a tinge of disappointment. Is this ring the only thing that dropped from the boss? Suddenly, a red book with a demonic symbol on its cover appeared. It radiated a murderous aura, and faint clinking sounds echoed from it. Lam Uyen stared at the book in disbelief. This is? Holding the book in his hand, Lam Uyen was inwardly amazed. To think that the corpse explosion the hateful wraith had just used was an exclusive skill of the Necro Reaper class. The system immediately announced, Corpse Explosion, Gold Tier, Learning Condition, Necro Reaper class only. Looking at the book, he pondered for a moment, wondering if it was because the sealer was a confidant of the Dark Lord. Then, streams of light emanated from the book and enveloped Lam Uyen. The system chimed in. Skill book is being automatically absorbed into the player's memory. The book in Lam Uyen's hand vanished, turning into a pillar of light that merged with his body. The system's voice rang out again. Corpse Explosion. Gold Tier. Level 1. Effect. Detonates one zombie, dealing fire damage. Deals damage equal to 60% of its health to surrounding enemies. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0 out of 1. Hearing the system announcement, Lam Uyen couldn't help but let out a small smile. Although this skill consumes zombies, its attack power and range are excellent. It was a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar Black G-Town, Lam Uyen held out the ring to Qui. The old man looked at him in surprise. Is this the engagement ring I gave her all those years ago? Taking the ring in his hand, he couldn't help but reminisce about the times he spent with his beloved. In the moments a soul is sealed, it has no consciousness. Only upon its release can it recover its memories and drop the item it cherished most in life. His voice trembling slightly, Kui asked, "My wife. When she passed on, she was no longer suffering, was she?" Lam Uyen kept his hand extended and replied, "That's right," his hand trembling as he held the ring. The old man couldn't stop the tears as he recalled the image of his wife. "That's good, then." He bowed his head slightly. "With gratitude," he said. "To think that in the end, it was a necromancer, the very thing I despise most, who helped me resolve my regrets. Regardless, I will forever remember this kindness." Then, a wooden box appeared in his hands. Opening the box, inside was a crown, radiating a dark aura. "The time has come to fulfill my promise." The system notification chimed once again. Crown of Darkness, a special headgear type equipment. Effect 1. After equipping, your evil value becomes invisible. Effect 2. Conceals dark aura, making it undetectable. Note: exclusive equipment for necromancers, cannot be sold, cannot be destroyed. Holding the jet black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think. Although the Crown of Darkness doesn't come with any additional effects, hiding my sin value and dark aura is exactly what I need most. Thinking back on all the monsters he had hunted down, with this, he could deal with the trouble from the bound, Manticore Knights, and he wouldn't have to be so restricted when operating in the main city. At that moment, the system posed a question. Does the player choose to equip the Crown of Darkness? Lin Yuan immediately replied, yes. Instantly, streams of dark green energy enveloped him. Then, the crown automatically fitted itself onto Lin Yuan's head. Have I finally gotten one step closer to the truth? He stepped outside, walking through the town of Feng Shui Cha, where guilds were recruiting members. There were countless guilds, big and small, but as for the ones truly worthy of being called major powers, he looked at the list the system had provided. Number 1, the Rage Guild. Number 2, the Illusory Water Moon Guild. Number 3, the Starless Wolf Guild. Number 4, the Saints Hymn Guild. Number 5, the Eternity Guild. Number 10, the Black Tree Guild. He wondered to himself, only 10 guilds. Could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking, right now, I'm just a newcomer to Feng Shui Cha. Trying to get close to these major guilds won't be easy at all. Walking down the street, he constantly looked around. Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity first. Suddenly, he felt someone watching him. Lin Yuan immediately changed direction and entered a small alley. The moment the person stepped inside, he had completely vanished. Suddenly, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his neck from behind. Lin Yuan's dangerous voice echoed from behind. Who are you? The man's voice trembled slightly. It turned out to be Xu Ming. He lunged forward joyfully. Yuan Shen, it really is you. Stunned, he instinctively dodged to the side, causing Xu Ming to tumble to the ground. Lin Yuan asked, somewhat exasperated, "It's you?" Sitting on the ground, he rubbed his leg, with a wounded expression. Yuan Shen, you still remember me? Lin Yuan immediately became wary, his gaze sharpening. You even know my name? Xu Ming quickly stood up and said proudly, back then, when I was scrolling through the live stream of that, Blood Something Guild, I recognized you right away. He recalled sitting there, reading tons of comments on the screen. It took me forever to find a trace of you, Yuan Shen, among tens of thousands of comments. Xu Ming rubbed his nose, his voice smug. And then I spent another 2 million to upgrade to my corporation's latest facial recognition system just to confirm that it was you. Now, praise me, Lin Yuan asked in disbelief. 2 million? Just to find me? He scratched his head, a little confused. Is that a lot? My Han Corporation spends millions on routine system checks. All the time. He frowned slightly, calculating in his head. The Han Corporation? That $100 billion giant that dominates the global high-tech market? This guy has a background like that. What else does he know? Should I finish him right here? Xu Ming's eyes shone like stars as he raised both hands, full of excitement. Yuan Shen, let's form a party. There's an S-rank hunt in the Bloodscale Cave tomorrow. As he charged forward, his foot slipped after tripping on a rock. I heard someone discovered a god lizard's molting nest. Xu Ming lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold as he turned to leave. Go away. Don't follow me. Whatever. Why bother haggling with this idiot? After a brief pause, he sat down, cross-legged, and burst out laughing. Besides, a god-tier master like you, who can solo wipe the Blood Crow Guild's elite team like it's nothing, doesn't need to party up anyway. Seeing Lin Yuan still indifferent, Xu Ming rubbed his head and sighed dramatically. For this hunt, 3 teams from the Black Tree Guild will be there to test out the newcomers. If you make an outstanding impression, you might just get your chance. He silently opened his system panel to check. Guild 0720, Guild 0820. Guild 0920. Black Tree Guild, number 10. He stood up, a look of mock suffering on his face. Looks like I'll just have to go try my luck alone. While Xu Ming was looking dejected, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The specific time. Hearing that, his face lit up with joy as he turned back. He turned back impatiently, stating coldly, I said, what is the specific departure time for the hunt? After hearing that, he dropped to his knees and lunged forward, trying to hug Lin Yuan's leg. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Yuan Shen, you agreed? Feeling annoyed, he quickly covered Xu Ming's mouth. Just call me Lin Yuan. He glanced over and saw the guy's face turning red, struggling to breathe. But, we need to prepare before we leave. For a moment, Lam Uyen's eyes flew wide open, filled with surprise. Elsewhere, a skull hovered in midair, as if surveying its surroundings. The skull, impaled on a tree amidst a thick cloud of dust, spoke, This is the camp of the vulture bandits. Suddenly, a colossal explosion rocked the area. On the ground, the vultures lay sprawled out and defeated. In the center of it all stood Lam Uyen, observing with a cold gaze. The Lord must be just ahead. He lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. The system immediately initiated a scan and displayed a notification. Undead Vulture, Bandit, Level 12, HP 1600, Attack 250, Defense 70, Skills, Curved Throwing Knife, Undead Body. They surrounded Lam Uyen while he stood his ground, his hands poised and ready. Bring it on. When Lam Uyen turned, the vultures remained terrifyingly still and silent. A moment later, they all raised their heads and let out a deafening screech. Instantly, their eyes turned bloodshot as they emitted horrifying caws. He swung his cloak, whipping it forward. Go! And just like that, the undead vultures and his own forces crashed into each other. In a frantic melee, one vulture shot up into the air, a throwing knife launching straight from its talons. Skill activated. Curved. Throwing knife. Lam Uyen watched with a cold gaze as the knife flew towards him. It slammed into the ground, sending earth and stone flying. The vulture widened its eyes in suspicion, looking around, but there was no sign of him. Lam Uyen suddenly appeared behind it, delivering a vicious slash. In an instant, he was a blur of blades, slaughtering every vulture in his path. I'll be taking your lives now. You have successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit ×3. You have successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit ×6. You have successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit ×10. The last one collapsed to the ground, right behind Lam Uyen. His eyes scanned forward, a hint of suspicion in them. The Vulture Bandit Lord was nowhere to be seen on his high throne. He had vanished. Suddenly, the creature appeared from behind, lunging at Lam Uyen. Vulture Bandit Lord, Lord Tier, Level 19, HP 6200, Attack 820, Defense 220, Skills, Curved Throwing Knife, Stealth, Backstab. Skill activated, Backstab. He stood still, his hands moving slightly as he began to activate a skill. Skill activated, Corpse Explosion Technique. Hordes of undead vultures swarmed in from all directions, surrounding him. Die. Lam Uyen's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light. From the sky above, a violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. As the dust settled, the Lord was still intact, merely choking slightly. Lam Uyen bent his knees and shot up into the round air. Rushing forward at high speed, he zipped towards the vulture, a powerful aura emanating from his hands. Lam Uyen's eyes blazed, exuding a terrifying coldness. This move, Phantom Fist Arts, is in effect. He swung his silver glowing fist straight forward. A powerful punch flew straight into the creature's body, causing the vulture's eyes to roll back in pain. I'm sending you to hell. The blow sent it hurtling to the ground, kicking up a straight line of billowing dust. When he landed, Lam Uyen still held his pose. You have killed the Vulture Bandit Lord. It's over. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. With a swift motion, he opened the system panel, and a notification appeared. Dark Curse, Gold Tier, Level 3. Effect: deals 20% of max HP as damage to a target, or restores 20% HP to a zombie. Mana cost: 60, cooldown 6 seconds, proficiency 20 out of 300. Corpse Explosion Technique, Gold Tier, Level 2. Effect: detonates one zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies equal to 80% of its own max HP. Mana cost 100, cool, down 10 seconds. Proficiency 2 out of 100. Dark Curse, Gold Tier, Level 3. Effect: deals 20% of max HP as damage to a target, or restores 20% HP to a zombie. Mana cost 60, cooldown 6 seconds, pro, Efficiency 20 out of 300. Corpse explosion technique. Gold tier. Level 2. Effect. Detonates 1 zombie. Dealing fire damage to nearby enemies equal to 80% of its own max HP. Mana cost 100. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 2 out of 100. A system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to confirm using a skill scroll to upgrade this skill. Or not? Lam Uyen reached out and accepted. Yes. After completing the action, he stood still, lost in thought. The effect is pretty good. I used a skill scroll to level up Dark Curse once before, and now it's gone straight to level 3. I also managed to level up Corpse Explosion technique as well. His face grew thoughtful. As for my zombie army, it's sufficient for now. Obtained 130 beast-type zombies. The system continued its announcement. Vulture, Bandit, Chieftain Zombie. Level 15, HP 3500, Attack 500, Defense 100, Skills, Curved Blade, Headshot, Stealth, Undead Aura, Vulture Bandit, Lord Zombie. Level 19, HP 6200, Attack 820, Defense 220, Skills, Curved Blade, Headshot, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand. Attacks are imbued with an additional 20 points of poison damage. Skills, Curved Blade, Headshot, Stealth, Backstab, Undead Aura, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand. Attacks are imbued with an additional 20 points of poison damage. Lam Uyen's eyes lit up, filled with a sense of power. So, after the Vulture Bandit Lord was reborn as a zombie, it actually gained an extra skill? He suddenly recalled his fight with the giant wolf. Back then, when the giant wolf died and was revived, it also gained something extra. The new skill of Rachino the Immortal, Howling Storm Evil Wolf, deals 400% damage to surrounding enemies and stuns them. Heart of the Colossus increases the owner's health points. Claw of Death boosts the owner's attack power, and Wrath of the Undying increases critical hit chance by 20%. Lin Yuan continued to analyze and speculate on each possibility. Could it be that reviving a Lord-level monster grants it an extra skill? That sounds very interesting. As he was thinking, the system chimed in. The hunt you are participating in will officially begin in 2 hours. Hearing this, he just smirked. Lin Yuan enthusiastically flicked his tattered cloak and prepared to set off. The scene shifts to a deep forest, where the Bloodwood Cave is located. He shielded his eyes in annoyance from a dazzling light. He was looking at Xu Ming, who was striking ridiculous poses up ahead in a set of armor as bright as gold. Is he cosplaying a gilded knight statue or something? Master Uwen, I spent 50 gold coins to have a master blacksmith specially craft this super armor. Don't worry, I absolutely won't hold you back today. But just as he said that, Xu Ming's belt couldn't take it anymore and snapped. He kept rambling on, not even noticing that his pants had already slipped down. Suddenly, Xu Ming paused, sensing something was wrong, and fell silent. Lin Yuan pointed, trying to hold back his laughter as he teased him. This is the first time I've ever seen armor that comes in separate pieces like this. Very unique. He pulled his pants up while walking, trying to justify it. The blacksmith said, this was the latest model. As he was speaking, the helmet on Xu Ming's head fell down, covering his eyes. He struggled to get it off, but couldn't. Wait, I can't see. Master Uyen, help me. Xu Ming stumbled over someone's foot and let out a terrified scream. His head slammed into something incredibly hard. The impact caused the latch on Xu Ming's helmet to finally pop open. As he regained his vision, he dazedly looked up, only to see a massive figure with a ferocious face staring down at him. Zhao Kui tried to force a smile, but it only made him look more terrifying. He asked, "Are you all right?" A system notification appeared. Zhao Kui, captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd team, level 15 warrior. Xu Ming froze on the spot, cold sweat pouring down as his heart pounded. Wait, why is this guy clearly smiling? But I feel like I've just been bitten by a poisonous snake? Is it an illusion? Suddenly, from behind, a hand grabbed him firmly by the collar. So impatient, Lin Yuan said with a serious face. Hurry up and take off that stupid gear. Xu Ming just rubbed his head and gave a foolish laugh. Oh, right. Zhao Kui glanced over at him, his fierce expression unchanged, and snorted inwardly. Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm and unafraid, looking Zhao Kui straight in the eye. This made him grind his teeth as anger flared up inside him. This brat, daring to look at me like that. He's really getting on my nerves. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, you two. Huang Yu appeared with a large group, shouting loudly. Which one of you is named Xu Ming? He held a resume in his hand, his eyes scanning Lin Yuan's group. Huang Yu's gaze was fixed on the paper, and then he raised his hand, pointing straight at him. It's you, isn't it? The one with the ridiculous outfit. As he finished speaking, Huang Yu's entire group burst into scornful laughter. What kind of fashion sense is that? Look at his shiny golden armor. Is he trying to cosplay something ridiculously over the top? Xu Ming calmly stepped forward, pushed his hand aside, and smiled, without a trace of anger. That's me. That's me. The guy with the ridiculous outfit. You three must be the bosses from the Black Tree Guild, right? Oh, that's right. This is my friend. Before he could finish his sentence, the tip of a sword shot out and pointed directly at him. Huang Yu sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. All right, we're not interested in the names of some rookies. Remember this clearly. The only reason we're letting you bring someone along isn't because you paid double the registration fee. It's because our captain is especially merciful. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze, remaining completely silent. Zhao Kui stepped up, moving to one side as he spoke. What are you doing? You should be a little more friendly to our new friends. He chuckled dryly. I was just joking. Captain Huang Yu calmly sheathed his sword. He tilted his chin up in a clear warning. Don't get arrogant just because our captain is easygoing. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Got it? Xu Ming nodded obsequiously. Yes, we'll definitely do our best. Yan Cheng, standing behind them, clapped his hands loudly. Everyone, stand straight. I'll now officially begin the roll call. He stood behind them, fidgeting awkwardly. I'm so nervous. I can't believe we're actually going on a mission with members of a major guild. He remained silent. Are these really the players participating in an S-rank hunt? Up ahead, Huang Yu frowned. Are you sure your gear is okay? It's not going to break halfway through, is it? At this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and thought. They all look like newbies who just arrived in the main city. He walked ahead and stepped into the cave. All right, now that everyone's here, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's get ready to move out. Stopping in his tracks, Zhao Kui said with cold eyes. Everyone, rest assured, when you're with the Black Tree Guild, even the Grim Reaper himself has to step aside. Everything will be perfectly safe. After hearing this, everyone moved forward in unison. After a loud, clear shout, he walked ahead. Tu Ming could only see him holding a red flag, smiling like a fool. Tu Ming turned around and called out to him, God Yuan, keep up. I heard this cave even has glowing slimes. Seeing this, Huang Wu was speechless. My God, is this guy here for a picnic? He thought. He calmly walked forward, not responding at all. As he got closer, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his interest. I can smell a very exciting scent. In the blink of an eye, the group entered the Bloodscale Cave. A moment later, they had to stop, as multiple paths appeared ahead of them. So soon? There's already a fork in the road. And we haven't even encountered a single iron-eating lizard on the way here. These iron-eating lizards are nocturnal, so it's very likely they're currently resting deep inside the cave. One of them raised his hand and asked doubtfully, Captain Zhao, which path do you think we should take? He didn't show any impatience, smirking instead. I think it's best if we split up. As soon as he finished, they all protested. Split up? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Yeah. What if we run into a level 16 elite? Wu Hui stepped between them, speaking in a gentle tone to mediate. Quiet down, everyone. Quiet down. Actually, to ensure the safety of this operation, our captain already led us on a scouting mission beforehand. When you all met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting before regrouping. He furrowed his brow, annoyed and disbelieving what he had just heard. What? Captain Zhao already scouted ahead? With a cold look in his eyes, he stood blocking the cave entrance and nodded. That's right. After our scouting this morning, of these three paths, the middle one has very distinct pheromones from the iron-eating lizards. The risk of a surprise attack is extremely high, while the other two paths are actually very safe. Zhao Kui rambled on. The more dangerous the place, the higher the chance of finding valuable discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and everyone's safety, I've decided that our Black Tree Guild will take the middle path. The rest of you can take the side paths. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes, his fleeting smile full of deceit. What does everyone think? They still believed Zhao Kui's words completely. As expected of a major guild, so meticulous in every action. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third team, the highest-ranking senior among us, after all. In contrast, Lin Yuan pointed to the other side. We'll take the left path. Hearing his words, Zhao Kui sneered. Of course, that's not a problem. So, does anyone want to go with them? The others looked at Tu Ming and his companion, still a bit worried. Those two? Wu Hui spoke hesitantly. One of them gives off a weird vibe, doesn't seem very reliable. The other one. He looked him up and down, sizing him up. Korda's just some freak with a cocky expression. Look, he's even hiding his level in class. He's probably afraid of losing face because they're too low. But I think he looks pretty cool. Then you go with him. Zhao Kui overheard their discussion and couldn't help but mock them again. It seems you two aren't very popular. Unfortunately, even though I'm the captain of this operation, I can't force anyone. Lin Yuan ignored those words and glanced back. Let's go. Zhao Kui stared at the backs of the two as they entered the cave. A contemptuous smile formed on his lips. Two clueless idiots. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hung jaggedly from the ceiling as drops of water silently trickled down. The silently falling drops of water gathered into a small puddle on the ground. The two of them stepped cautiously, moving deeper into the cave. Walking behind, Tu Ming held his sword and shield, a hint of fear in his eyes. God Yuan, the temperature is dropping too fast. It feels strange. Moreover, fear had turned his face pale. I feel like I'm being watched, and the feeling is getting stronger. Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, emphasizing each word slightly. So, you finally noticed? There is indeed something here. Hearing this, Tu Ming felt a surge of panic. What? But, didn't Captain Zhao say he scouted this path and it was very safe? He curled his lip into a sarcastic smile. You actually believe him? An S rank, leading a group of rookies. It's obvious he wants to use living people as bait to clear the path. Tu Ming looked at him with a doubtful expression. God Yuan, then why didn't you expose him earlier? Lin Yuan glanced at the wall, noticing small, shimmering water bubbles. His fist tightened slightly, crushing the water bubble. He then suddenly ripped the object off the wall and threw it forward. Because I also wanted to see just how many fish we could bait. From the darkness ahead, a strange sound echoed. Pairs of bloodshot red eyes gleamed in the darkness. Something interesting. From the shadows, lizards began to crawl out one by one. Iron-eating lizard, elite. Level 16. HP 3,300. Attack 440. Defense 100. Skills: Iron Tail Sweep, Wall Breaker, Corrode. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above. In an instant, a vortex of fire erupted, swirling violently. The flames surged, heading straight for them and incinerating everything in their path. From another direction, Huang Wu charged forward like a bolt of lightning, launching an attack, charging towards it. Before the lizard could counterattack, he immediately swung his sword and landed a strike. You fools, witness my power. After he was done, Huang Wu turned back and gave Zhao Kui a confident smile. Captain, those decoys are luring the monsters for us. By splitting their combat power, things are much easier now. They really fell for those lies about scouting the path. He powerfully swung his mace and charged straight at the lizard. By the time they're almost all dead, the two iron-eating lizards in the caves will be low on health. The blow sent it flying straight into the wall with immense force. That's when we'll swoop in and reap the rewards. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. From behind, the beasts rushed forward, aiming straight for Zhao Kui. Without a shred of fear, he clenched his fists, a confident smile appearing on his lips. Hey, you worthless mutts. Who do you think you're roaring at? Bring it on, all of you. In a flash, Zhao Kui unleashed his power, knocking down all three creatures. He stood still, his face twisted with amusement. Useless trash, you only deserve to lie at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side, Xu Ming trembled and stuttered. Yuan Chen, that thing turned around, preparing to swing its tail to attack, activating the skill Iron Tail Sweep. It swings its metal tail horizontally to strike a target, dealing 60% damage. Lin Yuan ordered the flock of undead vultures to charge out and counterattack, activating the skill Curved Dagger Toss. Throws a curved dagger at a long-range target up to 10 meters away, which can be retrieved, dealing 60% damage on attack. Activate the stealth skill, turning oneself semi-invisible and reducing the probability of being detected by the target. Activate the backstab skill, attacking from behind to deal 80% damage to the target. The two sides clashed, fighting fiercely, neither willing to back down. Since when did he manage to tame so many undead? His eyes were wide with disbelief at what was happening. They were even more powerful than during the battle at the desert mudflat. This is just too badass. He glanced over and replied coolly, I did say back then that I was making some preparations on the side. Hearing that, Xu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. What? In less than a day, Yuan Chen has already tamed so many powerful monsters? As he was speaking, a system notification popped up. You have successfully defeated 55 elite iron-eating lizards. He walked over. All done. Pretty efficient. Watching this scene from behind, the man's eyes welled up with tears. I'm so envious. If only I could be as strong as Yuan Chen. Suddenly, a slight tremor shook the cave, causing Xu Ming to lose his footing. Is this an earthquake? He was about to turn and tell him, but was astonished to see him raising his hand, absorbing the lizard's life force. Yuan Chen is busy. I'll go check the situation first. I can't bother him with every little thing. I have to start pulling my own weight too. Xu Ming held up his shield and turned to the opposite direction. I think it's coming from this way. He could feel the tremor getting closer beneath his feet. Xu Ming's eyes widened as he looked down. The shaking seemed to have stopped. Before he could feel relieved, a tongue shot up from the ground. He stumbled and fell, a look of terror on his face. He calmly got to his feet. Xu Ming only had time to realize the tongue was writhing menacingly before him, his eyes wide open. A flicker of shock mixed with tension. What? What the hell is this thing? Suddenly, the tongue lunged straight at Xu Ming. It carried a dangerous power. Struck by it, he tumbled to the ground, screaming in agony. In an instant, the tongue shot up into the air. Immediately, it wrapped tightly around Xu Ming, holding him in its grip and muffling his mouth. Help! It forcefully coiled around Xu Ming, dragging him straight into the ground. Xu Ming's eyes flashed with horrified despair. I'm a dead man. A streak of light slashed through the air, tearing through space with terrifying speed. In a single moment, the tongue was sliced in two. Does a mud-eating beast hiding underground dare to play tricks in front of me? Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. He walked over and grabbed the collar of the trembling man. Lin Yuan dragged Xu Ming away like a gust of wind, ignoring his terrified state. Reaching another corner, Xu Ming leaned against the wall, coughing violently, his face pale. Yuan Chen, that thing is definitely a giant. Before it comes out, we need to hurry. And before he could even calm down, the ground suddenly cracked open and began to shake violently. Terrified, Xu Ming screamed, his trembling voice echoing in the cave. It's bad. We're out of time. From beneath the ground, a giant monster suddenly emerged, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Shu Iron Hunting Lizard, a level 20 Lord Grade monster, HP 6,300, Attack 850, Defense 280, Skills, Iron Tail Strike, Impenetrable Shu Fortress, Earth Vein Subterfuge, Venomous Sand Spit. When he read that line of information, his face instantly turned pale. His body trembled uncontrollably. The quest information only said that the Bloodscale Cave was home to an elite grade Shu Iron Hunting Lizard, but this thing is clearly Lord grade. Although Xu Ming was terrified, he gritted his teeth and stood in front of him. Yuan Chen, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster here. Let me hold it off. You need to get out of here. Fast. Lin Yuan wasn't scared at all. He just smirked. A terrifying monster, you say? In that instant, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. It seems you're finally worthy of becoming my prey. The man stared blankly. What? What? It's crawling on all fours. A growl echoes through the cave as it inches closer. Without a second's hesitation, Lin Yuan draws his sword and charges straight towards the Shu Tai hunting lizard. Let's see what you've got. Take it down. Xu Ming watches nervously. Master Yuan. His voice deepens, commanding the vulture zombies to attack at once. Vulture Chieftain, throw your blade. The moment the order was given, they hurled their weapons to attack, but the beast quickly used its tail to block their assault. Boss has activated the skill, Iron Tail Sweep. The vulture's weapons clanged uselessly against its tail. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap onto the Shu Tai hunting lizard's head, taking advantage of this very moment. In a flash, he focused all of his spiritual energy as the skill activated, firing it off. Azure Soul Seal. Immediately, a massive explosion rocked the area. Lin Yuan slowly landed on the ground, observing, but as the dust settled, the creature was completely unscathed. The Shu Tai hunting lizard's tough hide had only suffered a minor scratch. He frowned in disbelief. With that much power, it only created such a small scorch mark? The beast roared in anger, its massive mouth wide open, the sound echoing and shaking the entire cave. From within the Shu Tai hunting lizard's mouth, a poisonous attack shot out. The boss has activated a skill, Venomous Sand Jet. The Venomous Sand Jet attacks with high-pressure poison. After being hit, targets will take continuous poison damage. They lose 3 to 10% of their health per second for 5 seconds. The poison spewed from the monster's mouth in plumes of green smoke, clinging to the air. Standing to the side, a terrified Xu Ming cried out, Master Yuan, be careful. The attack slammed straight into the ground. The Shu Tai hunting lizard stared intently at Lin Yuan as he backed away. Looking closely at the ground, the spot where it had just been hit was already corroding. It was a highly concentrated corrosive attack. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he assessed the situation. This was a little more difficult than he'd imagined. The Shu Tai hunting lizard's tail whipped towards him, trying to attack while Lin Yuan's guard was down, but he quickly leaped up, dodging its strike. Even so, this just made things more exciting. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he instantly summoned another one of his undead. Come forth, Lord of the Thunder Prison. A vulture rogue zombie instantly appeared. The moment it manifested, it immediately stabbed the dagger in its hand into the Shu Tai hunting lizard's tail. Xu Ming stood to the side with a shocked expression. The zombie monster that Master Yuan summoned, is that one of his new subordinates? Too? His eyes lit up with admiration. That's so cool. The vulture rogue zombie quickly moved behind the Shu Tai hunting lizard, raising its daggers once more as the system announced the activation of the skill, Backstab. It plunged its blades straight down into the Shu Tai hunting lizard's tail. The boss has activated the skill, Unbreakable Rampart. Unbreakable Rampart increases defense by 150% for 10 seconds. Almost instantly, the Shu Tai hunting lizard's tail struck back. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly shouted a warning to his zombie. Watch out, but it reacted too slowly and was sent flying into the wall by the creature's tail. Xu Ming gasped, his face filled with horror. Its reaction speed is insane. Does this thing have eyes on the back of its head or something? Hearing his words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ponder it. Eyes on the back of its head? He began to recall the Shu Tai hunting lizard's previous actions and reactions. Lizard-type creatures have simple eye structures, mainly relying on changes in light to perceive their surroundings. Once an enemy stands perfectly still, they become very difficult to detect. Lin Yuan then thought about the characteristics of lizards. However, their motion detection is extremely outstanding. Their hearing and tympanic sense can pick up the slightest movements of an enemy. Some lizard species even have infrared sensory organs used to detect an enemy's body heat. Therefore, a lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movements is many times greater than a human's. As if reaching an understanding, Lin Yuan let out a soft chuckle. It seems that, to deal with this guy, I'll have to make it walk right into my trap. With his plan set, he launched a continuous barrage of fireballs at the Shu Tai hunting lizard. Not only that, Lin Yuan also taunted it loudly. Come on, let's see, which is tougher, your scales or my fireballs? Unsurprisingly, it immediately charged towards Lin Yuan. He continued to back away, while pelting it with fireballs. Lin Yuan then focused on luring the Shu Tai hunting lizard further back. Good, just keep this thing agitated, and make it focus all of its attention on me. From the other side, Xu Ming frantically tried to stop him. Master Yuan, it's dangerous, he explained hastily. A lord-level Shu Tai hunting lizard's defense is too strong. Those fireballs won't do any damage to it at all. Master Yuan, what you're doing is too risky. Suddenly, he realized something wasn't right. Wait a minute. Master Yuan is running towards. Looking closely, it was clear that Lin Yuan was heading for the mob of iron-eating lizards on the other side. A whole pack of iron-eating lizards. Lin Yuan quickly closed the distance to the pack of lizards ahead. Seeing the time was right, he immediately spun around. Now, then Lin Yuan dodged to the side, leaving the Shu Tai hunting lizard, confused. It had lost its momentum, and, in the blink of an eye, had charged right into the middle of the iron-eating lizards, where it was quickly swarmed and torn apart. Seeing his plan succeed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. You big-headed idiot, don't you even know how to hit the brakes? I have no idea. It just kept screaming in a mix of agony and rage. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use his skill. Enjoy this delicious feast of explosions. The system's voice rang out again, activating the skill. Corpse explosion. Instantly, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing massive damage to the iron-eating lizard lord. Seeing it had lost a good chunk of its health, Lin Yuan smirked. Armor broken. Locking its eyes on the man standing before it, the creature roared in fury and charged. Lin Yuan quickly fell back and commanded the vulture thieves, vulture leader, to the left. The two landed on either side, confusing the iron-eating lizard lord. The lizard had another weakness, its eyes. The lizard couldn't lock onto enemies on both sides at the same time. The vulture thief immediately drew a crossbow and aimed it straight at the lizard lord. It opened its mouth wide, taking a deep breath to unleash a powerful attack. Lin Yuan leaped into the air and attacked from above. This one strike will send you to hell. Hit in its weak spot, it shrieked in pain. The iron-eating lizard lord has been defeated. System notifications rang out non-stop. Weak point hit. Leveled up, leveled up, leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. He stood silently and imposingly on the corpse of the iron-eating lizard lord, surrounded by thick dust and smoke. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his undead minions. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Health has been restored by 85%. Another notification appeared. Curse of Darkness, Dark Gold, Level 3 effect. deals 20% of the target's health as damage, or restores 20% of an iron-eating lizard's health. Mana cost, 60. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 200 out of 300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. It seemed that if he used a skill scroll one more time, he could directly upgrade the Curse of Darkness to level 4. Looking at the iron-eating lizard lord before him, he reconsidered. Although Corpse Explosion used up quite a few iron-eating lizards, being able to obtain this guy was well worth it. The system displayed its information. Iron-eating lizard lord. Race, iron-eating lizard. Level, 20. Health, 6,300. Attack, 850. Defense, 280. Skills, Iron Tail, Charge, Crossguard, Invulnerability, Stealth, Earth Vein Poison, Sand Spit, Undead Body. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you're my meat shield. Just then, Xu Ming's urgent voice called out, Yuan. He was holding a chest full of equipment and rushed over to him, his eyes shining brightly. This is the first time I've ever seen so much loot. Should we start counting it now? Lin Yuan glanced behind him at the chaotic mess. What's the rush? There are still a few old rats that need to be cleaned up, amidst the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards. Zhao Kui stood with a weapon in hand and a sinister smile on his face. These idiots are completely beneath mention. A warrior immediately chimed in to flatter him. It's all thanks to your command, Captain. With you here, even a lord-level monster would have to kneel and sing your praises. Wu Hui, standing beside him, reminded him, Captain, based on the sounds just now, I think the fight is about to end. If we go over now, we can conveniently pick up the loot. He kicked away the corpse at his feet. Then, Zhao Kui led the other two forward. Let's go scavenge. Suddenly, a surprise attack caught them completely off guard. They quickly scattered, dodging the falling boulders. Zhao Kui roared in anger. Who dares to ambush the Black Tree Guild? As the hazy dust slowly cleared, a figure slowly emerged before their eyes. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his gaze as cold as ice. Weren't you here to collect the bodies? Allow me to collect them for you. Wu Hui's eyes went wide with shock, stammering as he pointed a finger straight at him. No, impossible. You two were clearly eaten by those iron lizards. Xu Ming roared in fury, cursing right at his face without holding back. You still have the nerve to say that? And to think I actually considered the Black Tree Guild to be some great, honorable guild. I can't believe you bastards would use other players as bait to clear a dungeon. Without a second thought, Huang Yu rushed to stand in front of Zhao Kui. So what if we did? Being able to serve as stepping stones for our Black Tree Guild is an honor for trash like you. In contrast, his face was pale, and his lips were pressed into a thin, ugly line. Damn it all. How did these two make it out alive? Could it be that when they entered the cave, there weren't many iron lizards inside, and all the monsters had gathered around those other unlucky fools? He was so angry he stomped his feet on the spot, cursing relentlessly. You shameless bastards. Inwardly, Zhao Kui couldn't help but laugh, a mocking look in his eyes. The more I look at that guy, the more annoying he gets. Might as well just get rid of him. He slowly stepped forward, his voice low and deep. I don't know what kind of dogshit luck you stepped in to make it out alive, but now, in a flash, Zhao Kui made his move. His movements were so fast, the others couldn't react. Your lucky streak is over. His mace came crashing down violently, right where the two had been standing. They immediately leaned back to dodge the blow, retreating without a moment's hesitation. Ha! Lin Yuan gripped his sword and charged forward. It's all up to you now. He gripped the iron chain of his flail, preparing to swing a fatal blow. The clang of metal against metal rang out, the impact echoing through the area. He quickly fell back, planting one hand on the ground to stay balanced. A contemptuous smirk formed on Zhao Kui's lips. So what? So, this is what the little brat wants to play at. As Lin Yuan swung his sword, pitch-black skulls materialized from the void. He charged forward, swinging his flail and shattering them one by one. Zhao Kui stood in the thick smoke, his gaze fixed straight ahead. For a moment, he froze, clearly startled. Damn it, you're not getting away. He swung his sword, striking directly at him. Zhao Kui reacted in time, raising his shield to block the fierce blow. You think I wasn't prepared for that, you idiot? He sneered, looking directly into Lin Yuan's eyes. We'll see who's really just relying on luck to survive. As he spoke, Zhao Kui's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. He said nothing, simply standing there and observing his surroundings. Without a sound, he swung his weapon in a sneak attack from behind. This is what you get for being trash. Lin Yuan slightly tilted, his head, his steel-cold gaze piercing the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed his magic, a surging wave of power, gushing out to crash down on his foe. A deafening explosion erupted, sending earth and rocks flying. Xu Ming stood to one side, his face a mask of fear and worry. God Yuan. Wu Hui and Huang Yu stood in front of him contemptuously. Leave this newbie to me. You didn't get a proper warm-up, so it's my turn now, right? On the other side, Zhao Kui saw him lying motionless under a boulder, clothes tattered. All right, I don't have much time to play this game with you. He laughed savagely, raising his fist to finish Lin Yuan off. Just be a good boy and die. But Zhao Kui froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? His fist had been stopped by his opponent's bare hand. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third team, aren't you? Only now did absolute terror grip Zhao Kui's heart. This guy. How? Is this possible? Lin Yuan's head was still bowed, but a cold smile played on his lips. His eyes glowed red as magic began to gather. I think I finally understand the true skill level of the 10th ranked guild in the main city district. Lin Yuan gripped his wrist, the force making Zhao Kui tremble uncontrollably. He tensed and pulled with all his might, but the grip was like a steel shackle holding him in place. His eyes flared red, his muscles bulging with power. Before he could even react, Lin Yuan grabbed him and slammed him into the ground like a sandbag. Zhao Kui was thrown so hard, he carved a trench in the earth. He skidded to a stop, gritting his teeth and coughing violently. I really underestimated a bastard like you. Enraged, Zhao Kui gripped his flail and charged forward again. Don't just stand there, attack together. Hearing the order, Wu Hui and Huang Yu responded in unison. Right. The three of them charged towards Lin Yuan. Go to hell. Unafraid, he just stood there, watching them with a smirk. A mob is still just a mob. No skill needed. Just as their attacks landed, Lin Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. High above, two undead vultures appeared, swooping down to attack them. Ambushed in an instant, they were too flustered to react. What? His eyes went wide, revealing both rage and panic. In front of Zhao Kui, a swarm of skulls rushed forward as if to tear him to shreds. The attack made Zhao Kui scream in pain as he was knocked down, tumbling across the ground in front of the other two. Just as Zhao Kui looked up, a pair of legs appeared before his eyes. His voice trembled with terror as he spoke. Wait, stop. Damn it. If you actually kill me, the Black Tree Guild is not an organization you can afford to mess with. You'd better think this through. Lin Yuan stared down, his powerful gaze fixed on Zhao Kui, before glancing at his feet. He saw Xu Ming hugging his leg with heart-shaped eyes. God Yuan, I knew you would never lose. You had me worried sick for a second there. With a look of disgust, he kicked the man away. Get out of the way. Lin Yuan's expression hardened as he raised his sword high and declared coldly, from what I've heard, your redditing Black Tree Guild is not only tyrannical to outsiders, but also incredibly cruel to its own members. If you die, lose your rank and lose your equipment, causing a loss for the guild. They'll come after you to settle the score, won't they? Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to them? He began to panic, breaking into a cold sweat as he tried to negotiate. I'll concede this time. Tell me, what will it take for you to let me live? Lin Yuan lowered his sword, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Fine. Give me a list of all the high-level management players in your guild. Include their class, level, and special traits. As he spoke, lightning crackled around him. In his past life, the skills used by the first apostle were unheard of. No one knew what they were, or how to counter them. He definitely had a hidden class that was so rare, no one ever figured it out from start to finish. Hearing this, Zhao Kui stammered. What do you want that for? Lin Yuan ignored him and simply stabbed his sword straight through Zhao Kui's hand. Watching the blood gush from the man's hand, he sat down coldly. Are you going to write it or not? Zhao Kui's face turned pale. I'll write it right now. A moment later, the list was in Lin Yuan's hands. It seemed all the top players from the Black Tree Guild were on it. Although there were some unique classes, none matched the characteristics of the first believer. From behind, he clutched his injured hand, sizing him up. Boss, can you let me go now? He turned around, his words trailing off hesitantly. I can let you all go. Before he could finish, Zhao Kui quickly chimed in. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, Lin Yuan unleashed a magic spell that pierced right through them. But you've harmed countless innocent players. It's time you gave them an explanation. The treasures from the three of them appeared one by one. Crescent Demon Mace, Silver Grade. Type. Weapon. Effects. Attack power, plus 45. Critical hit, plus 30. Physical attack, plus 30. Attached skill. Charged burst. Increases attack speed by 20% on the first strike. Frenzied Dance Longsword, bronze grade. Type, weapon. Effects, attack power plus 30, accuracy plus 20. Azure Light Robe, bronze grade. Type, armor. Effects, magic damage plus 20, spirit plus 20. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced to the side in confusion, only to see Ziming sneakily holding some kind of chest. Yuan Shen, look, they managed to get a treasure chest too. He hadn't even checked it, as he brought it before Lin Yuan. I'll pick first. The rest is all yours. Seeing him start to open it, Ziming quickly shook his head. No, that won't do. Seeing Lin Yuan sigh and pull his hand back, he immediately put on a fawning smile. I want to buy them. I can't just take advantage of you, Yuan Shen. Not wanting to argue with Ziming, he just said, suit yourself. Lin Yuan inspected the items in the chest and shook his head. There's nothing here that suits me. You can have it all. He nodded happily. Okay, Yuan Shen, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Received 54 gold coins. The two finally left the cave. Outside the Bloodscale cave during the day, it was, as expected, still just silver-grade equipment. Getting gold-grade gear at this stage was no easy feat. Ziming reached out as if to say something, but hesitated, struggling to find the words. Yuan Shen, there's something. I don't know if I should say it. He asked, puzzled. What is it? As he spoke, Ziming's body trembled involuntarily. I heard that the guys from the Black Tree Guild hold grudges. If they can't beat you in the game, they'll take revenge in real life. How about I have my bodyguards follow you? After hearing this, Lin Yuan remained expressionless and simply waved as he walked away. Thanks for the warning. They're just a bunch of pests. I have my own plans. Back home. Just as he took off his gaming helmet, a voice called from outside. Yuan, come on out. It's time for dinner. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair and answered. Coming. He walked to the door and reached for the handle to open it. As soon as he opened it, a large figure wearing a device just like his own stood towering over him. Mr. Lin held up the helmet and tilted his head to ask his son. Yuan, son, is this the kind of helmet you need for your game? Is this one broken? He looked over, a little surprised. It can still turn on. Looks like it's not broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? His father waved his hands, his voice a bit flustered. No, why would I buy this? Your mother found it when she was cleaning Xiao Dan's room. In that instant, a strange feeling stirred within him. A hazy memory flashed through his mind. In his past life, it was around this same time that Lin Dan awakened her hidden class. Mrs. Lin walked out from the kitchen and said with a smile, all right, you two, don't just stand there. Come and eat. She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. Your father doesn't understand all this new stuff. He's always trying to find common topics to talk about with you. He spent the whole afternoon just trying to turn it on and couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lin laughed awkwardly in response. That's not it, Yuan. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried your mom might break Xiao Dan's things while cleaning, so I was just checking on it. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze profound. If I get my parents into the immortal world, I can use my resources in the game to provide for them. And when the cataclysm arrives, they'll also have the ability to protect themselves. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes resolute. This game isn't difficult. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets. Mom, you should try it too. Mrs. Lin frowned, her tone a bit stern. Don't waste your money. He smiled gently. It's okay, Mom. Don't worry about it. By the way, is Xiao Dan not back yet? She looked at the clock and replied softly. Today's Friday. Xiao Dan probably went out with her friends. I'll call her in a bit. You go ahead and eat first. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Let me call her. He took out his phone, dialed a familiar number, and the screen showed his sister's name connecting. An automated voice came on. The subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, his expression darkening. Even if Xiao Dan didn't want to answer his call, she would at least reply to a text, to get it over with. She wouldn't just ignore him completely. Mrs. Lin looked at him and said gently, Eat your dinner, Yuan. Xiao Dan probably ate out. We won't wait for her. He shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Mom, Dad, you two eat first. I'm going downstairs to buy something. If I go too late, the store might close. His mother immediately started to nag, but then the food will get cold. Seeing this, his father, and told him to let her go. As he left, Mr. Lam's voice was soft. I still remember how Uyen and Teodan used to be inseparable. I don't know when they grew so distant. Let's just have them talk to each other more, and we'll worry less. Mrs. Lam smiled. That's true. Uyen just isn't very good at expressing himself. But he's still her big brother. He walked down the stairs with heavy steps, the darkness seeming to swallow him whole. In his mind, fragmented, memories came flooding back. In his past life, Lam Dan had stumbled through the front door, clutching her shoulder in pain, just as he was about to eat some instant noodles. Seeing this, he had asked with alarm and worry, "Xiao Dan, what happened to you?" She ignored her brother, trudging wearily towards her room while holding her shoulder. Reaching her door, Lam Dan fought through the pain to say, "This has nothing to do with you. Don't call the cops, and don't tell. Mom and Dad? Got it?" He froze, a look of helpless frustration on his face. Back in the present, his thoughts continued to race. In his past life, shortly after Lam Dan started playing Immortal World, she quickly awakened a hidden class, but she also shouldered many burdens that were never hers to bear. It all started when that mysterious organization appeared. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Order. The Order was a mysterious organization founded by 9 chosen ones, and only other chosen ones were eligible to join. Lam Uyen continued to think among them was a prophet who could sense other chosen ones in the real world and would dispatch members to recruit them. Before long, the Order's power in the game had become unstoppable. Not only that, their influence in the real world was growing stronger by the day. Although they operated with mysterious and unpredictable motives, they did do some good. They maintained social stability, which made their true intentions impossible to decipher. At this point, a bitter thought crossed his mind. After Xiao Dan was recruited, she was constantly sent on dangerous missions, but she never breathed a word of it to her family. At that thought, the image of Lam Dan, covered in injuries and struggling just to walk, flashed in his memory. Lam Uyen's brow furrowed. "I hope it's not them." As he stepped out of the house, a fire ignited in his eyes. He thought, "But even if it is them, this time, I won't let Xiao Dan get recklessly involved again." He strode through the night when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure and quickly ducked into a discreet spot. His eyes fixed on the people talking in a nearby cafe, his breath slowing as he sensed every minute movement in the space. Lam Uyen thought, "Just as I suspected. Xiao Dan is already meeting with them, but I'm too far away to hear their conversation. I can't afford to be reckless and alert them." He gently clenched his fist and took a deep breath. "It's been a while. Feels a little strange. I need to focus." He activated his stealth skill. A faint light enveloped his body, and the air around him shimmered slightly. His presence and his aura vanished completely. He thought to himself, "My stealth is currently level 3. It'll last for 5 minutes. Lam Uyen paused to scan his surroundings, then slipped into the cafe, stopping just within earshot of their conversation. He thought, this distance should be enough. Across from him, Xiao Fan and Hisen were talking with Lam Dan. Hisen's deep, clear voice cut through the air. "Miss, I've told you everything you need to know. As for whether you believe it, that's up to you to decide. Joining us isn't just about the organization. It's about when the calamity strikes in 3 years." His gaze was calm, yet it carried an immense pressure. "You will be like us, bravely standing up for this world." Xiao Fan smirked, his voice light and teasing. "Look at you, you're scaring the poor girl. You should dial back that intimidating aura of yours." Hisen frowned slightly, his voice turning serious. "I'm discussing something important. This is for her own good, given the circumstances, especially since it also involves." Before he could finish, he suddenly snapped his head towards where Lam Uyen was, standing, making his heart pound. Hisen's eyes flashed with anger. He tapped the ring on his finger, activating a dispel skill. A powerful wave of energy radiated outwards. A system notification appeared. "Stealth effect has been dispelled. Countdown. 3. Hisen frowned, staring speechlessly at the spot where he had just been, fearing that others would notice something was wrong. He turned to the counter and called out, "Excuse me, do you have any iced tea?" "I'll get one to go," the owner's voice replied from the counter. "Coming right up." Just a moment. Not long after, the owner walked out with 2 drinks. "Here you are." From a distance, Lam Uyen froze, his eyes narrowing, thinking. He used a dispel skill from the equipment on his ring. Good thing dispelling stealth has a 3-second delay. Just then, the system voice announced, "Stealth effect has been removed." Hisen took a sip of his drink and turned back to Lam Dan, his voice low and decisive. "Lam Dan, I hope you'll seriously consider our offer to join. Someone with a true sense of justice wouldn't just stand by and watch when disaster strikes. When you've made up your mind, call the number on this." With that, he placed a business card on the table. Lam Dan. She picked up the business card, bowed her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. "All right." After she spoke, the 2 men stood up and left. Tufan suddenly turned back, his teasing voice full of hidden meaning. "Hey, little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You have to come, okay?" From a distance, Lam Uyen was activating his stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 of them leave, he immediately stood up to follow. but by the time he reached the door, they were nowhere in sight. He said in shock, "They're gone." Suddenly, a glass of water was thrown at him, stunning him for a few seconds. From afar, Hawk Sam's voice rang out. I knew something was off. Just then, the cold voice of the system echoed in his head. Stealth effect is about to end. The space fell silent, leaving only the steady beat of his heart in his chest as a bad feeling began to form. This was all just the beginning. Hawk Sam slowly walked over to where the glass of water had been thrown, his eyes fixed on the ground, where a faint circle of light remained the remnants of the stealth skill that had just been broken. He frowned slightly, his deep, steady voice speaking up. Maybe I've just been a bit too paranoid lately. It's probably nothing. Tufan stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his face. Boss, you're way too tense. You need to relax a little. After saying that, he turned and looked around again. Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us? Hawk Sam stood up, remaining silent for a moment, before slowly replying. According to the prophet, she will come sooner or later. Tufan shrugged, his eyes lighting up with excitement. That's true. The prophet's predictions have never been wrong so far. He chuckled lightly. But what I'm more curious about is which lovely lady I'll get to fly alongside. Hawk Sam glanced at him, frowning slightly as he said, let's see if you can even keep that little life of yours during the coming calamity first. That's still a long way off, Tufan laughed heartily. His voice was deep and cold, carrying a chilling certainty that made the younger man's laughter falter for a moment. Not far away, Lam Uyen was standing on a high place, silently watching the figures of the two men disappear into the distance. Luckily, he had managed to activate a movement skill just before his stealth was broken. Escaping at the last second, he closed his eyes and thought, these guys are even tougher than I thought. If I interact with them too much, I'm afraid my forbidden class will be exposed. The faint blue light around his body gradually faded. He looked at the starry sky, whispering to himself, I already have no place in this immortal world. I have to be even more cautious. It's time to move out. Lamdan had just returned to the courtyard near her home, her hands fiddling with the business card Hawk Sam had given her earlier, leaving her in a state of confusion. Just as Lamdan looked up, she saw a familiar figure. Her voice carried a hint of surprise. You, what are you doing here? Lam Uyen stood there holding a bag of food, his hair slightly messy from the wind. He said, I just happened to come down to buy a few things. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lamdan shook her head. It's fine. He held up the bag of groceries and said softly, it's this late. Don't make mom work so hard. I already bought some food. So when you get back, just see if there's anything you want to eat. She looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. This guy clearly can't even take care of himself. So why now? He then turned and walked into the house, saying, I'm heading in. As he walked, he glanced back towards Lamdan and whispered, come on home. The door swung open, and both his and her voices rang out. We're home. Mrs. Lamb rushed out, her worried voice directed at Lamdan. Oh, this child. You play so much you forget the time. Have you eaten yet? Do you need me to heat up some food for you? She shook her head pensively. It's okay, Mom. I'm going to my room first. Her mother watched her go before turning to her son. You haven't eaten either, right? Uyen, let me make a little something for the two of you. He shook his head gently, his voice soft. No need, Mom. You should get some rest. At that moment, Lamdan was in her room, letting out a weary sigh. Her mood suddenly sank, and she couldn't understand what had been going on with her lately. She collapsed onto her bed, saying tiredly, ever since I started playing that game, all these strange, bizarre things started happening. The scene faded to a dark memory of Lamdan fighting a ferocious monster. The girl with purple hair, the mage, on her team suddenly screamed, her voice tearing through the space. Xiao Dan, run. Your movement speed is faster than mine. I'll hold the monster back. A blade flashed, and dirt flew everywhere. In front of them was a giant monster with a pair of long sabers. The cold voice of the system announced, regular long saber mantis, level 5, HP 300, attack 50, defense 8, skill, chaotic long saber dance. Skill effect, rapidly swings its twin scythes to deal double damage. The monster was now getting closer, swinging its twin scythes so fast that it knocked her teammate, the mage, to the ground. Lamdan gritted her teeth and shouted, you, go first, I'll hold them off. Her eyes were filled with determination as she got into a fighting stance, saying, I'm the front line, there's no way the front line abandons the back line and runs. Leave this to me. But it wasn't just one. Dozens. More began to move in from the distance. The sound of hundreds of pairs of blades cutting through the air merged into a deafening screech, creating the feeling that the entire world was about to be swallowed whole. Lam Dan clenched her jaw, her hand gripping her sword tightly, spiritual power gathering from her body. It felt as if the entire world was about to be devoured. Lin Dan clenched his teeth, his hand tightening around his sword, spiritual power surging from his body. With a burst of energy, she lunged forward, her sword sweeping horizontally. A long streak of blue light flashed, slashing into the body of a monster. A loud bang echoed as she spun around to block the attack of a second monster, but their strength was overwhelming. Each clash sent tremors coursing through her arm. Lin Dan fell to one knee, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but her hand never left her sword. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her, swinging its sharp iron blade at her back. Just then, a massive pillar of light erupted, blasting away the dust. At that moment, Lin Dan's body began to glow. Her hair whipped wildly as a silver light enveloped her entire being. The system's voice suddenly rang out, its cold tone mingling with the sound of a heartbeat. "Congratulations, player. You have activated a hidden class and are now undergoing an awakening." Lin Dan had to lean on her sword just to stay upright, letting out a heavy, raspy cough. Suddenly, she gripped her sword, her gaze now as sharp and cold as a blade. Her subsequent slashes were so fast, their movements became a blur. The horde of mantis-bladed monsters shrieked in agony as their bodies exploded in a brilliant flash of swordlight. As the dust settled, Lin Dan leaned on her sword for support. Her breathing was frantic, her lips trembled, and her body was almost completely drained of strength. The system's voice rang out once more, its deep, powerful tone echoing directly in her mind. Sword of Dawn. At that very moment, a colossal pillar of golden light erupted, banishing all darkness. Within that blinding radiance, Lin Dan's eyes shone with a brilliant green hue, as deep as gemstones, reflecting the golden rays spreading through the air, swirling around her body like a gathering of a myriad of stars, forming an immense vortex of energy. The system's words still echoed in the air. Sword of Dawn. Lin Dan stood frozen amidst the fiery, smoke-filled battlefield, her hand still gripping her sword tightly. Coming back to her senses, she wearily placed a hand on her forehead, thinking, that feeling, it was real. Even in reality, I can feel the changes in my body. Lin Dan took a deep breath. It felt as if every vein was being illuminated from within. If the disaster he spoke of really happens, will I be able to protect everyone? She raised her hand into the air, which was now enveloped in a mystical blue light, as if it were absorbing or releasing some immense power. Can I really do this? Lin Dan clenched her hand into a fist, a flicker of doubt instantly replaced by sheer determination. If even this kind of power can't stand against the calamity, then what chance does anyone else have? She suddenly sat up, turned towards the shelf, and picked up a photo frame. Whether I join them or not, I have to get stronger, fast. I have to protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was holding a photo frame, thinking the exact same thing. He said to himself, I can't put off moving. I need to focus my energy on the game. I can't be on guard all the time. It's time they had some peace and quiet. The next morning, as the sun rose, its rays illuminated the stone-paved road, heralding a new day. Suddenly, a polite woman's voice was heard. Good morning, sir. A well-dressed real estate agent stood beside Lin Yuan, asking gently, Are you here to view a property today, sir? He glanced around, his expression a mixture of unfamiliarity and pride, as he asked the woman, Are there any fully furnished villas available? Security must be top-notch. The agent thought to herself, He looks so young. Can he really afford it? The agent looked at him and asked, Sir, have you looked into the prices in our area? After all, this neighborhood. Lin Yuan cut her off by presenting a glossy black card. I haven't, but I think this should be enough. She took the card, her voice filled with delight. This is a special VIP card. Isn't this only for clients with a deposit balance of at least several tens of millions of yuan? Oh my God, my very own god of wealth. At that, the woman's voice practically became a shriek, causing everyone around them to stare with their mouths agape. Welcome home, owner. Employee number 2345 is at your service. A few days later, he brought Mr. and Mrs. Lamb to the villa he had bought. His parents stared at the contract in a daze. Mrs. Lamb asked, Yuan, did I hear you right, sweetie? Did you just say, this is our new home? Her voice was filled with stunned disbelief. As he led his parents inside for a tour, Mrs. Lamb asked, utterly flabbergasted, a private swimming pool? This is just like what you see on TV. It's magnificent. Meanwhile, Mr. Lamb was looking through each room, unable to believe his eyes. He was trembling so much that he broke into a sweat, saying, This bed, it's huge. Inside the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, reflecting off the glossy furniture. The spacious room was furnished with a soft leather sofa, and a coffee table in the center was adorned with a vase of pure white flowers. Seeing all this, his parents froze on the spot. Mrs. Lamb turned to him dazedly and asked, Yuan, how many years will it take to pay off the mortgage for this? Maybe we should just move back to the old place. His father quickly chimed in. Your mother's right. We don't want you to be under so much pressure. Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. There's no mortgage. I paid for it in full, with my prize money from past tournaments and my earnings from the game. Everyone, please, just relax and live here. It's right next door. I usually just stay home and focus on gaming. His words were brief but firm, leaving his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lamb held Mrs. Lamb's hand, overjoyed, and said, I never thought I'd get to live in a villa in my lifetime. It's all thanks to our son. She smiled happily, adding, in the blink of an eye, our boy's all grown up. He can handle things on his own now. Looking at his parents' eyes at that moment, there was no mistaking it. It was pure pride, untainted by any sense of expectation. The smile that bloomed on Lam Uyen's face wasn't one of smugness or showing off, but a smile from the very bottom of his heart. Finally, all his efforts had become meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a walk under the setting sun. As he turned into an alley next to a shop, Lam Uyen thought to himself that he wouldn't have to worry about the villa's security. Next, he planned to teach his parents how to play the game a little, just in case the shadows of the order were lurking. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he sensed something and stopped dead in his tracks. His confused gaze landed on the dark silhouettes of a group of men approaching him. They looked aggressive and menacing, the dim light only enough to outline their large figures. Each one carried a crude weapon like a club or a steel pipe. Suddenly, a man from the group spoke up. Finally, you decided to show up. He and his cronies looked at Lam Uyen with arrogant expressions and said, finding you wasn't easy. Lam Uyen immediately recognized the hostility and the familiar face of the leader, thinking to himself, it's the captain of the Black Tree Guild, the guy I defeated? Instantly, without waiting for an order, the goons around him charged forward excitedly. Their menacing shadows stretched long as they rushed toward him, their leader roaring, aren't you supposed to be such a great fighter? Why don't you act tough in real life? Huh? Go on, smash his damn head in for me. One of the goons, thinking Lam Uyen was paralyzed with fear, laughed gleefully. He's scared stiff. He approached Lam Uyen, swung the steel pipe towards him, and yelled, disrespecting the Q family is a death wish. But the goon had no idea how fatal his mistake was. Lam Uyen just stood there, his eyes as sharp as ice. He activated his stealth skill, looked at his attacker, and smirked, too slow. Lam Uyen seemed to vanish before the man's eyes. The steel pipe slammed into the pavement, shattering the concrete and sending a loud crack echoing through the alley. The other goons flinched, only managing to see a flash of blue light in midair. In that instant, Lam Uyen reappeared in front of the captain, his entire body crackling with a twisting, electric blue light. His gaze was terrifyingly sharp and focused. He clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating punch, which landed with a deafening boom. A whirlwind of air scattered everywhere. The punch slammed straight into the man's gut, causing his eyes to roll back as he coughed up blood, his body doubling over from the sheer force of the impact. The intense blue light erupted from Lam Uyen's body, spreading out like a shockwave. All of the underlings were thrown back, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain as dust enveloped the area. The captain's body was smashed hard against the pavement, cracking the ground beneath him. The impact echoed with a heavy thud as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought in terror, what the hell is he, a man or a demon? Just as the captain finished his panicked thought, a harsh, heavy metallic clang rang out. Lam Uyen had slammed a steel pipe down on the cement right next to the man's ear, making him jump as a cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. His eyes shot wide open to the side, only to see Lam Uyen standing there, a gloomy aura mixed with a thick, murderous intent surrounding him. His eyes glowed with a cold, red light as his deep voice rang out, word by word, it seems you don't value your own life, do you? Before the captain could even react, Lam Uyen stomped his foot down hard on the man's body. A pained groan was choked back in his throat. His gaze lowered as he muttered in annoyance, these leeches are so damn persistent. The man lay trembling on the ground, his body twitching as he begged in desperation with a quivering voice. Wait, I was wrong. Please, boss, spare my life. Don't kill me, I can still be useful. I know about a hidden quest. His breathing was ragged, his voice trailing off in the chillingly silent air. Lam Uyen's eyes blazed red as he looked down at him, his voice filled with menace. Speak. The captain lay on the ground, gasping for air as he hurriedly spilled the information. In the main city, you'll find a blacksmith named Hoa Kiem. He always gives out monster delivery quests. When your favorability with him is high enough, he'll craft a piece of golden-grade equipment for you. Lam Uyen frowned, deep in thought. In my past life, someone did get their hands on golden gear very quickly. The rumor was that it involved an NPC. Maybe this guy isn't lying. Is that so? He asked again. But as he spoke, he squeezed the steel pipe until it buckled. Lam Uyen's gaze was ice cold as he stared directly at the captain. His voice carried an unshakable threat. I hope you don't do anything stupid, because I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both online and offline, if you dare do anything to my family. As he said this, he tightened his grip, shattering the steel pipe into pieces. He growled. Then this will be what happens to you. The man cowered in utter despair. I understand. The scene shifts to a tavern in the main city of West Desert, shrouded in the evening atmosphere. Under the bright moonlight, the entire space was filled with the strong scent of ale and the murmur of conversation. The evening here was bustling, yet tinged with a sense of weariness, the weariness of those who had gone through a long, tiring day. The sound of beer mugs clashing rang out, seeming to heat up the entire tavern. On the tables were steaming hot dishes, plates of soft white steamed buns, and tofu drenched in a fragrant, spicy sauce. A plate of golden brown vegetables, its aroma spreading and mingling with the scent of alcohol, created an atmosphere both cozy and lively under the bright moon. The blacksmith, fire tongs, slammed his beer mug on the table, his eyes wide as he stared at the young man, his voice filled with surprise and a hint of suspicion. You mean to tell me you can provide me with 100 portions of ore? You're not joking, are you? He continued. You look too clean. It's obvious at a glance you're not cut out for mining. If you can really do it, I'll forge you a weapon for free when the time comes. Lin Yuan stood silently by the table, his gaze as calm as ever. He just gave a slight nod, thinking to himself. It seems Zhao Kui wasn't lying. The next step is to go mine the ore. Just as he turned to leave the table, he saw a drunk staggering to his feet, slurring, Hey, where do you think you're going? Let me have a drink with you, little lady. He grinned sleazily, staggering towards a girl who had just walked by. She flinched and stepped back, her voice annoyed. Get away from me. I don't even know you. The beautiful girl with a curvy figure was walking dreamily, her voice slightly slurred as she said, Don't you touch me. As she spoke and dodged him, he just laughed. All right. Just come with me, and I absolutely won't touch you. The strong stench of alcohol wafted over, causing Lin Yuan, who was standing nearby, to instinctively frown. Before he could react, the man turned to him and yelled, What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? The moment he finished speaking, our hero used his strength to swing his arm, sending the drunkard flying. Lin Yuan let out a sneer, truly courting death. The tavern suddenly fell silent. The beautiful girl turned around, her voice ringing out cheerfully. You're so handsome, cutie. Thank you so much. Let this big sister buy you a drink. Lin Yuan merely glanced at her and cut her off. That's not necessary. Then he turned and walked away, leaving her calling out behind him. Don't walk so fast. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed amidst the chaotic noise. Her slender high heels slipped slightly on the wooden floor. A small sound was heard as the heel got caught in a crack in the wood. The beautiful girl's body lurched forward, her long brown hair swinging with the momentum. In that instant, a cold, fire-like red glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He reacted so fast it was almost instinctual. He reached out and caught her, their breaths mingling in the suffocatingly close distance. Lin Yuan's strong arm held her waist tightly. The beautiful girl's body tilted with the momentum. In his arms, she looked up, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Her eyes were hazy but held a hint of mischief. So you like to dance, little brother? I was in the middle of saying something when she suddenly passed out completely. Lin Yuan frowned, a look of helplessness on his face as he said, What a pain. He opened the door to the inn room, the sound of the hinges creaking softly in the quiet space. Moonlight shone through the window, casting its light on the cool stone floor. Lin Yuan gently placed her on the bed, her brown hair fanning out on the pillow. Her lips were slightly parted, her breathing even. After that, he turned and left, closing the door in silence, leaving the room submerged in the pale blue light of the West Desert night. Silence. The scene shifts to the venomous snake mine, where moisture seeped from the rock walls into the air. The light from torches mounted on both sides flared intensely. In the cramped space, the sharp, clean sound of pickaxes striking stone from the dog-headed miners echoed in a steady rhythm. In that dim light, Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the cave. He held a stone in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he calculated in his head. Right now, I have 12 dog-headed zombies in my gate of the underworld. Just enough for mining. I should be able to gather a good amount of ore in a short time. Suddenly, a loud rumble erupted from deep within the darkness, sending the dog-headed miners flying. He was also startled and couldn't react in time. In his vision, a swarm of small shadows charged forward. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of an adult human. They swarmed out from the cracks in the rocks. Their fur was a dingy gray, their claws were sharp, and their eyes glowed a furious red. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Common Berserk Rat, level 10. Health, 1,200. Attack, 70. Defense, 15. Skill, Frenzied Laceration, continuously attacks the target, damage increased by 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the elite assassin Scorpion and gave the command, Go. Wipe them all out, leave none behind. It let out a deafening roar, the sound of its claws tearing through flesh, echoing throughout the tunnel. One by one, the berserk rats were torn to shreds in just a few breaths. Blood splattered everywhere, and the hot, metallic stench filled the air. The elite assassin Scorpion swiftly eliminated all of them, not stopping until not a single one was left. The green light of a magic circle appeared, its runic lines glowing brightly as they spun slowly in midair. Lin Yuan said softly, Time to collect more types of monsters, different creatures, which will make my tactics more versatile. Demonic energy spread from the magic circle, enveloping each one in a brilliant blue-black light, transforming them into hazy, ethereal souls that twisted and were sucked directly into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. Fire and debris flew everywhere in the tunnel, the shockwave so powerful that even the stone walls shook violently. Lin Yan immediately leaped back, his cloak billowing in the turbulent backlash. He raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes narrowing as he uttered in surprise, What the? A massive red figure from within. The darkness charged out, its fur standing on end, its eyes glowing blood red. Its sharp teeth gnashed together, making a terrifying scraping sound. Amidst the hazy dust, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing behind the monster. The person wore a gray cloak and appeared holding a long spear. The system's voice rang out, Berserk Rat, Spirit Master, level 16, Health, 3,800, Attack, 300, Defense, 150, Skills, Berserk Pursuit, Keen Smell. Suddenly that figure brandished their spear, causing the beast to roar even more fiercely. As if compelled by an unseen force, its body charged toward Lin Yan. Like a raging storm, he raised his sword into a defensive stance, a blue light surging along the blade like ocean waves. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Is this the mine's boss? Someone intentionally lured it here. An intense, blinding golden light appeared as a weapon began to take effect. Zhu Nian Taiyang raised his hand high, his skill, shooting straight forward, accompanied by the incessant growling of the dog-headed miner beside him. Faced with this surprise attack, Lin Yan's feet slid back as he tried to hold his ground. However, the situation was unbelievable. The sheer, overwhelming power sent him flying backward. A thought immediately flashed through Lin Yan's mind. A target lock skill? No, that's not it. At the same time, the system panel displayed detailed information. Zhu Nian Taiyang has used the skill Holy Armor Art on you. Holy Armor Art increases an allied target's defense by 20 points. Duration, 60 seconds. Lin Yan, facing the storm of light, froze for a moment, confirming it was a priest's buffing skill. Near the intense battle, a news scout glanced around and muttered, What's going on today? Why has all the iron ore disappeared? Isn't that the priest from the super god Iron Triangle Guild? Why is he acting alone like this? With a sinister look in his eyes, the man gave an order. Quick, let's seize the chance to get some fame. And with that, he released a magic fly from his hand. Over on the other side, Zhu Nian Taiyang urgently pleaded with Lin Yan. I didn't mean to lead the monster here. You should run. I caused this mess, so I'll take responsibility for it. The system panel updated with new data. The number of current online viewers was 15. A flood of excited comments appeared. Soloing a boss? Are all the priests from the Mirrored Flower Water Moon Guild this badass? This priest is as agile as an assassin. A battle priest has arrived. Lin Yan glanced at the engagement and nodded, an idea forming. He still got a sense of honor, even at a time like this. I also just bought a villa, which cost me a fortune. A boss delivered right to my doorstep? I'll gladly accept. The atmosphere grew more and more heated, the online viewer count jumping from 15 to 70, then to 130. The comments became even more curious. Why does this guy look so familiar? It's that great god who soloed the world, boss. Grab your popcorn. We're definitely in for a good show today. Hasn't the Great One made his move yet? Hurry up. At the same time, a piercing screech echoed, burrowing deep into their minds. The dog-headed miner relentlessly chased after Ju, Neon Tai Yang. Its massive feet were about to stomp him flat. But fortunately, Lin Yan blocked the blow. Tai Yang's eyes were filled with panic, his face covered in sweat as he muttered to himself. The scene shifts, showing Zhao Kui's thoughtful gaze, fixed on something, his mouth twisting in frustration as he exclaimed, "Damn it, losing to a monster like this. It's not shameful at all." The guy named Nu Yan, passing by, chimed in indignantly, "The internet is being spammed again by some so-called great god. It's so annoying, all this endless hype." A subordinate walking beside him agreed. "Exactly. If we're talking purely about skill, I dare say no one can compare to our guildmaster." Zhao Kui's eyes glinted with cunning as his calculating words emerged. "That's Nu Yan, from the Raging Fury Guild. He must have seen the live stream too. To be honest, Mad God merely has the advantage because of his guild and class. When it comes to pure skill, no one has ever been able to match the great god." Upon hearing this backhanded compliment, Nu Yan's eyes widened, and he demanded, "What did you just say? Say that again." Zhao Kui feigned surprise and continued, "You're Nu Yan from the Raging Fury Guild, right? Look, it's not just me saying it. There are tons of comments on the live stream hyping him up. Some people are even saying that as the guildmaster of Feng Shui Che's #1 guild, Mad God should have stepped down long ago." Enraged, Nu Yan immediately pressed the tip of his blade threateningly against Zhao Kui's neck. Nu Yan glared, his eyes wide as he asked firmly, "Who the hell are you?" The man tried to explain. "What's the use of taking your anger out on me? It's what everyone is saying. You should understand. It's just that Mad God is too modest. After all, when an era has no heroes, it lets the nobodies make a name for themselves." Fury began to pay more attention to the current situation. "So, that little punk is still live streaming, right?" Zhao Kui confirmed with certainty. "Yes, right inside the mine." Fury began to roar in anger, demanding that the guild be notified. "Everyone who's online, follow me." Inside the mine, Lin Yuan was still fighting valiantly against the dog-headed miner. Every slash left behind a trail of endless light. In a critical moment, he instructed Tai Yang, "You can go now. Its aggro is on me." And just as he said, the dog-headed miner ferociously charged forward, preparing to tear Lin Yuan to shreds. Its footsteps thundered, shattering the ground with every step. The tremors beneath the earth made him a little unsteady. He pressed his body low to the ground, but that image was just a feint to trick the enemy before unleashing a high-quality strike. Lin Yuan's voice boomed, "Go." The careless dog-headed miner took the direct hit he unleashed in the blink of an eye. The system interface once again updated with shocking numbers. Viewership, 1,297. Study every single frame. We have to study every frame. This master's mechanics are insane. His aggro control is so stable. He's so fast there are after images. Oh my god. This pro's fighting style is so strategic, so strong. The dog-headed miner's arms began to weaken. It tried to cling to the rocks on the ground. It was still trying its best to catch up to Lin Yuan, who was right in front of it. But an unexpected situation occurred. Hordes of zombified dog-headed miners suddenly rushed out. They tore into the dog-headed miner without a shred of mercy. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, lectured his opponent. "If you focus only on your rage and ignore attacks from behind, you're bound to suffer a great loss. But you don't need to understand that lesson, because he was about to finish it with an unstoppable sword strike." The dog-headed miner was screaming in agony. The bites from the horde of zombie dog-headed miners stung its body. A zombie leaped high into the air, its weapon held tight, ready to attack. Just a few seconds later, that weapon was lodged firmly in the dog-headed miner's head. On the other side, Lin Yuan was getting ready. The phantom fists were also equipped. He charged forward, declaring, "Time to end this." A single punch drove deep into the opponent, aiming to end its existence in this world. Everyone was still buzzing with discussion. So, who's the real boss? It's so hard to tell. A friendly fire situation? Man, I'm totally smitten by this pro. The system quickly sent a notification to Lin Yuan. "Congratulations on defeating the Berserk Mole Lord. You have leveled up to level 15. You have obtained the equipment, Dagger of Pursuit and Boots of Agility." The detailed information of the items was also displayed. Dagger of Pursuit, Silver Grade. Weapon type. Effect. Attack power plus 20, attack speed plus 5, agility plus 25. Attached skill. Blade of Pursuit. Blade of Pursuit. Every 6 attacks will empower the next attack, increasing attack speed by 10%. Boots of Agility. Silver grade. Equipment type. Effect. Agility plus 30. Movement speed plus 5. Attached skill. Swift pace. Swift pace. When not in combat, movement speed is increased by 10. Giant Dragon Tai Yang ran over with dazed eyes, asking under his breath, "With those moves, are you the master player who defeated the giant death wolf all by himself?" "Master, let's be friends. If I support you from now on, wouldn't we be invincible?" He turned his back and replied to Tai Yang, "You've got the wrong person." His words left the boy confused, wondering to himself, "No way, I've watched your videos so many times. Even if you were turned to ash, I'd still recognize you." Just as the two of them were about to leave the mine, a burst of fire ambushed them from behind. Lin Yuan quickly assessed the situation, his blade striking back with a powerful blue light. His eyes showed his fury as he destroyed the sneak attack from those lowlifes. Laughter echoed from the mouth of the cave. It made Lin Yuan and Tai Yang look back in confusion. Fury, who had just appeared, spoke arrogantly. "Then let's turn him to ash and see if you can still recognize him." The crowd of people under Fury's command also started chattering. "For a piece of trash like him, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? What are you talking about? He's a master player, you know. Turn on the live stream. Show them the consequences of messing with the Rage Guild. We have to make them remember this. Our guild leader, Mad God, is the strongest player in the West District." Lin Yuan carefully observed the situation, a thought forming in his mind. "The Rage Guild wants to defeat me to show off their power? Looks like I can't refuse a free delivery of equipment right to my doorstep." Meanwhile, the system also analyzed the situation. Malicious ambush detected. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. During this event, defeating the besieging attackers won't add to your crime points. Just as he was pondering this, a dazzling golden weapon materialized out of thin air. The Great Sun Dragon has thundered its declaration of war. "This is the moment I've been waiting for. This feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder with my comrades. I will be the one to shine bright in this desolate hellscape. In the name of our bond, I will protect those precious to me." Lin Yuan thought to himself wryly, "My best friend? Who are you kidding? Honestly, you'd be more helpful if you just stood a little further back." "All right," the guy, blazing fury, pointed and yelled, "Hey, you piece of trash, listen up. The real god of frenzy is this guy right here." But before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Yuan moved in a flash and slapped him flat, followed by a taunting question. "What was that you were saying?" His attack didn't stop there. With a swing of his arm, Blazing Fury's face was smacked red from one side to the other. The guy's seemingly large body couldn't take it, spinning around and face-planting into the ground. The viewer count was skyrocketing. The number of live viewers jumped to 5,630. The chat exploded with comments. "He got slapped before the fight even started. Blazing Fury sure is something else, using his face to block the god-tier player's attack. A live stream dedicated to embarrassing himself. You don't see that every day. Holy crap, so the god just took down a boss, and now he's soloing an entire group?" Blazing Fury was getting beaten to a pulp, but he still didn't forget to scream, "How dare a stray dog that no guild wants lay a hand on me? You really think you're some kind of god, don't you? Get him for me." He ordered his underlings decisively, "Take him down." One of the subordinates charged forward and yelled, "On my command, all warriors, charge, mages and priests in the back. Rangers, keep moving. I don't believe he can handle all of us alone." Lin Yuan analyzed the situation in his head. "These guys coordinate pretty well. In that case, I'll cut off their backline first." He immediately activated his stealth skill. Blazing Fury's subordinate roared in anger, "That brat went invisible. Mages, hurry up and cast your detection spells." The mages in the back nodded in agreement. "Got it." However, Lin Yuan reappeared with shocking speed, warning his opponent. Too late. The sudden situation made the group scream in terror. "What? He's behind us?" From the sidelines, Blazing Fury was still running his mouth. "He's just a spent arrow. He just killed a boss. He's definitely low on HP. And mana. Just charge him. We have the numbers. Kill him." A flood of comments raced to the top of the chat. "This is nuts. It's the first time I've ever heard a group ganging up on one guy sound so high and mighty about it. It's hard to say. The Raging Fury Guild is ranked number 1 in the Western Desert, after all. If the god-tier player turns the tables, the Raging Fury Guild won't have anywhere to hide their faces." Blazing Fury stood in the back, trying to motivate his underlings with words. "Kill him. As long as you kill him, come find me for payment based on your damage points, no limit. Take him down." The group charged forward like madmen, launching continuous fireballs at Lin Yuan. However, he only needed a few light slashes of his sword to eliminate these pathetic little spells. Lin Yuan assessed the current situation and formed a strategy. The terrain in the mineshaft is narrow, so I can't leverage the numerical advantage of my undead zombies, but wiping them all out in one go won't be difficult. Facing the incoming giant fireballs, he stood his ground, as if he already had a plan. The group watched Lin Yuan's every move, and even the online viewers were on the edge of their seats, commenting frantically. A god-tier player is still human, after all. Who could withstand being surrounded like this? What a shame, such a shame. They've caught him in a moment of weakness. Everyone, remember, the god is alone, while the other side is a whole group. Go, god player, go. Lin Yuan's feet leaped high above the giant fireballs. The enemy group watched him and yelled, "Look, that piece of trash is trying to run. Dan Tan, Da Tan, hurry up and take him down." Blazing Fury commanded his men with the same arrogant attitude. "After him, don't let him escape," he kept muttering, oblivious to Lin Yuan, who was gradually setting up an ambush from behind. "Today, I'll show you how to shoot fish in a barrel." The moment Blazing Fury finished his sentence, he looked up to see Lin Yuan diving straight down at him. It was a fatal stomp from him. He showed no mercy, pinning Blazing Fury to the ground. The guy's blood splattered everywhere, a painful and well-deserved reality for the arrogant fool. Despite that, as he sat up, Blazing Fury still tried to argue. "Coward! What kind of skill is a sneak attack?" Right after that sentence, he was forced to shut his mouth as Lin Yuan held a sword to his throat. "Call your men back. He's right here," Lin Yuan whispered to Blazing Fury. "They can't come back. However, I'm curious. When you lead an entire party to get wiped out like this, won't your guild master, the god of frenzy, hold you responsible?" The guy still didn't get it, replying in confusion. "What do you mean?" And just as expected, on the other side of the cave, undead, jackal-headed miners were closing in on his men. This time, Lin Yuan decided to activate his skill, Corpse Explosion. His hands gripped Blazing Fury's head tightly, ignoring his frantic screams. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Lin Yuan coldly commanded. "Go ask them yourself." Just seconds later, his sword swept across Blazing Fury's neck. The online viewers were completely shaken, with the viewer count hitting over 1 million. Oh my god. I knew it. How could he have fallen for such an obvious trick? Blazing Fury looks like a complete idiot. A total team wipe? That was easier than grinding mobs. I'm impressed. That move was a perfect 10 out of 10. As soon as Blazing Fury was defeated, the loot appeared. Lin Yuan quickly said, "An unexpected harvest. I need to pack everything up quickly. I'll take all the equipment inside. This place is about to be swarming with people." The weapon he received this time is the Golden Twin Blades. Weapon type, effect, physical attack plus 50, attack speed plus 20, critical strike plus 30. Its attached skill is Lifesteal. Lifesteal. 10% of damage dealt is converted into the user's own health points. The scene shifts to another place, filled with an unusual silence. Suddenly, Huo Qian's voice is heard. "I take back what I said before. You truly are a capable young man. If you can, I hope you'll visit often. I still need a lot more ore." The system immediately updated. Blacksmith's affinity has increased by 100. Current affinity, friendly. Looking at these numbers, Lin Yuan mused to himself. The blacksmith only accepts a maximum of 100 iron ores a day, so it looks like this is a long-term quest. But this mining haul is enough to last for a month. This time, way too much equipment dropped from the Raging Fury Guild. If I sell it all to Han Cheng, it'll cause trouble for him. On the other hand, selling it to individual players, while a bit of a hassle, was faster than I expected. But searching for my first follower through a guild is too passive. I should start with the clues I already have. I remember that in my past life, the #1 follower's subordinate had the ability to control snakes. This is probably related to the clue about the snake person civilization hidden in the sewers. The breakthrough could be right there. He quickly moved forward, a sense of urgency in his steps. The scenery inside was much darker and more oppressive. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered a rat fiend and immediately began to strategize. The quest he received from Police Chief Sa Do was to eliminate 30 rat fiends. This quest is ordinary, but there's a hidden dungeon in these sewers, the Serpent Demon's Nest. A hidden dungeon where the blood flesh seed can drop. This is a rare item that can permanently increase your stats, but the hidden dungeon has a weekly entry limit. If its location gets out, competition will be fierce, so I must use my undead to secure the entrance beforehand. I just need to find the room with the snakes. That's where the hidden dungeon is. This is also the only dungeon. that I know of, related to sewers and snakes. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan finally locked onto his target. This is the place. A furious confrontation was unfolding right before his eyes. The sounds of movement, incredibly heavy. Lin Yuan was subconsciously shocked. Something's not right. Are the snakes in the Serpent Demon's Nest supposed to be this huge? This is the Nether King Serpent, level 60. Its health, attack, defense, and skills are all unknown. Lin Yuan started to panic, running without a second's hesitation as a fearful thought crossed his mind. Is this a creation of the snake person civilization? Why is its level so damn high? Level 60. I absolutely cannot let it touch me. In this emergency, he decided to activate his stealth skill, because if he didn't, the penalty for dying, losing levels, and dropping equipment was far too great. However, stealth was completely useless in a situation this dangerous, and simply running away forever wasn't an option. Lin Yuan began to strategize. Let's try to use the terrain. With that, he dashed straight into a narrow passage with a triangular opening, making it impossible for the Nether King Serpent to follow him immediately. However, before he had even taken 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in horror. The Nether King Serpent was just too massive. It smashed through the entire terrain structure to charge after him, its massive jaws ready to snap at the fleeing Lin Yuan. Boulders came crashing down with loud thuds, and a thick cloud of dust and debris obscured the view. The Nether King Serpent used its colossal body to ram through every obstacle. From above, Lin Yuan ran, worrying, "This is bad. I can't stop it." After running for a while, Lin Yuan reached the location of the Shu Ti Li Sea. He immediately formed a strategy. Use the Thunder Scorpion to buy time. You have to fight magic with magic. I refuse to believe this thing can't handle you. The Shu Ti Li Shi quickly moved to confront the Nether King Serpent. The ensuing confrontation was incredibly tense. The Nether King Serpent remained as ferocious as ever, its mouth perpetually gaping open. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance back, a little worried. Thankfully, he had used the triangular opening in the terrain to temporarily escape the immediate danger. Outside, the Nether King Serpent was still trying with all its might to destroy the surface, sending earth and rock flying. The resulting tremors also caused Lin Yuan to lose his balance and drop to one knee. However, that was just a minor inconvenience, all part of his plan. His eyes were filled with confidence. The Nether King Serpent's eyes tried to peer down, but no matter how it tried, it couldn't get in. Everything had been meticulously calculated by him. Lin Yuan moved confidently, thinking, even a monster like this can't stir up any real trouble here. After all, this is the Western Desert Imperial Palace, where the Grand Protector is stationed. Any monster that gets near will be easily annihilated, no exceptions. The Nether King Serpent scanned its surroundings, remaining extremely cautious. Lin Yuan sat down and analyzed the situation. The Snake Person civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom have a deep-seated blood feud. The strength of the Western Desert Kingdom completely overwhelmed the Snake Person civilization, forcing a faction of them to retreat underground, where they plot their revenge. Whenever any monster or beast sets foot near the Imperial Palace, the Grand Protector will eliminate them without a second thought. Although, this serpent, it's strong, but it's no match for the Grand Tutor. Perhaps the Snake Demon's Nest is near that monster. Following its tracks might lead to a good haul. But to prevent a situation like that from happening again, I still need to go to the market and try my luck, to see if there's a serpent lure potion that can attract low-level snake monsters. This type of potion only attracts low-level snake monsters, so I won't run into a behemoth like that again. The scene becomes clearer in the Western Desert Nation. Everything appears magnificent and grand. The shopkeeper over here is beaming. "Thank you for your visit. Please come again." The item Lin Yuan bought was the Serpent Lure Potion. Its effect can emit a special scent, attracting low-level snake monsters to approach. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out from somewhere. "I've traveled far and wide just to find you, my dearest friend. It's been too long." Lin Yuan recognized the voice instantly. It was the guy who was being chased by the boss in the mines. Junian Taiyang approached him and suggested, "Let's be friends first. My dearest friend, it wasn't easy finding you on this massive map, but I could feel our souls calling out to each other." Ignoring the other guy's earnestness, he asked coldly, "What do you want?" A notification sound chimed at the same time. "Junian Taiyang has sent you a friend request," Taiyang loudly declared. "Of course I want something. Hey, want to raid the Jinzi Valley dungeon together? If we fight side by side, won't it be faster?" Lin Yuan coldly walked away. "No, I'm busy." Taiyang didn't stop trying to persuade him, analyzing the situation. "Wait, my dearest friend. Don't you think a god-tier iron triangle sounds awesome? You should join us." You could team up with Leng Yue Xinghen, and we'd become a god-tier quadrilateral. We could be each other's wings and awaken this slumbering world. At the mention of Leng Yue, he suddenly stopped, analyzing it in his head. Leng Yue is the guild leader of the Qinhua Thui Nuyet Guild, ranked second in Fengza, and also a core member of the Order organization. Rumor has it, she's also one of the 9 chosen ones who founded that organization. This is an opportunity. Whether it's a clue about the Order organization or the First Believer, the Hidden Dungeon's entry count will reset tomorrow. If I miss it, I'll lose this week's rewards. I should probably get the rewards first before making contact with Leng Yue. Because of that clue, Lin Yuan immediately moved to accept Zhu Nian Taiyang's friend request. Before leaving, he told Taiyang, "Let's do a dungeon run together next time. I'm really busy right now. I'm leaving first." The guy happily replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for your invitation anytime, my dearest friend." Lin Yuan wandered inside the cave, calculating his next move. Based on my experience from my past life, there should be a snake near the entrance of the hidden dungeon. So, I'll try looking for traces of the giant snake around here. His thoughtful gaze observed a crack in the ground. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he saw something suspicious. A swarm of small snakes was on the move, flicking their long tongues to sense their surroundings. He began to realize that these small snakes were the monsters from the snake demon's nest, but it was still best to be cautious. Continuous strikes slammed down, sending fractured rock and earth flying everywhere. Lin Yuan appeared, with his dog-headed corpse beast. He exclaimed happily, "Finally found it." The scene inside appeared illusory. A torch lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The system updated the location. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, the snake demon's nest." Glancing at the stats, this was a normal hidden snake demon. Level 10. 1000 hit points. Flesh blood seed, plus 500. 100 attack, 10 defense. Skill, flesh blood condensation. The larval snake demon condenses the flesh blood seed in its body. Hit points plus 500. Lin Yuan glanced over while giving the command, "Go." Right after his command, the Shutai Li Shi appeared in unison to confront the swarm of small snakes below. As soon as the Li Shi were ready, he commanded loudly, "Wipe them all out." The skills began to activate in sync. The Jing Chalet, he activated its skill, Crystal Lightning Storm. 2 streams of blue and purple light clashed intensely. The system sent continuous notifications. Use special item, Flesh Blood Seed. Increases the player's primary attributes randomly from +1 to 5. Human race professions using this will increase their endurance by 100. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He judged that this was the item drop from the hidden dungeon, a flesh blood seed. Without hesitation, he used 1 flesh blood seed. Spirit +3, endurance 1 out of 100. Right after using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in approval. "Looks like I can only eat 100 of these, but the boost is very significant. Moreover, the supply of this rare item that permanently increases stats is limited, so it can be sold on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. As for me, I can just clear the hidden dungeon once a week and get 1,000 of them. At this rate, even if I don't join a guild, I'll never be short on gold." Just like that, he decided to use a larger quantity. The system's sound rang out chaotically. "You have used 1 flesh blood seed. Constitution +1. Constitution +5. Endurance 2 out of 100. You have used 1 blood flesh seed, strength +3, endurance 3 out of 100. You have used 1 blood flesh seed, spirit +3, endurance 4 out of 100. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with more and more energy, his determination higher than ever. Without stopping, he continued to use 1 blood flesh seed, spirit +3, endurance 100 out of 100. His actual current stats are: Player Lin Yuan, level 15, class, Forbidden Necro Hunter, talent, Dark Summoning, Gate of the Underworld, 89 out of 150, strength 77, constitution 101, agility 119, spirit 318, experience 2040 out of 16,739. With such impressive stats, Lin Yuan thought he'd had enough for now. He would store the remaining 900 blood flesh seeds first and sell them after he rented a shop. After that, he could just come here to farm once a week. He prepared to leave, but his eyes still glanced back, assessing the situation. Leaving 3 corpse zombies behind should be enough to scare off ordinary players. No one would find this place anytime soon. The snakes here were nothing like the ones that man controlled. He must have some kind of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster is definitely not something that should appear at this stage. Suddenly, the system notified him of a call from the real world. your little sister is calling you. Lin Yuan found it a bit strange and thought to himself, Xiao Dan, with her personality, for her to call me proactively. Did something happen? He answered the call and asked, Xiao Dan, what's wrong? Lin Dan replied softly, nothing. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was a little flustered as he answered, I've eaten. On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friends shouted, Class rep's big brother. The truth is, she wants to ask if you're free to help her run a dungeon right now. He didn't hesitate to confirm, I can, but he was also a bit surprised. Xiao Dan wants me to take her through a dungeon? Suddenly, a judgmental voice cut in. See? I told you. Lin Dan is a liar. And her brother is a braggart too. Listen to this guy, so confident. He didn't even bother to ask what dungeon it is. Lin Dan, has your brother gone crazy from playing games? You two siblings, do you often team up to lie like this? Such perfect chemistry, huh? The girl next to him chimed in, agreeing with her. Brother. I think you're right, Brother Yan. In that case, let's pick the hero difficulty Valley of Ashes dungeon. No team has managed to clear it yet. Lin Dan whispered into the phone, reminding Lin Yuan, the Valley of Ashes, hero difficulty. Did you hear that? The guy named Wang Yan raised his voice mockingly. The Valley of Ashes. Stop lying, Lin Dan. Your brother's a liar, and you're a liar too. To have spawned two pieces of social scum like you, I bet your parents aren't any good either. Hearing her parents get insulted, Lin Dan couldn't hide her anger. She yelled, you, but her brother quickly reminded her, it's all right, Xiao Dan. Don't waste your breath on him. I'm heading to the Valley of Ashes right now. Lin Dan was bewildered, thinking, even though he's made a lot of money playing this game, the Valley of Ashes on hero difficulty is second only to death difficulty. Did I just get him into more trouble? Just then, a voice called out, Xiao Dan. She turned around in surprise. Qian, why are you? Just then, the system announced, Tianhang Changge has joined the party. Qian replied to Lin Dan. I heard everything. This morning, my deskmate congratulated you on moving into a new villa. That idiot Wang Yan overheard. That Wang Yan is a real piece of work. I came to be a witness, so I can make him apologize to you in front of all our classmates. Lin Dan was suddenly grateful for her friend. Thank you, Qian. It's good to have a witness. When we get the results, you all better watch closely. Somewhere, Wang Yan's mocking voice rang out. I've met plenty of vain girls like you. Are your parents maids in someone else's villa? I guess that counts as living in a villa, right? To be precise, this guy was Yan Xiao Wushang, and joining the party were his hired players from the Inferno Blade mercenary team, madly seeking a wife. Lin Dan angrily retorted, Wang Yan, you were just lucky to be born rich. What right do you have to mock others? Seeing her friend getting angry, Qian tried to intervene. Xiao Dan, don't bother with him. It's not worth it. Wang Yan couldn't hold back his anger. He yelled, I can't take this anymore. You two, go teach her a lesson. I'll pay you double. His two minions eagerly jumped forward. I've been wanting to touch that face of hers for a while. All right, young Master Yan is so generous. Watch me rip her clothes to shreds. However, things weren't going to be as easy as they wanted. A series of slashes suddenly flew out from behind them. The weak henchmen tried to defend themselves, screaming miserably. Lin Yuan had arrived, and his appearance was truly a bloody one for his opponents. He asked, Are you okay, Xiao Dan? She replied softly, I'm okay. Behind her, Qian was full of admiration. So fast, so cool, getting mad for no reason, and sneak attacking the hired players I invited. Do you have any idea how much money I spent on them? Can you even afford to pay for it? Without them, how are we supposed to clear the dungeon? Right after he said that, Lin Yuan teleported directly in front of him without hesitation. He questioned him. You were the one who bullied my little sister and badmouthed my parents. Wang Yan started to get scared. He stammered, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Just a few seconds later, Lin Yuan had already made Wang Yan's face swell up. He clutched his face as blood splattered out. Lin Yuan even lectured him. I don't care what family you're from. If you like to bark and bite people, you deserve to be put down. Wang Yan was sprawled on the floor but still tried to argue. Are you kidding me? This dungeon requires a minimum of 6 people. If you take them both out, how are we supposed to get in? Lin Yuan coldly declared, I'll handle the missing members myself. You just shut your mouth and wait. He already had a plan in mind. Coincidentally, the Ashen Valley dungeon would drop a tactical skill. Sooner or later, I'll need this skill anyway, and I can invite Junian Tai Yang, which will make it easier to get one step closer to Leng Yue. He immediately sent a party invitation to Junian Taiyang. Qian's eyes widened as she whispered into her friend's ear, Xiao Dan, your brother is way cooler than I thought. Plus, he's incredibly handsome. Lin Dan replied with a grimace. You think so? He's just average. Wang Yan hadn't finished his tirade, shouting, what kind of decent player could a poor piece of trash like you possibly find? Probably some scrub who can't even beat the mobs at the dungeon entrance. The girl next to him was stunned, speechless. Young Master Yan, look, isn't that the master from the godly Iron Triangle? As soon as Junian Taiyang appeared, he made a declaration. When the bell of destiny tolls, you and I are fated to drown in a sea of ambition from which we can never return. From this moment on, Junian Taiyang officially joins the team, teleportation successful. Wang Yan's eyes widened in admiration. It's Master Junian, the main priest of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the Western Desert. Master Junian, are you going to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much. Qian was pleasantly surprised. Junian Taiyang, why is he here too? A top-tier player like him wouldn't just join a random party. Lin Dan was just as confused. I don't know either. However, Taiyang's image as a great master quickly vanished when he saw Lin Yuan. He ran over and yelled, my man, you finally remembered me. I knew it. I knew you'd take me into a dungeon. The moment I got your party invite, I rushed right over. It'd be awesome if we formed a super-duper team together. Lin Yuan quickly shut Taiyang's trap, a look of utter disgust on his face. Wang Yan's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. What? Master Junian is begging that guy to carry him through a dungeon? How is that possible? Isn't her brother just some nobody player? His sister gasped in disbelief. Young Master Yan, do you think the master joined the wrong party? I'll go talk to Master Junian. Junian Taiyang stepped forward to explain to the crowd. A nobody player? I came here specifically for my best bro. He's the master of masters. A god-tier player for short. Have you guys never heard of him? Lin Yuan quickly cut him off and demanded, all right, that's enough. Let's just get into the dungeon. Wang Yan pointed an accusing finger. I get it now, Lin Dan. So your brother also hired a player. But a heroic difficulty dungeon like Ashen Valley is something else. Even the #1 guild, Raging Fury, failed to conquer it. What can a priest from the #2 guild possibly do? Lin Yuan angrily turned his head back and warned, shut your mouth, and watch carefully how I clear this. System updating status. The party is entering Ashen Valley. Heroic difficulty. A whirlwind of energy began to form around Lin Yuan's body. Teleportation ready. Inside, a monster was already waiting. It was a common ashen lizard. Level 18. Health, 4,700. Attack, 580. Defense, 75. Skill, Scorching Spit. Scorching Spit launches a flame attack, inflicting an additional burn effect that lasts for 10 seconds. The truth is, the monster stats here are way too high. Lin Dan grew even more worried. Brother, are you really going to be okay? If only my level were a little higher, this would be better. Wang Yan followed behind, but his mouth never stopped judging. He brought a priest, so he must be planning to kill the monsters from a distance, right? I'm not gonna let him have his way. Go lure all the nearby monsters over here. His sister eagerly nodded. Okay, whatever you say, young Master Yan. Let's see how he handles this. The ashen lizard tilted its head back, waiting, as dust and smoke billowed around it. A roar echoed out, and Lin Yuan glared in that direction. A whole mob of ashen lizards gradually appeared, terrifying Qian. How did so many monsters show up in such a short time? Lin Dan was also in disbelief. I've seen the guide videos, and it's not supposed to be like this. Without waiting, they immediately charged toward the party. Wang Yan leaned back and smirked mockingly. Looks like your luck isn't so good, is it? Over on the side, Taiyang excitedly got into a combat stance. This situation, now this is what gets the blood pumping. My friends, has your fighting spirit been awakened as well? This battle will be a glorious one for us all. He calmly summoned a thunder scorpion. The moment the elite scorpion appeared, it decimated the horde of ash slimes. The undead thunder scorpion unleashed its crystal thunderburst skill. Before anyone could react, Lin Yuan shot forward like a flash of lightning. Everyone, protect yourselves, he yelled. With just a few swings of his sword, he cut down several of the monsters. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he cautiously scanned the area. Over on her side, she also drew her sword to fight. Lin Dan suggested, get behind me, I'll handle this thing. Qian quickly urged, be careful. Before she could even make a move, Lin Yuan rushed in and finished off that ash slime, as if telling her, don't mess this up. Lin Dan was left stunned. She marveled, so this is how powerful he is in the game. He's so strong. He slowly turned and gently patted her head. Lin Yuan earnestly reassured Lin Dan, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will absolutely not let you fall into any danger." Feeling flustered, she lowered her head and bit her lip. Although Lin Yuan didn't get a response, he was still delighted. While she was blushing and swatting his hand away, Qian was watching from the sidelines with stars in her eyes. This feeling of security. Having a big brother is the best. Wang Yan, who had been completely ignored, suddenly spoke up arrogantly. "So, I finally see what's going on. The Valley of Cinders isn't that hard after all. One person is more than enough to handle it. With my full set of silver-grade equipment, how could I possibly be any worse than them?" Ma Ling, who was next to him, immediately chimed in. "That's right. Young Master Yan's gear is something they could never afford." Wang Yan then turned, ready to show off. "You idiots, watch and learn," he yelled as he charged straight toward an ash slime. This was the true power of young Master Yan. However, before Wang Yan could even show off, he was slapped silly by the monster. He tumbled to the ground and began to wail pathetically. "Damn it. This monster's too strong. Way too strong. It hurts like hell." Seeing Wang Yan's display, Lin Yuan coldly tossed out a comment. "If you want to die, wait until I've cleared the stage first." With that, he slowly began to unleash his abilities. "I originally wanted to get a gold-grade item for Xiao Dan, but I guess a silver one will have to do for now." Lin Yuan took out several pieces of equipment, but instead of using them, he handed them directly to Lin Dan. "These will suit you. Take them and use them." The items included the Fearless Battle Armor, a silver-grade piece of equipment with the effects Constitution plus 50 and Critical Damage plus 15. It also came with the skill Fearless Soul. When dealing critical damage, 8% of your defense power is converted into a shield of equivalent value. The moment Ma Ling saw these items, her eyes lit up like car headlights. "Whoa, that's so cool. A single piece of silver-grade gear could buy tons of luxury goods. That thing must be worth millions. And he's giving it away without even blinking." Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still struggling on the ground, reminding them, "That's enough already. Do you have to be so shameless?" However, Lin Dan refused the items, deciding to rely on her own strength. "You should keep it to protect yourself. I'll figure out my own gear." Seeing this, Lin Yuan could only let out a helpless, wry smile. Still the same as always, so stubborn. He said no more and moved to coordinate with Tai Yang, and they flawlessly took down the ash slimes together. Shi and Qian also charged in to battle them. Not wanting to be outdone, Wang Yan and Ma Ling joined the fray as well. An ash slime whipped its tail fiercely against Lin Dan's sword. She frowned, reassuring herself, "I can do this." Seeing its chance, the creature let out an excited roar. Immediately after, a barrage of abilities rained down on that very ash slime. The system UI showed its health at 24 out of 4,700. Lin Dan looked toward Lin Yuan in astonishment. It had to be him. With that thought, she regained her focus and continued the fight. Lin Dan silently resolved. "It's just like the old days. He always treats me like a child. I don't want him meddling in my affairs." Noticing her attitude, he let out a soft sigh. Is it really this hard just to give her some gear? And so, the two siblings competed against each other in defeating the horde of ash slimes. Watching from the side, Qian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. One of them is secretly feeding her kills and providing support, while the other knows the truth but remains stubbornly proud. The dynamic between these siblings is just perfect. Watching them compete is way more entertaining than actually killing monsters. Meanwhile, behind her, Wang Yan and Ma Ling were being chased to within an inch of their lives. After a grueling battle, the group finally had a moment of peace. Tai Yang stopped, leaning on his staff and letting out a determined sigh. The boss is just inside. He turned back to discuss things with Lin Yuan. "Zhigu, should we head back for now? If we leave the dungeon now, there's no penalty. But if we fight the boss and our party wipes, we'll lose levels and drop equipment. The risk is too great." Frowning, he had to agree, "You're right." But suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan started shouting, "Huh? You're giving up just like that? You were so tough against the mobs. So what? You see the boss and you get scared?" Qian paid him no mind and turned to Lin Dan. Dan, the fact that your brother could lead us this far is already incredible." Hearing this, she couldn't help but think to herself, "I've just caused more trouble for him. If only I were a little stronger. Would things have turned out this way?" Lin Yuan quickly regained his focus and took the lead. Tai Yang is right. The death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he unleashed his ability. "So, none of you need to make a move." Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He opened a summoning gate. "I alone am enough." The sight of this left the other man stunned. So many summoned beasts. Just what is this guy's deal? He then sneered with contempt. You've partied with Jigu before and you still don't know his true strength? Whether it was soloing a world boss or single-handedly defeating the Bloodcrow Guild, of all the players I know, he is the absolute strongest. Inside the cave, the Ash Lizard King was resting quietly with its eyes closed. Suddenly, a ball of energy flew right at it. The Ash Lizard King instantly sensed it and its eyes snapped open, but even so, it couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. Enraged, the Ash Lizard King immediately charged out of the cave, roaring non-stop. The system interface displayed its information. Ash Lizard King, King Tier, level 21, with 10,000 health points and 1,200 attack power, 300 defense, skills, Scorching Breath, Flame Shield, and Vicious Bite. Lin Yuan showed no fear as he slowly walked towards it. Chan Chan's group, watching from behind, couldn't help but feel terrified. 1,200 attack points. A single touch would be an instant kill, wouldn't it? Due to her stubborn nature, Lin Dan secretly decided to step forward and help. Clearly, this was all her fault. "How can I let him face this danger alone?" she yelled out. "Let me draw its aggro for you." But before she could do anything, a magic circle bound her in place. Junien Taiyang had activated his skill, Holy Light Imprisonment. He casually walked over and reminded her, "Just watch from here. If you rush in, you'll only cause more trouble for him." His words left her stunned. "What did you say?" Taiyang calmly suggested. "Let's all just enjoy Zhugu's elegant performance." Lin Yuan stood calmly before its massive mouth, which was continuously gathering energy. The Ash Lizard King was activating its skill. The moment it unleashed its Scorching Breath, he had already leaped high into the air. Gasps of astonishment came from behind them. He perfectly predicted the range of the boss's skill. The summoned beasts also took this opportunity to charge forward. By the time the Ash Lizard King realized what was happening, they were already on top of it. The summoned beasts swarmed it, each taking a bite. They tore into the Ash Lizard King's flesh. The situation immediately descended into chaos. A voice filled with awe spoke up. "He's calculated the cooldown of every single one of the boss's skills perfectly." Taiyang excitedly couldn't stop praising him. It's as if he already knew all the monster's information beforehand. This fight, it's truly a work of art. Trapped, Lin Dan could only watch the fight obediently. Is this his true power? Mo Ling on the side was also completely mesmerized. "Lin Dan's brother is so cool. Go on, kill that giant lizard." Her words made Wang Yan's face darken with rage. "Shut your mouth." He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his sword as his mind raced with calculations. "If this keeps up, they're really going to clear the dungeon. Won't that make me lose face in front of the whole class? That's right. As long as my sneak attack works and makes him careless, a single blow from the boss can kill him." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was still giving his all against the monster. The system displayed a notification. Ash Lizard King activates the skill Vicious Bite. 315 out of 10,000 health points. He immediately wanted to seize this chance. It used Vicious Bite. The cooldown is 8 seconds. A perfect opportunity. Wang Yan suddenly lunged forward, aiming for a sneak attack. "Still think you can solo the boss? In your next life." He was now right behind him, and Lin Yuan had already sensed him. He glanced over his shoulder, pursing his lips and cursing under his breath. "Idiot." With that thought, Lin Yuan gracefully spun around to dodge. "Looks like you have a death wish." This move shocked Wang Yan so much, his jaw dropped. "What? He dodged it?" Lin Yuan lifted his leg, preparing a kick. "Then you can disappear along with it." He kicked hard into Wang Yan's side, giving him no time to react. Wang Yan was sent flying to the ground. Right above him was the Ash Lizard King, baring its teeth ferociously. Without another word, Lin Yuan used his skill, Activate Corpse Explosion. An explosion erupted instantly, engulfing both Wang Yan and the Ash Lizard King. A congratulatory, server-wide announcement appeared. "Congratulations to players, name hidden, Jiunian Taiyang, Chanhang Changge, Dan Dan, and pursuing young Master Yan for the first clear of the heroic difficulty dungeon, the Valley of Ash." Seeing this, Chan Chan grinned from ear to ear. "I can't believe we actually cleared it. Dan Dan, your brother is so cool, so amazing. Can we ask him to carry us through dungeons in the future?" Lin Dan was stunned. She stammered in reply, "He's very busy. We'll see if there's a chance later." Taiyang couldn't hide his joy either. He shouted excitedly, "As expected of Jigu, you got to show off this time, but next time, I'll show you the true power of a priest." Mo Ling in the back, however, did not feel the same. "Stop your writhing. Master, big bro, can we be friends?" Hearing her, Tai Duong glared angrily. "Shut your mouth. I see it now," he shouted while continuously spinning his staff to cast his ability. "You're in the same league as that villain who ambushed Drybone. Go to hell." The game system displayed once again, searching for Yan Xiao, who has been killed. Use dark summoning on the Ash Lizard King's corpse? He answered without a shred of hesitation. Yes. Lin Yuan scanned his surroundings, silently deciding to take this big guy with him first. With that thought, he spoke up. Now that the pests have been exterminated, let's divide the equipment. Hearing this, Chan Chan demurred shyly. You were the one doing all the attacking the entire way. How could we possibly ask for equipment? We're just happy we could clear the instance. Lin Yuan explained gently. I only need the skill book and the skill scroll. You guys can sort out the rest. In his hands were 3 tactical skill items, a skill book and a skill scroll. The remaining loot included the Ash leg guards, silver rank, equipment type, effect, constitution plus 30, movement speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, attached skill, blazing walk, skill effect, increases resistance to fire attribute damage by 10%, burning bracers, bronze rank, equipment type, effect, constitution plus 10, strength plus 15, critical damage plus 5, quenched fire longsword, bronze rank, weapon type, effect, attack power plus 15, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agile long boots, bronze rank, equipment type, effect, movement speed plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 5. Tai Duong quickly chose the Ash leg guards. As it happens, my guild leader is collecting leg armor. This is a real lifesaver. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about this? I'll buy all of this equipment, and we'll split the money based on everyone's contribution. Lin Yuan replied courteously. You can handle it however you see fit. I don't need any. Lin Dan had no objections. As for Chan Chan, she just smiled slyly. We're rich. With everything settled, he decided to leave. This way, Wang Yan won't be able to cause trouble for you anymore. If you run into any trouble next time, just tell me directly. I'm going to do a few quests. Seeing this, she hurriedly called out to him. Wait a second. Lin Yuan turned his head, confused. What is it? Do you need some equipment? Suspicion had long been stirring in Lin Dan's heart. Ever since entering the instance, he had demonstrated some incredible moves. I've never seen such an endless stream of summoned creatures. Could it be that he's also a chosen one hiding his class? Thinking this, she asked cautiously, after you started playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body? Lin Yuan frowned in silence. Have I been noticed? But Xiao Dan has been in contact with people from the Order organization. I still can't reveal the secret of the Necro Hunter. This is to protect her, too. He turned around and lied without batting an eye. Not at all. Why do you ask? Could it be that you've experienced some kind of change? Hearing this, Lin Dan felt awkward. She stiffly turned to leave. And no, nothing. Right. I still have a quest to hand in, so I'll be going now. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Lin Dan helplessly. She's all grown up, but her acting is still as terrible as ever. But the fact that she could talk to me about it this time, I guess she's finally acknowledged me as her big brother, huh? Suddenly, Tai Duong called out, Dry bone. He had brought an entire squad with him, his hand waving non-stop. This is great, you haven't left yet. Xiao Yue just decided she wants to run the Valley of Ash on death difficulty. I told her we absolutely had to invite Drybone to join. That way there would be no mistakes. Lin Yuan frowned in thought, not expecting to come into contact with Leng Yue so soon. This is a good opportunity to investigate whether the first follower is hiding within the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. After thinking it through, he slowly opened his mouth. That works. I was just planning to try the next difficulty level. Tai Duong threw a friendly arm over Lin Yuan's shoulder, exhilarated. That's our Drybone. Come on, let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He introduced the leader of the Godly Iron Triangle, who was also the guild leader of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. The ice-cold beauty, Lady Leng Yue. She also nodded in greeting. Hello. I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our core squad. Seeing that he didn't introduce himself, Tai Duong had to step in. This is Tin Gun, the expert mage in charge of casting. His class is also very rare. He's the mage of the Iron Triangle, but he showed Tai Duong no respect at all. Alright, Tai Duong. I haven't acknowledged him as a teammate yet. Casually bringing a random nobody into the team is not a wise move. Tin Hingan made his displeasure clear. Death. Difficulty has a very low margin for error. A random player like him won't be able to coordinate with us. He'll just get in the way. I don't want to take the risk. You get what I mean? Hearing this, Tai Duong angrily stood up to defend Lin Yuan. Tingan, what are you talking about? It was Drybone who led me through the instance just now. But he didn't listen at all, instead smirking sarcastically. I've seen plenty of braggarts like this one. Don't say we're ganging up on you. I'll give you a chance. Tin Hengan laid out a condition. As long as you can take down one, half the boss's health, and I'll give you the gold tier equipment I'm wearing. But if you get in the way and cause us to fail, you'll have to compensate us for all our losses." With that, he ordered without a shred of courtesy, "You hear me? You can still scram right now." Lam Uyen was provoked by this and replied calmly, "Free gold tier equipment, you say? Of course, I'm in. In that case, I invite you all to supervise, just in case someone tries to back out of the deal." The two of them, just like that, blatantly, confronted each other. In the end, Lan Hengguit had to step in to break it up. "All right, Tingan, letting Tai Duong's friend join us was something we all agreed on beforehand. If you had an issue, you should have brought it up then. Since this matter is already decided, let's proceed with the original plan. As long as we all cooperate to clear the dungeon, that's what matters." "Being called out," he growled in anger. "Lan Nuyet, you're helping an outsider? The death penalty in this dungeon is severe, you know. If you don't, reconsider." Lan Hengguet, on the other hand, couldn't care less. She decisively turned to leave. "Once I've made a decision, I don't like to repeat myself. Let's enter the dungeon." Tin Hengan didn't argue back, only silently making a vow. "Lan Hengguet, I'll show you that a stray dog from the streets can't be trusted. I am the indispensable teammate you can't live without." His eyes filled with more and more hatred. "Only me." The scene shifts inside as a mechanical system appears. Ashen Drake, level 18, common grade, 4,700 health points, 580 attack, 75 defense. Skill, Scorching Flame Jet. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down to the ground. The Ashen Drake immediately looked towards it warily. Lan Nuyet's group, along with Lam Uyen, was surrounded the moment they entered. Tai Duong was terrified and whined. The monster density in a death difficulty dungeon is insane. "We're surrounded right from the start." She quickly regained her composure and gave an order. "Melee. Classes. Hold the line. There are too many monsters. We need to find a chance to break the encirclement." The whole team immediately got into position, each person doing their part to hold firm. "I'll draw their aggro. You guys find an opportunity to break out." "Okay." Little Ningye, Tingan, standing behind her, had long wanted to get rid of this pest. The mere sight of this leech annoyed him, and he desperately wanted to smash these lightning orbs right into his head. An Ashen Drake suddenly charged toward them. Tai Duong was startled by the sight. "What's going on?" He was now terrified. "Oh no, I left the rear exposed." Lan Hengguet and her teammate had no choice but to charge forward, and she didn't forget to remind him. "What are you thinking? Tin Ngangan, get your head in the game." From the other side, he also quickly shouted, "Crap, there are still monsters behind us. We don't have any extra frontline defenders." The team's situation instantly fell into chaos. "I can't handle it anymore. I'm using my young bear cub. That's like a praying mantis trying to stop a chariot. It'll just get killed by the monsters. That's the battle pet you traded your silver tier equipment for." At this moment, Lam Uyen slowly made his move. "Just leave this place to me." He immediately summoned countless undead beasts to attack. Lam Uyen's summoned beasts, with their overwhelming power, made the horde of Ashen Drakes falter. They charged forward frantically, attacking continuously from all sides. Of course, he didn't just stand by either, charging in to fight alongside them. This one, move single-handedly, saved Lan Hengguet's team from certain defeat. He actually held them back. "That's great. My battle pet doesn't have to be sacrificed anymore." Tin Hengan, in the back, had his spotlight stolen and gritted his teeth. "You made me lose face in front of Lan Hengguet. Don't even think about leaving this dungeon alive, you country bumpkin." Just as he was about to speak up, Lan Hengguet, just now she, had already dashed to shield Tin Gan. "Everyone, hold on. Don't get distracted." The mechanical game system announced that a new wave of monsters had appeared, and the group immediately regained their fighting spirit. "Okay." Tai Duong closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on casting his ability. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen was continuously attacking the Ashen Drakes, forced to quickly catch up with the team's pace. Lan Hengguet quietly observed his fighting style, to be able to analyze and resolve a crisis in a split second. This level of reaction time and skill is an extremely rare talent. After this dungeon is over, I'll try inviting him to join the guild. Tin Hengan, on the other hand, could only stand there, stunned. He secretly decided to play dirty. By now, her impression of me must be terrible. No, I have to think of a way to make him look like a fool. With that thought, Tin Hengan used the excuse of providing support to get close to Lam Uyen. "Let me back you up. Be careful not to get hit by friendly fire." He couldn't help but frown, cursing internally. What an idiot. But this is also an opportunity. I'll use this chance to get closer to Lan Hengguet, make her lower her guard, and then fish for information from her. Lam Uyen strained to duck and dodge several of his intentional attacks, but with an ashen drake right in front of him, he was forced into a corner. Damn. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Lam Uyen's. Lan Ngyet pulled him away from the spot and suggested they coordinate. I'll handle the ones on the right. You deal with the ones on the left. Got it? Lam Uyen quickly replied, got it. Right after, she spun around, released him, and charged forward. The moment Lam Uyen landed, he and Lan Ngyet successfully took down two ashen drakes. She and he took up positions on opposite sides to attack, taking them down. The two of them charged forward at the same time, shattering the encirclement. Their teammates watching from the back saw this, and their eyes lit up. A combination skill like that really gets your blood pumping. The guild leader and that handsome guy have amazing chemistry. So cool. After everything was dealt with, Lin Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he spoke. That's the first time I've seen a skill like that. Is it something you learn after a class change? Leng Yue replied humbly, it's nothing special. I was just lucky enough to get it from a skill book. He took the opportunity to propose that the second-ranked guild truly has hidden masters. Do you have any other experts with special skills in your guild? I'd like to exchange some techniques with them. Leng Yue was also direct. In that case, you could just join Mirror Flower Water Moon and find out for yourself. However, Lin Yuan flatly refused. No thanks, I'm more used to playing solo. His expression made her pause for a moment. Was that familiar smile just an illusion? It looks exactly the same. Xing Yin, who was left behind, gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell did that bastard say to Leng Yue? Why does she have that expression on her face? Suddenly, Tai Yang hurriedly ran over to report, I've collected the equipment that dropped. We can split it after this is over. Little Yue, are we still fighting the boss, according to the original plan? She just gave a calm, but he took that as an excuse to step forward and make a request. Wait a moment. I'd like to say something about this friend of ours. You all saw it just now. His strength is far beyond our imagination. With his abilities, he could definitely be put to better use. Xing Yin's eyes turned sinister. I suggest we let him draw the aggro of the next boss. Lin Yuan analyzed the situation. If I'm drawing aggro, I won't have a chance to attack the boss, let alone knock off half its health. Don't tell me you plan on backing out of our deal because you can't bear to part with the gold-grade equipment. Qing Yin replied, you think you can even last a few hits against the boss? Delusional. You're overthinking it, buddy. As long as you can complete the task, I'll still give you the gold-grade equipment. Leng Yue interjected. I don't agree. Changing our strategy mid-battle introduces too many unknown factors. He cut her off. Don't be like that, Leng Yue. I can see you think highly of him too, so why don't we let him decide for himself? Lin Yuan thought to himself. To get closer to the second guild and Leng Yue, this Xing Yin guy is a nuisance. I'll shut him up for now and deal with him later. I agree with their proposal. All right, I accept. The group traveled to the Ash Valley. Tai Yang made an offer to Ji Gu. Let me witness the full extent of your power. Xing Yin sneered. This idiot probably doesn't know that the boss's area of effect attack is the perfect counter for his summoned beasts. This is going to be a good show. He gathered power in his hand, thinking to himself, a boss in a death difficulty. Dungeon is indeed tough, but thanks to my experience from my past life, I know its mechanics like the back of my hand. A ball of lightning shot towards its target, hitting the beast by surprise. The system displayed its information. Ash, Lizard King, a level 25 king tier boss, with 15,000 health, 1,500 attack, 500 defense, and the skills Scorching Flame Blast, Creation Furnace, Tail Lash, and Flame Shield. The party members were shocked. A boss in a death difficulty dungeon is level 25? Players right now are only around level 15 at most. The gap is too big. Everyone, stop spacing out. Meanwhile, Xing Yin chuckled to himself. Better use your skills while you can. That kid is definitely going to regret this. Lin Yuan approached the boss without a hint of hesitation. He gave the command, same as before, start by hitting the ground. The attack pattern is still the same. The group immediately took action. Before them stood the beast's colossal figure. Now's our chance. Xing Yin didn't help, but stood in a corner laughing to himself. This sight is just perfect. He looks like a pathetic little mouse. The team's figures were tiny in front of the powerful opponent. Leng Yue urged Xing Yin, use your control skill, now. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's too late. The fiery blast sent everyone flying. Someone couldn't help but shout, Xing Yin, what the hell are you doing? She questioned him. Why didn't you use your lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail? Wasn't that your assigned role from the start? Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity you just wasted? He stammered. Leng Yue, I'm sorry. Oh no, the two remaining members despaired. We're all done for. Healing takes time. How? Is Jigu supposed to face the boss alone? There's no chance this time. Wiping in a death difficulty dungeon, even if we exit early, will result in heavy losses. Now we're really stuck between a rock and a hard place. Leng Yue reminded them sternly, since it has come to this, I just hope everyone learns a lesson. The new guy didn't make any mistakes. On the contrary, it was us, who were supposed to have good teamwork, that held him back. Let me inform him that we're exiting the dungeon. The guild will bear all the losses. A team member exclaimed in shock. Wait, guild leader, look, it seems like he's unaffected. He's still fighting the monster all by himself. I get it, he thought. Looks like they won't be able to rejoin the fight for a while. I'll do it myself. The ash scale lizard, King's weakness is its back. Just use lightning to paralyze its tail, and it'll be wide open for attack. As the boss charged, Lin Yuan swung his sword dismissively. Too slow. He summoned the lightning scorpion. He ordered it to attack. A system notification popped up. Starkiller Lightning Scorpion has activated the skill, Paralyzing Thunderstrike. A current of power coursed through the boss, paralyzing it. Lin Yuan commanded further. Good, the boss's rear is safe now. Charge. The beasts he summoned rushed ferociously toward their target. Leng Yue was shocked. He has a lightning attribute summon, too? And on top of that, he knows how to counter the boss. Jingyin was especially humiliated, thinking, how does he know that? Does this mean I'm even less useful than one of his summons? Tai Yang regained his fighting spirit. This is great. Chicos is really confident against the boss. Let's heal up quickly and go help him. Meanwhile, he noticed something. Wait a minute. He looks like he was just putting on a brave face. His summoned beasts can't hold out for long. The boss's shockwave damage alone is enough to crush them. The summon's health bar was nearly empty, its body staggering unsteadily. Lin Yuan activated the skill, Dark Curse. The summon's health bar refilled, its power surging back. Xingyin was stunned. No way. How can he heal his summon, too? At this rate, couldn't he just kill the boss by himself? He then shouted with full force, everyone, get ready. The boss is at its breaking point. Let's all charge. System notification. The Ash Scale Lizard King has activated the skill, Furnace of 10,000 Fates. Leng Yue kindly warned, be careful. This is the boss's strongest area of effect skill before it dies. Xingyin's mind raced. No, I can't let him win. I want my equipment. Leng Yue. Him and this monster can just disappear. So he struck first, yelling, everyone, get back. Let me interrupt the boss. The system activated the skill, Thunder Repulsion Ring. A circle of lightning radiated out from the center. Leng Yue was almost struck by the lightning. She hurriedly dodged back, shouting, what? Lin Yuan calmly leaped into the air, having already expenses, predicted this idiot would stab them in the back. Her face showed clear panic at this sudden turn of events. Leng Yue's entire body was thrown backward. Seeing this, he thought, what a pain. Lin Yuan then immediately flew towards her to save her. Leng Yue landed safely, right in his arms. Lin Yuan reminded her, don't be scared, hold on tight to me. A system prompt appeared. Skill, Corpse Explosion, activated. Below the two of them, a massive explosion erupted. A server-wide announcement appeared. Congratulations to the hidden player, Nameless, Titan Sun, Leng Yue, Xingyin, Blade Master, and Savage. Controller for the first clear of the Death Difficulty Dungeon, Ash Valley. Leng Yue blushed shyly and said, I never expected someone as young as you to have so much experience. You didn't panic at all. Lin Yuan replied humbly, is that so? Maybe it was just luck. She made an offer. Even if you don't join a guild, I'd still like to get to know a friend like you so we can tackle higher difficulty dungeons together in the future. Lin Yuan readily agreed. Sure. The notification, panel updated. Leng Yue has sent you a friend request. You have accepted Leng Yue's friend request. Tai Yang could tell. This was the first time he'd ever seen little Yue act so shy. She coughed awkwardly. You can put me down now. Inside, Xing Yin was seething. How did it come to this? I've never even touched a single strand of her hair. The system updated. The hidden player, Nameless, has a contribution rate of 87% in the Death Difficulty Ash Valley. He spoke up. My contribution rate is 87%. According to our bet, the gold tier equipment should belong to me, right? Xingyin dodged the question. The gold tier equipment. Well, the boss. has been killed. Let's see what loot dropped first and just divide it up. Lin Yuan refused. No need, just give me the gold tier. Equipment first. He stammered. I'll give it to you. Just don't be hasty. Wait until I find a replacement, and I'll give it to you immediately. Lin Yuan cut him off. It seems you plan on backing out of the deal. Lang Yue stepped in to mediate. Actually, Xing Yin's equipment might not even be suitable for you. How about this? You can have first pick of this run's loot, and I'll personally buy you a suitable piece of equipment with my own money. What do you think? Lin Yuan accepted. Fine. We'll do as you say. But honestly, more than equipment, I'd rather exchange techniques with experts who have special skills. She sealed the deal. Experts? All right. We were really lucky to have you this time. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they agree. Lin Yuan walked over to the boss's corpse. Almost forgot. There's still someone else. A prompt appeared. Using dark summoning. On the corpse of the Ash-Scale Lizard King, Kobold Miner Zombie 3 has been killed in the sewers. Receiving this message, he exclaimed in shock. What? My undead was killed? There aren't any players grinding levels near the hidden dungeon. And besides, 3 of my zombie undead are more than enough to scare them off. In that case, could it be that Snake Controller has appeared? Lin Yuan thought to himself, I have to seize this chance. The clue to finding the first believer is on him. Running towards the teleportation gate, Tai Duong shouted from behind, Chi Kot, you haven't grabbed your gear yet. Lam Uyen, meanwhile, was inspecting the area. The entrance looked normal, but he decided to take the secret path just to be safe. He went to check on the condition of the corpses of the fierce beasts. From this, he concluded there were no signs of a struggle nearby. The undead looked as if they'd been strangled to death. It seemed his opponent was an expert in assassination. Tranlam Uyen then noticed several small wounds on its body. They were snake bites. But snake bites in a hidden dungeon shouldn't be this large, and with the power of the Hades snake, it wouldn't have left a complete corpse behind. This was definitely the work of a snake master. Suddenly, a dangerous presence rushed him from behind. He whipped his head around, his stealth skill dispelled. Behind him was a bone-eating demon snake, a level 15 leader with 4,500 health points, 300 attack, and 130 defense. Its skills were bone-eating, nether toxin, and suffocating flesh-melting constriction. Lam Uyen hastily dodged its surprise attack. He shot backwards, keeping a safe distance from the demon snake. Power began to gather in Lam Uyen's hands. He launched himself towards the demon snake. The level of these snakes was high, and their skill effects were still unknown. He had to be cautious above all else. This demon snake couldn't escape his attack, but just then, another one appeared from behind. Lam Uyen was stunned. There's more? He swiftly jammed his sword into the demon snake's mouth before it was too late. Straining to fight back, Lam Uyen commanded his Death Wolf. Death Wolf, hold them back. Lam Uyen carefully analyzed the situation. A swarm of this size was bad news. The one controlling them was hiding in the shadows. He had to drag him out. Suddenly, his eyes darted aside as he noticed something. Lam Uyen looked towards a snake that seemed to be relaying information. Found you. He activated his top speed and shot forward. Lam Uyen raised his fist in triumph. You've got nowhere left to hide. Phantom gauntlets. Equipped. Lam Uyen's fist, now cloaked in blue flames, flew straight towards his prey. But when Lam Uyen's fist smashed into iron bars, nothing happened. He paused for a beat. Something's wrong. He observed and carefully analyzed the gate, noticing the markings he'd left earlier. This is the Hades snake's location. He's luring me to my death. At that moment, the death wolf behind him gave an intentional signal. Just in time, Lam Uyen also detected the swarm of demon snakes behind him. All right then, let's see who can't hold back and strikes first. He acted quickly, activating his stealth skill. In the blink of an eye, Lam Uyen vanished, leaving the swarm of demon snakes completely disoriented. The person who was just in front of them had now vanished into thin air. A voice echoed from the shadows. So, you didn't fall for the trap. Suddenly appearing, in the middle of the snakes, the figure declared, I can't let a second person know the secret of this sewer. This is my territory. He scanned his surroundings and saw a disturbance on the water's surface. The man seemed to realize something was off. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked. There's an opening. Become food for my snakes. He raised a staff, topped with a snake head, and unleashed a torrent of dark magic, destroying everything around him. Just then, Lam Uyen appeared from behind. Who are you trying to hit over there? The man panicked. What? Lam Uyen didn't hesitate, swinging his sword in a clean arc, but the man managed to dodge in time. He gritted his teeth in fury. You dare trick me! He slammed his staff into the ground, and the swarm of demon snakes charged forward. In a rage. You're courting death. Lam Uyen silently assessed the situation. Asterisk. It seems he's not good at close combat. He's been keeping his distance this whole time. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I use my undead to hold these snakes back, I'll have a chance to win. Asterisk. With that thought, he charged straight forward to challenge him. You're not the only one who can summon. Let's let them have some fun. The Snake Master couldn't believe his eyes. Zombie? Undead again? How can this be a coincidence? Impossible. Lam Uyen taunted as he attacked. What? Other than controlling these snakes? You don't have any other skills? The man roared in fury. Shut your mouth. A dead man, like you, doesn't need to know so much. Lam Uyen retorted without missing a beat. Give me a break. Without those snakes, you couldn't even take a single hit. You're a disgrace to the first believer. The Snake Master was taken aback. How do you know about that great master? Suddenly, more snakes erupted from the ground. The man laughed triumphantly. Didn't expect that, did you? I have more snakes. Let me capture you, and then we'll have a nice long chat. Lam Uyen wasn't rushed. He continued to carefully analyze. Asterisk. No wonder, the initial ambush was so crafty. His snakes even know how to use the terrain to their advantage. So it's true. During this time. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's already become a subordinate of the first believer. I have to find a way to capture him. Asterisk. In an instant, Lam Uyen had slashed through the bodies of the snakes. Having lost his patience, the Snake Master decided to use his finishing move. This ends now, you piece of trash. Lam Uyen remained calm, planning to use this chance to lure him closer, but the torrent of dark magic was so powerful it knocked him off his feet. To Lam Uyen's surprise, he found himself bound by the snakes. His magic damage also has a crowd control effect. His movements had clearly become sluggish. The Snake Master approached smugly, gloating. When I saw that zombie, I thought I was mistaken. I never expected you were actually an undead hunter. It's just a shame that your skills seem... Is that all you've got? Lin Yuan was wrapped tightly by the two snakes, but he showed no fear at all. A necromancer. What are you talking about? Though he appeared calm on the outside, deep down, he was terrified of being discovered. How does he know about this class, and even know the necromancer's skills so well? Luke didn't bother to answer. He laughed loudly, thinking he had already seized the upper hand. Tell me, how do you know about the boss? We've got plenty of time today. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile, returning the same words. In a moment, I'll make you spit out everything you know. A terrifying three-headed snake appeared behind Luke. You dare turn my snake into one of your undead? When did you do that? He stood still, his entire body bound by the two monsters. My undead are endless, while your snakes are dying. Give up the struggle. Luke couldn't accept it, still trying his best to fight back. In your dreams, I refuse to be captured by a mongrel like you. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately broke free from the encirclement and began to summon his power. Corpse explosion. Luke hadn't run far before the nether serpent caught up to him. In the very next second, it used its entire body to bind him tightly. Lin Yuan shouted the command, "Get him! Use constrict!" Only then did he slowly walk closer. You run pretty fast, but at least I've confirmed the Serpent Tamer's area of operation. Moreover, during this period, Serpent Tamers aren't nearly as powerful as they will be when the evil god descends. If I can learn this control-breaking technique, these snakes will be nothing more than free necromancy materials delivered right to my doorstep. From within the rubble, something suddenly glowed, catching his attention. Lin Yuan picked it up and observed it carefully. It was a pocket watch, with no attribute interface. It seems it's not a piece of equipment. Could it be some kind of token? If he's hiding in the bladder, Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. Now is the best time to verify with Lang Yue. He hasn't had time to teleport away yet. The sound of the messaging system chimed. The recipient was Lang Yue. Is it a good time for me to pop out? I want to talk about the Ashen Valley. That night, as the entire kingdom's lights were lit, Lang Yue walked to the empty seat. Sorry, I'm a little late. With a wave of her hand, a small ring appeared on the table. This is the gold tier equipment I promised. See if it suits you. It was the extremely rare gold tier spirit condensing ring. Lin Yuan looked at the ring on the table, deep in thought. Mana recovery effect. Ever since I got corpse explosion, my mana consumption has been a bit high. Lang Yue is very considerate. Lang Yue waved her hand again, and a series of different items appeared on the table. And the drops from the Ashen Valley. We already agreed you would get first pick. Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item, examining them carefully. It suits me perfectly, even exceeding my expectations. As for the drops, I just need the skill scroll. Lin Yuan leaned on his hand, his voice a bit playful. I thought you were the extremely eccentric type. I never expected you to come to a place like a tavern. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious again as he looked straight at the person opposite him. Today, I was leveling in the sewers and ran into a master. The guild emblem on him looked very similar to the mirror flower water moon emblem. I was wondering if it would be convenient to have a technical exchange with him. Leng Yue also turned serious. The sewers? I'll ask around in the guild. He took out the pocket watch he'd picked up earlier. This is what he carelessly dropped. Do you recognize this? Does anyone in the guild wear this kind of pocket watch? She took the watch in her hand, trying to recall. A pocket watch. Let me see. This doesn't seem to be equipment, does it? To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this accessory. Lin Yuan wasn't disappointed. I understand. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to ask around about the sewers for me. This matter is extremely important to me. Leng Yue happily agreed. All right, I'll keep an eye out in the guild. He then continued to ask, by the way, for you to just give away gold tier equipment like that, won't the people in your guild have an issue with it? She tilted her head slightly, looking away. Xing Yin was furious, but this time it was his fault to begin with. Besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes, even I find it hard to tell you apart. If he were still alive, he'd probably be about your age. Only then did Lin Yuan understand the reason behind her actions. No wonder her reactions were so strange those few times. He could only offer his condolences. Please, accept my condolences. Leng Yue pushed the watch back towards him. That's all in the past. Right. If you're willing to trust me, you should start preparing some electricity resistance potions. You'll be needing them soon. He silently considered it. It seems the Order Organization's inner circle already knows about the next special lightning attribute dungeon. It's just a pity that the recipe for the strongest electricity resistance potion is in my hands. At the same time, a system notification sounded. 100 Mapi. Herbs have been submitted. The quest AO's request has been completed. The two stood up, preparing to leave the tavern. I'll consider it. Well then, I'll be leaving first. Leng Yue stepped forward and suggested, let's go together. They both left the tavern, not noticing that in a dark corner, Xing Yin had seen everything. He was trembling with anger. Is that bastard on a date with Leng Yue? I have to take him down. Suddenly, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan were standing right behind him. Xing Yin, what a coincidence. You're at the tavern too? Xing Yin scrambled to explain. I was just passing by. He then warned in a harsh tone, Leng Yue, what is there to talk about with a guy like this? It's best if you stay away from him, Lin Yuan replied. Annoyed, I called her here to discuss some guild-related matters. You don't need to overthink it. Xing Yin glared at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Pro player, didn't you say you weren't joining any guilds? So, why are you seeking out our guildmaster to talk about it? Do you have some other motive? Lin Yuan stared at him and thought to himself, asterisk, what a persistent pest. Asterisk. With that thought, he cleverly replied, of course. Guildmaster Leng Yue's swordsmanship is excellent. I just wanted to ask for some pointers. Is that not allowed? Xing Yin shot back. I think you have other intentions, don't you? Leng Yue, be careful with this kind of person. Avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. At this moment, Leng Yue finally spoke up. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need your permission to decide who I drink with. Do I? Xing Yin started to get flustered. No, Leng Yue, that's not what I meant. She coldly walked past him. That's enough. To think I came all this way specifically to save some equipment for you. You've disappointed me greatly. Xing Yin now tried to justify himself. Leng Yue, you've misunderstood. Watching Leng Yue's back as she left with Lin Yuan, his resentment grew even stronger. It's all that bastard's fault. As long as I get rid of him, Leng Yue will only have eyes for me, just like before. Xing Yin's mind was now completely muddled and losing its way. Asterisk. Get rid of him. Asterisk. The scene changes to a strangely quiet, empty room. Xing Yin slowly entered from outside, a dark aura surrounding him as he walked in. Arriving at his destination, Xing Yin made a direct request. I knew you'd be here. Go and take care of someone for me. The masked man replied leisurely. What's the hurry? Let me finish this drink, and then we'll talk. But Xing Yin frantically laid out his terms. After the job is done, I'll pay you double. I've sent you his picture. You have to kill him, and the more miserable his death, the better. The other man finally agreed. Not sparing any expense, are we? In that case, I'll take it. Before leaving, Xing Yin didn't forget to add another instruction. Remember, you have to do it in a crowded place. He let out a savage smile. You have to torture him in front of everyone. Afterward, the masked man sat down to check Lin Yuan's information. He stared intently at him. Asterisk. This guy. He looks a little familiar. Asterisk. Meanwhile, in a town near the Darkway Desert, Lin Yuan was holding a treasure, observing it closely. I've never seen a watch like this before. It looks like an ordinary piece of jewelry. But you could try your luck at the Scourgetail Night Order. That is, if you can even get in, Lin Yuan thought helplessly. Asterisk. I can't believe even a knowledgeable NPC like Darkway doesn't know anything about it. Asterisk. All right. Thank you. Darkway said with a hint of regret. It's nothing. It's a pity I've already retired from service. Without a legitimate reason, it's very difficult to meet the commander. Just then, a girl walked in. Uncle Darkway, she asked, how have you been lately? I brought you some delicious food. Seeing her, Darkway greeted her warmly. Edith. Ah. I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for coming to visit this old man again. Her appearance made Lin Yuan curious. Edith. Darkway then made a suggestion. If you really want to go to the Scourgetail Night Order to ask around, you could ask Edith for help. She is the daughter of Commander Heath. She then quickly denied it. No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. Now, I'm just a self-reliant tailor. Lin Yuan finally decided to speak up. It sounds like there's some misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I can help with something. Darkway started to persuade her. Edith, the commander must be full of regret by now. You two are father and daughter. Why must you quarrel to this extent? Please, listen to your old uncle's advice. At his words, Edith's heart began to soften. All right, young man. Please follow me. I thought I would never get the chance to give this gift to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan seemed to have understood a part of it. Asterisk. It seems all she needed was an opportunity. Asterisk. As Edith opened the gift box, she reluctantly admitted it. Perhaps. Handing the gift to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed, this is a ceremonial uniform I spent a year sewing. I hope you can deliver it to my father. Afterward, tell me his answer. Lin Yuan took the gift and affirmed with certainty, you can rest assured. I will definitely deliver it quickly. You have received a hidden quest. Dust-covered kinship. Quest name. Dust-covered kinship. Activation conditions, heal Darkway and gain his favor. Reputation with the Scourgetail Night Order must be greater than 0. Quest content. Deliver the ceremonial uniform personally sewn by Edith to her father, Heath. Quest rank. Gold. Time limit. 12 hours. The scene changes to the barracks of the Scourgetail Knights, where guards are strictly standing watch outside. They quickly stopped Lin Yuan when they saw him. Halt! Who goes there? He calmly answered their question. Please don't be alarmed. I was entrusted by Miss Edith to come here and deliver an item to the Lord Commander. One of the guards said, Miss Edith, wait here. I'll go inform the commander. Lin Yuan watched them, carefully considering. Asterisk. The Scourgetail Night Order is considered the strongest fighting force in the Westfall Ancient Kingdom, second only to the Royal Sorcerer. I should build a relationship with them. Asterisk. Being on good terms with them could make things a lot easier. A moment later, the guard returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, follow me. At the same time, another soldier led a strange creature over, one with the head of a lion but the wings of an eagle. Lin Yuan mused, to get the Scorpion Tail Night Order's unique mount, the Scorpion Griffin. I'll still need to raise my reputation before I can buy one. After walking for a bit, they stopped in front of a tent. The soldier instructed, the commander is in the tent up ahead. You can go in by yourself. Lin Yuan replied sincerely, all right, thank you. As he stepped inside, his mind was racing. Commander Hill's strength is terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-grade monster. I absolutely cannot let him find out I'm a necromancer. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan was cautious. Commander Hill, my apologies for the intrusion. Hill turned and immediately asked about Edit. Tell me, is Edit living well right now? Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. Miss Edit misses you very much. She entrusted me with delivering this item to you. This is the formal attire she spent a year making for you. Hopefully, you can understand her feelings. Hill took it. A year. This child must have poured her heart and soul into this. Why won't she come see me? It seems she still loves sewing after all these years. Look at this meticulous stitching. It's a work of art. But back then, he had been stubborn, believing that his daughter couldn't pursue a lowly profession like a tailor, even forcing her to leave in the end. They hadn't seen each other in 10 years now. Hill carefully caressed the garment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Hill is such a powerful figure, yet he has this gentle side. I have to find a chance to ask about the watch. Then spoke up. Lord Hill, Miss Edit doesn't blame you at all. Hill replied, tell her for me, I no longer care about so-called glory. I just want my daughter to come back to my side, he agreed. Of course. But there is one thing I must trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch? Hill affirmed. A watch? I can say for certain. I have never seen this design before. His business concluded, he said. All right, you should go report back to my edit. Lin Yuan replied. Understood. Suddenly, the man's voice called him back. Wait, what is your identity? Lin Yuan grew worried. Could he have discovered something? Hill sighed. It was presumptuous of me. Since my daughter has acknowledged you, I shouldn't doubt. Thank you for everything you've done for Edit. If anyone bullies her, you can use the name of the Scorpion Tail Knight Order to deal with them at any time. Lin Yuan let out a breath of relief. Understood. I will protect Miss Edit's safety. The system displayed a notification, acknowledged by Hill. Reputation with the Scorpion Tail Knight Order, plus 1,000. Your reputation with the Scorpion Tail Knight Order has reached friendly. You have received the status of honorary member of the Scorpion Tail Knight Order. He thought, I can't believe he gave me the crest of the Scorpion Tail Knight Order directly. After all, besides Hill personally giving it out, this item can't be obtained through any other channel. With this, I can move freely in the Western Desert. My current reputation with the Order is 1,500. The reputation shop is now open. I can't miss this opportunity. After all, there are some things you can only get here. The shopkeeper was cheerful. Hello, young knight. Is there anything you'd like to buy? Lin Yuan replied. I'd like to buy a scorpion griffin. Then he thought, I've already obtained the combat technique. I just need to activate the mount, and it will be like having a mobile fortress. The owner enthusiastically introduced, the scorpion griffin is very expensive. The wind-carving scorpion griffin is especially rare. It costs 300 gold coins. Before the owner could finish, Lin Yuan sealed the deal. Not a problem. A system notification popped up. 300 gold has been spent. The griffin mount has been activated. Edit's eyes welled with tears. Did my father really say that? Oh my goodness. I thought he had forgotten about me long ago. Always lost in his knight order, Lin Yuan replied. Don't say that, Miss Edit. The commander still wants you to return to his side. She declined. Just knowing he feels that way is enough for me. A system notification appeared. Hidden quest. Dust-covered kinship completed. Edit took out a small box. This is a thank you gift for you. Please, accept it. And please relay a message to my father for me. Being able to sew beautiful clothes for people makes me very content. I want to stay here and continue my work. The system displayed the stats of the acquired skill. Lin Yuan realized. A golden grade ear accessory that grants immunity to magic and crowd control effects. With this, I can almost completely counter that snake controller, he said. Thank you. I'll go deliver your message right away. Inside the tent, Hill's voice echoed out. It seems Edit is very happy with her current life. That puts my mind at ease. Lin Yuan calculated his next move. If there are no clues about the watch, I might as well ask him directly for intel about the snake. Then spoke. Commander, do you have any intelligence related to snakes? He replied. After the Serpent folk civilization was exiled, all snakes in the Windskower wastes were wiped out by them, a long time ago. However, does a snake in a dreamscape count? His expression darkened. Lin Yuan was curious. Is there something special about that snake? Hill explained. It's said to be a giant serpent, but something in an illusory dreamscape. It's impossible to act against. You are now an honorary member of the Scorpion Tail Knight Order. If you're interested in snakes, then I'll assign this mission to you. Lin Yuan agreed. Understood. I'll go at once. He thought, could it be the Nether Serpent? Why would it appear here? What the? I'm in someone else's dreamscape? Could this be related to that snake controller? The system announced that I've received a new mission. Lin Yuan stood before a massive villa as a man opened the door, dragging out a woman and throwing her to the ground, yelling, "How dare a commoner like you defy the Lord Count?" Beato arrogantly ordered, "You reckless fool, beat him." At Beato's command, the other men moved in. What a worthless peasant, always asking for a beating. The Lord Count has taken a liking to you. That's an honor for you, you commoner. Lin Yuan stepped in to stop them. It seemed this was the Count's residence. What an eye-opener. One of the men pointed in his face and yelled, "Where did this peasant crawl out from? You dare meddle in the Lord Count's affairs?" Beato sneered. "Tsk, tisk, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Then you can stay here with her. Get him," the girl whispered weakly. "You should go. Confronting the Count will not end well for you." Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the men were all sent flying. The person he was looking for was here. "Where is the Count?" Beato stammered. Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" This is Count Kalo's territory. Kalo walked forward. Where did this commoner come from, daring to touch my brain? Men? Inform the Blacktail Knights immediately, and throw this man in prison for me. Lin Yuan presented a badge. I am the one sent by the Blacktail Knights to deal with your nightmare, my lord. They were shocked. You're a knight? Kalo's attitude did a complete 180. Hang these worthless pieces of trash up for me. Starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. Beato replied. Yes, my lord. The count rambled on. Truly blind fools. Can't even tell the difference between a knight and a commoner. You've finally arrived. If you can solve my problem, I will ensure your contribution is recognized. Lin Yuan replied, I should hope so. Inside the mansion were rows of large bookshelves and countless servants, each busy with their tasks. Sitting at the head of the table, Kalo spoke up. In my dreams, there's always a giant snake chasing me, roaring. Even veteran priests couldn't find the cause. It's absurd that a count like myself has to endure such torment. He had someone sketch the damn snake. See if you can deal with it. Lin Yuan thought, it really is the netherworld serpent. Then replied, Lord Count, I'll need a little time. The count said, I hope you are confident. This will be good for both of us. Suddenly, a clumsy maid tripped on the rug, splashing water all over Kalo. Ouch, he roared in anger. Ah, you damn wench. You worthless wench. I'm going to deal with you. A loud slap echoed. The maid cried out in fear. Ah, please don't. He flew into a rage. Can't even do a simple thing right. You were born worthless. He then raised his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly swept the girl out of the way. The count was surprised. You. Lin Yuan changed the subject. Lord, Count, we are still discussing the commission. Wouldn't your actions be inappropriate? Kalo laughed out loud. Haha, my apologies, I lost my composure. But I'm doing this for their own good. If they can't even handle a simple task like this, how will they ever survive? When these kids had nowhere to go, only I was kind enough to take them in. They're very grateful for it. Tell me, Anna, isn't that right? The maid stammered. Yes, I am very grateful to the Count for taking me in. Kalo was satisfied with her answer. You may leave. Unlike someone born noble like himself, these slum-dwelling paupers aren't even worth a slice of black bread. But even the lowly have their uses. Pleasing me is their entire reason for existing. Don't you agree, Sir Knight? Lin Yuan remained silent, thinking to himself, is he telling me to stop meddling? Kalo ordered, Butler, prepare a feast, and arrange a separate seat for this knight who holds no title, he thought with a smirk. If it weren't for working for me, I doubt you would ever have the chance to taste the delicacies of a count's house in your entire life. Ha ha. Beato reported, Lord Count, it is done as you commanded. We have painstakingly prepared the venison, gifted by Count Renzone, for you to inspect. Kalo praised him. Very good. However, this night may not be used to such exquisite food. Just bring him the fish soup. That'll be enough. Lin Yuan reined in his anger. The mission is what's important. I'll deal with this. Count after the mission is done. Then he replied, anything is fine. Anna brought the soup over. Sir Knight, your soup. Kalo chewed noisily. Knight, have you thought of a solution yet? Don't take too much time. Lin Yuan sipped the soup. I was hoping I could observe. Inside your room tonight. The Count slammed his wine glass on the table and yelled, Are you joking? Do you think my room is a place you can just enter? Figure it out yourself. I only need results. Lin Yuan sneered internally. What an arrogant, self-important fool. In his invisible form, Lin Yuan slowly approached the door, thinking, based on his attitude earlier today, there must be some kind of secret in his room. To complete this mission, I'll have to use some special methods. The system popped up. Invisibility skill activated. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside. Ah, Lin Yuan was startled. Something's wrong. A helpless girl was struck hard across the face by a large hand. Kalo's voice rang out. So ungrateful is serving me, Count Kalo. So demeaning to you? Beato chimed in. That's right. So many people would kill for the chance to serve the Lord Count. Doesn't even get that chance. The girl trembled, pleading tearfully. Please, let me go. Kalo leaned in close with a smirk. You thought a knight could protect you? That fool does whatever I tell him to, doesn't he? Beato sneered. A knight? Please. If the Count commands it, he's nothing more than a slave. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. So, all these maids were forced into slavery by him. Enraged, Kalo threw the girl to the ground, causing her to cry out in pain. I am Count Kalo. Not only do I hold power in the Western Desert Kingdom, but I also hold the rank of Count in other nations. You will never escape my control for the rest of your life." Beato bowed sycophantically. A wise man like the Count would, of course, never put all his eggs in one basket. The Count laughed confidently. Of course. A system window appeared before Lin Yuan. Wait, a Count's title is granted by the King of the Western Desert. How could he receive the same treatment in another country? Unless. The system announced. Hidden condition triggered. Nightmare mission. Count Callow, updated to arrest the traitor. Mission rank, gold. Mission content, imprison the traitor, Count Kalo, and find evidence of his treason. Time limit, 48 hours. Lin Yuan thought to himself, just as I suspected, Count Callow is a traitor. First, I'll contact the Shiwei Night Order, then I'll figure out the next step. System notification, item used, arrest request sent, to the Shiwei Night Order. At that moment, Callow narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, when suddenly his expression turned to one of rage. He spoke in a sharp, stern voice. "That damned snake keeps me from sleeping at night. You won't find any peace either." Suddenly, the door burst open. Lin Yuan spoke up. "Lord Count, I think I heard a scream. I'll stall for time until the Night Order arrives." Callow was stunned. You damned knight. You disrespect me." Time and time again. "How audacious," Beato added. "Do you have any idea what a grave crime it is to barge into the Count's private quarters?" Lin Yuan glanced down at the girl and said, "You can go. I have something to discuss with the Count." Kalo's face darkened. "Go? You think you can just leave after ruining my mood? A worthless knight, like you thinks he's the center of the universe? That knight's emblem can't hide. The stench of poverty reeking off of you." Beato shouted, "My lord, should we teach him a lesson?" Kalo pointed angrily. "String him up for me. I want to show him what happens to those of a lowly bloodline." In the end, Beato grinned sinisterly and slowly approached him. "Rest assured, my lord." The guards outside turned their heads in shock. What was that? Someone is trying to assassinate the Count. They grabbed their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up at him. "Run. Don't get yourself killed because of me." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "They aren't strong enough to kill me." The guards charged forward, yelling, "Advance! There's an assassin. Kill him." A weapon instantly appeared in Lin Yuan's hand as he got ready. "You go first." The girl quickly squeezed his hand. "Okay." The guards recoiled from a flash of green light. What was that? The castle door, which had been intact moments ago, was now gone. In its place, the aftermath of a massive explosion. The girl collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, with Lin Yuan beside her. The guards were still in pursuit. "He's over there. Get him. Don't let him escape." Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. "There are too many maids and servants here. It's not a good place to use my necromancy and corpse explosion skills." A maid watching from the side whispered, "It's him. Is he really trying to assassinate the Count?" Another maid hissed back, "Shh, don't say such things." As the maids watched, Lin Yuan effortlessly took down the guards one by one. "Help me." The guards all lay unconscious at Lin Yuan's feet. "Next, I just need to keep an eye on the Count and his butler and wait for the Night Order." Suddenly, a glowing chain materialized and wrapped around his ankle. Lin Yuan's feet were pulled apart. A control skill. A perfect chance to test out the skill. On my Shadow Spirit equipment. System notification. Magic immunity skill activated. Control effect has been nullified. Beato was holding a magic staff. "You knights are all the same. All brawn. And no brains." Lin Yuan's ankle was still shackled. Of course, Count Callow would have a powerful expert by his side. It's over. He's been caught by the butler. What do you expect? The butler is a retired master from the Royal Mage Corps. Beato lunged forward. "This dagger can send lightning through your blood. The sensation is not very pleasant. Why don't you keep it?" Lin Yuan swiftly grabbed Beato's wrist. The butler froze and gasped, "You're not under my control." Beato collapsed in agony, blood pouring from a new wound in his chest. Kalo's eyes went wide with terror as he faced Lin Yuan. He pointed a trembling finger. "I summoned you here to fulfill a commission. Are you trying to stage a rebellion?" Lin Yuan said coldly, "Compared to my commission, I think your treason is a much more serious matter." Kalo stammered. "What? How did you know?" Beato struggled to his feet. "Since you've found out, then you can just die." Lin Yuan swiftly dodged the attack. "Unfortunately, I can't kill you. The mission requires me to capture you alive." Beato was stunned. "What? A knight who can use magic?" Lam Uyen, shrouded in darkness, moved in front of him. His fist came crashing down, creating a powerful flash of light. Beato's body was profesta, sent flying by that intense blast of light. The attack sent him collapsing to the ground. Callow hastily ran up the stairs. You bastard. I'll hunt you down and execute you for your crimes. He was stunned to see Lam Uyen's feet standing right before him. How? How did you get over here? With a cold expression, he asked, What? Weren't you the one who wanted to execute me? The man hastily explained. That's not it at all. I was just about to say I'd recognize you for your great deeds. No, I was going to ask the king to award you a medal. A blue flame began to burn in Lam Uyen's palm. If I capture you, the king will award me a medal, too. Callow was terrified. Stop. The blue flame sent Callow flying. When you were harming innocent people, did you ever once think about stopping? The man tried to bargain. I was wrong, all right? I'll release those commoners. Lam Uyen replied coldly. Too late. His hand angrily grabbed Callow by the collar and hauled him up. Lam Uyen's face darkened. You'd better start thinking about your testimony. Callow stammered, Don't. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. Just spare me. Lam Uyen's hand tightened, then slammed into the man's chest. Say goodbye to your noble status. In the blink of an eye, Callow's body flew far into a cloud of smoke. Hills's voice suddenly cut in. I hope I'm not too late. Is the Count unharmed? Where is this culprit you mentioned? Lam Uyen replied, Unfortunately, Commander, the criminal we need to arrest is Count Callow himself. He is a traitor to the nation. Hills stepped down and walked toward Lam Uyen. He continued, A traitor? Good heavens. You need to be certain. Attacking a count without evidence is a capital offense. Callow shouted. So you times know this is a capital crime? You sent a madman here. This is slander against a count. Hills looked over and continued. Based on your word alone, we can't arrest the count. Anna suddenly appeared and spoke up. Wait, I know where the evidence is. I happened to overhear the count secretly plotting with the Snake People civilization, and at the same time, they were performing rituals in a secret chamber. The chamber isn't far from here. The proof is there. Callow's eyes turned bloodshot as he yelled, Lies. When did I ever associate with the Snake People civilization? He lunged forward in a rage. You commoner, I'll rip that mouth of yours apart. Lam Uyen thought to himself. The mission briefing said so. The count must really be a traitor. Commander, please escort the count to prison. First, I'll bring the evidence right away. Whatever the outcome, the truth will be revealed soon enough, and all the consequences will be mine to bear alone. Hills sighed and said, All right. Whether this is a great service or a grave mistake depends on what you find. Leave 2 knights behind to help with the search. The rest of you, take the count back to the barracks. They acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Lam Uyen continued. Lead the way. Don't worry. Anna replied timidly. Okay, you're not like the others. I trust. Asked you. The Count's secret passage connects to this place. Lam Uyen walked behind her, thinking, a sewer? Just the kind of place Snake People would use. However, why did she come here and just happen to overhear their plot? Anna pointed to a door. This is the secret chamber where they met. Lam Uyen nodded. All right, leave the rest to me. He looked around, observing. There were no special marks on the door. Stay alert. I'm opening the door. Inside, it was strangely quiet, as if no one was there. Suddenly, giant snakes lunged out. Get back. What the hell? Lam Uyen casually chopped through the snakes' bodies with his hand. Don't be afraid. They're just a few snakes. The knights breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for you. I can't believe there were snakes here. Just as I thought, there's a problem. Lam Uyen glanced back, getting the feeling that she wasn't surprised at all. Thinking about it, if we were all silenced, then there'd be no leads on the Count's crimes. Could she be a snake person, disguised as a human, secretly working with the Count? And now that he's about to be exposed, she's chosen to cut her losses and escape. Snake luring powder also makes snake people agitated. I'll know if she's real or fake with a simple test. This is snake repellent. It can drive away any snakes around here, so we won't have to worry about being ambushed. The smoke billowed around Anna. I'm sorry, I didn't know those things were in here either, but the evidence must be inside. Lam Uyen said nothing, just stared intently at Anna. The blue flame in his palm flickered. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's all right. This isn't your fault. They began to venture deeper inside. We found the evidence. A knight suddenly called out. My God, this is a snake person relic. The king ordered all items related to the snake people to be destroyed long ago. Yet the Count was hiding this many. Here, this is the Count's crest. He really was colluding with the snake people. This is a serious crime. Suddenly, Anna's face darkened as she stood behind them. She said with a smile, Sirs, you must make him pay the price. he shouted angrily. A whole night has passed. Where's your evidence? How dare you tarnish a count's honor? Just wait till I get out of here. I'll deal with you worthless trash. Hills abruptly opened the door and said, We've found the evidence. Interrogate him for me. The knight acknowledged. Yes, sir. Callow was horrified. What? Impossible. I have no connection with the snake people, the knight shouted angrily. Shut up and confess your crimes. Your name. A despicable traitor like you, Hugh said in a low voice. This is truly surprising. Who would have thought Kalo was the traitor? But you've also performed a great service. I've already reported this to the king, and a reward will be granted to you shortly. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, Thank you, Commander. I was only doing my duty. From inside, only a terrified scream was heard. Stop. I am Count Kalo. My lord, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler, Hugh said gravely. The Serpent folk civilization must hold a great deal of intelligence on the Western Desert Kingdom. Next, I will lead my men to investigate thoroughly. As for the Count's maids, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to handle the rest. Lin Yuan thought to himself, perfect. There's still something in the Count's mansion that I can't afford to miss. Understood. I will make the proper arrangements for them, a knight solemnly announced. Commander, they want to confess. Hugh glanced over and said, Oh? Prepare to take their statements. Beato laughed loudly and said, I'll speak first. Count Callow angrily pushed him down. Shut your mouth. It's not your turn to speak. I confess. It's true. I had some dealings with another power. Just a tiny bit. But I'm confessing of my own free will. You have to plead with the king for me. Hugh's face darkened. We've fought for this country for years, and you betray us from within? You truly deserve to die. The system announced that the mission to capture the traitor was complete. Reputation with the Scorpion Tail Knight Order plus 1,000. Lin Yuan thought, the mission's complete already? Then where's the giant serpent? I must have missed some detail. Since he has confessed, I'll go and make arrangements for the girls now. Hugh nodded and continued. Go on. I'm going to make Callow spill every last secret. The Count glared as he watched him leave and shut the door firmly. Hugh quickly slammed a dagger into the table and shouted angrily, Confess everything! Who are the Serpent folk's inside agents? Callow answered in fear. The Serpent folk. My contact is an insider from the Southern Return Kingdom. At that very moment, in Count Callow's castle, Lin Yuan was rummaging through everything. In his past life, someone posted on the forums that Count Callow had a shield gifted by the king. The stats are amazing, and it even has a special skill. It must be here. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he looked down. The inside of the box was empty. It's already been taken? Did someone else know about this equipment? A knight came to report to Lin Yuan. Sir, all of the maids have been found. Only one person is missing. His voice was stern. Who? The knight replied. It's the girl named Anna. Lin Yuan recalled what happened earlier. Could she have been targeted for revenge by the Serpent folk, or was my initial suspicion correct? Either way, I have to find her. A person can't just vanish into thin air. The most suspicious place is the secret passage from the Count's mansion leading down to this sewer. Lin Yuan quickly moved to the room with the hole in the floor. He slowly stepped inside. I knew something was off from the start. Thinking back, if the Count was colluding with the Serpent folk, why would he voluntarily bring up dreaming about snakes? Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked behind him. You sure took your time. Anna's voice rang out. What's the rush? You're not the one who had to hide in the Count's mansion. So of course, you can show up whenever you please, Luke said with a smirk. So, is that Count Callow fellow done for? The system displayed, invisibility skill has been activated. Lin Yuan was shocked. That's the snake controller. Why is Anna meeting with him privately? Isn't Anna supposed to be an NPC? Luke continued speaking. As expected of Anna, you're a natural-born actress. That idiotic Count probably never dreamed, even in death, that the secret chamber was prepared by you. She laughed confidently. Of course they would never expect it, but there's a very unusual night. For some reason, he started suspecting my connection to the Serpent folk, and even used a serpent-luring potion to test me. For the dirty work, I had to ask you to step in. Luke's eyes widened. Oh, weren't those fools always wrapped around your little finger? What does he look like? Anna showed a picture of Lin Yuan. He looks like this. I must continue the Serpent folk's mission to weaken the nobles of the Western Desert Kingdom. Ah, that's right. How is your snake swarm recovering? Luke took the paper and studied it intently. He gritted his teeth in anger. It's this bastard. If it weren't for him, my precious little snakes wouldn't have had to leave me. He's the one who stole my hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan thought, so Anna is a Serpent folk spy, planted to frame and eliminate the nobles of the Western Desert. But if the Count was framed, why did the system say I completed the mission? Whatever. I'll just find a chance to take them out first. Anna continued. What? You've run into him too? Isn't he just some knight who knows a few pathetic magic tricks? You can't even handle a trivial matter like this? Luke angrily slammed his fist. What the hell do you know? His strength is far greater than what you've seen. He can summon the undead. If it weren't for those undead guarding the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't have had such a headache, Anna said in confusion. Undead. Don't tell me his class is. Luke cut her off. That's right, which is why I need to borrow your Hades Serpent. His pupils suddenly glowed red. I want him dead, torn to pieces. Anna, absolutely not. The Hades Serpent has another mission. Once the Hades Serpent is exposed, within the state preceptor of the Western Desert's sensory range, he could very well destroy it. That would be an irreplaceable loss for our serpent folk civilization, Luke said with a sinister smile. But I can't wait another second. To eliminate him, you must give it to me. Anna's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, I won't let you do as you please. Lin Yuan thought to himself, normally, NPCs don't get too involved with players. Could the snake controller be using Anna to farm reputation for the serpent folk faction? I can't let him get his way. He prepared to charge forward. I can't let him succeed. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted ahead. Lin Yuan froze, his eyes widening in shock. At the sight before him, a giant serpent appeared behind Anna. The Hades Serpent moved closer to Luke. Anna smirked and said, the Hades Serpent can sense my emotions. If you really want to make a move, I'm not sure I can stop it. Luke started to get scared. You two truly have a deep bond between master and servant. Anna's hand touched the Hades Serpent's skin. It's all for the plan. Luke turned and said loudly, fine, fine. I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just continue with your mission. Don't forget what your boss told you. You have to cooperate with me. Anna replied, all right, just let me rest for a bit. Serving those old geezers is disgusting. All I got from this trip was a mediocre shield, and I had to endure those fat pigs to the point of nausea. It was a total loss. Luke finally gave up and left. Suit yourself. A small snake emerged from Lin Yuan's palm. My invisibility is useless against the Hades Serpent. I can't act recklessly. I can only have little snake follow the snake controller. I'll strike after he gets far away. The small snake began to silently slither after Luke. Anna and the giant Hades Serpent went through the opening. Just a little longer. Soon, very soon, you will see the sun again. Lin Yuan looked down from above. As for the Count's matter, I'll ask the Night Order about it when I get out. The first follower's business is more important. I have to catch the snake controller first. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly jumped down. He continued to ponder that, with his shadow soul arts, he could definitely launch a proper surprise attack this time. The system announced, paralysis sensation activated. Luke used his power on the little snake. This aura. It's him again? His gaze shifted forward. I'm being tailed. Good thing I came prepared this time. I have to deal with this bastard sooner or later. In a flash, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the teleporting small snake. That green glimmer under his feet. Is that another teleportation scroll? He uses such an expensive, single-use item so freely. It seems the first follower is richer than I thought. I need to start building up my capital soon too. It's time to start stockpiling high-grade electro-resistance potions. When the lightning dungeon opens, this stuff will definitely be a hot commodity. I'll just have to keep grinding the Serpent Demon's Nest hidden dungeon. At that moment, at Kalo's castle, these homeless girls have suffered enough. Just let them stay. The maids were all sobbing. I can teach you all to sew. It's better than becoming servants again. Anyway, this is why we came here. Thank you, Miss Edith. Lin Yuan turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to them. Then we'll be on our way. Right. Is his confession statement drafted yet? A knight spoke up. It's already been given to the Knight Commander, sir. To think he was secretly colluding with the Southern Gi Empire. What a disgrace. The Southern Gi are our mortal enemies, Lin Yuan thought to himself. So, it's the Southern Gui Empire. In the world of immortality, the Southern Gui and the Western Desert are always enemies. I hope he gets what he deserves. Suddenly, a strange black-robed figure, hidden behind the bushes, observed them, with a crow on his shoulder. Sir, the target has left the Night Order. We can act at any time. The crow quickly flew into the sky. I know. It was late afternoon, and Lin Yuan was strolling through the town, thinking as he walked. The formula for the high-grade electro-resistance potion I have is one of a kind. Crafting this potion requires a high-level alchemist, but most of them belong to the major guilds. The formula is a one-time use item. It'd be troublesome if they learned it and then turned on me. It seems finding a freelance alchemist to sign a contract with is the safest bet, but someone of that high level isn't easy to find. I'll just post a bounty quest and see if anyone suitable shows up. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked up at the notice board. He looked at a poster on it. It was Qing Yun. In his past life's memory, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert, and a rogue who could use long-range attacks. Moreover, she never joined any guild. The system displayed, bounty quest accepted. The poster has been automatically added as a friend. A message popped up on the system panel. Someone actually dared to accept my quest. Didn't you see the guys from the Raging Flame Guild intentionally covering up my quest notice? First I've heard of it. When do we start the mission? At this moment, Qing Yan was brewing a potion. Seems like your is always so hot. Alright, I'm sending you the coordinates. See you in a bit. The system displayed the coordinates for the alchemist. There aren't many high-level freelance alchemists. Hopefully, she's someone I can work with long-term. Lam Uyen finally appeared in a deserted area. My Q waved her hand and said, "Hi, are you the one who accepted my quest? Are you all by yourself? The rock golems are elite monsters, you know. Can you really handle them alone?" Lam Uyen's expression was cold. It's that drunk girl from the tavern. So, she's Lak Quinn Nahan? My Kyo moved closer and continued. Alright, I didn't expect my little recruit to be such a handsome guy. I'm counting on you for this quest. You have to be careful, okay? I'll cover you with my bow from the back in a bit. His voice was cold as he replied, "No need. You don't look very reliable. If there are no better candidates, I'll have to choose her." My Kyo continued from behind. Those rock golems are all hiding among these rocks. They're experts at ambushes. The two of them continued to walk forward slowly. Suddenly, Lam Uyen stopped and looked behind him. "Huh?" My Kyo said. "But don't you worry. If the mission fails, I won't blame you." The system displayed. Elite Rock Golem, level 15, HP 3600, attack 300, defense 410, skill. Fortified body, powerful defense. Lam Uyen and Mai Q's bodies quickly leaped into the air. Mai Q prepared to draw her bow. "Watch me. I told you I'd protect you." Just as I thought. Compared to alchemy, combat is really tough. Suddenly, a horde of rock golems appeared, charging toward them. Lam Uyen quickly appeared in front. "Hide somewhere safe and let me handle them." A blue light appeared in the palm of his hand, granite. Their characteristic is that the rock golem's defense is extremely high. In that case, I'll just use their own characteristic against them. I'll fight fire with fire. My Q's eyes widened in shock. Why does he seem so familiar? That cold, handsome face, that decisive way of fighting. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me deal with those thugs at the tavern? Is he really planning to take on this entire horde of monsters by himself? He's definitely going to scold me for this. Don't be scared, kiddo. I'm bringing you some healing potions. Just then, Lam Uyen suddenly flew down from above, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, the dog-headed leaders leaped out. They lost control and furiously attacked the rock golems. Glistening golden stones lay peacefully on the ground. Lam Uyen's hand slowly picked one up. His face was serious. "This is the granite golem core you needed, right?" The system announced. "Lak Quinn Nan's bounty quest has been completed." My Q said in astonishment. It's over already? Or am I seeing things from brewing potions all night?" Lam Uyen's voice was indifferent as he replied. "They were just a bunch of worthless elite monsters." My Q continued. "Speaking of which, you were the one who took me back to the inn last time, weren't you, kiddo? I owe you another big favor this time. But if you're so strong, why did you accept my quest? You could easily take on missions with much higher rewards." Lam Uyen slowly replied, "I'll be straight with you. I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion-making contract, but I don't trust the people in the guild. Only you fit my criteria. This is a very lucrative deal. Are you interested?" My Kyo smiled and replied, "Sure, I already verified your character that night." "So, want to go grab a drink and discuss your plan?" Lam Uyen added. "We'll talk about the specific plans later. Let's sign the contract first." A system window appeared before my Q. "I'm not a big fan of these contracts, but if it's with you, kiddo, it's no problem. I'll sign." Lam Uyen's expression was serious. "It's better to be safe. I guess this means I'll have one more person to carry the team." A notification popped up. Contract signing successful. Player Lak Quinn Han has agreed to enter an employment relationship with player Lam Uyen. ID has been hidden. She smiled and continued. "So I'm your employee now. What do you need my help with?" He reached his hand under his cloak. "I have a formula." Suddenly, Lam Uyen froze. "Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen this scene before in my past life." The spawn location of the granite golems follows a pattern. A giant monster appeared right behind Lam Uyen. Stunned, my Q looked up at him from below. Is he riding that monster? He's gone. Lam Uyen's face was contemplative. No wonder. So this was the angle of that picture on the forums in my past life. His eyes looked down at the evenly scattered rocks. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lam Uyen and Mai Q entered a cave together. Mai Q spoke up. I can't believe there's a hidden dungeon in this rock forest, but there are only two of us. Will we be okay? Lam Uyen thought to himself. In my past life, there was only one picture of this dungeon's entrance on the forums. There was no other information. Hidden dungeons are risky, but the rewards are extremely generous. Even without any information, I still have to go in. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted on coming along. My Q laughed awkwardly. I was just a little curious. Don't worry, I won't fight you for any of the loot that drops. I just want to come along and broaden my horizons. He continued coldly. Once you're in, there's no turning back. Now that we're here, you'll follow my orders. Let's go. The entrance is right ahead. His feet finally came to a stop. Lin Yuan's gaze was solemn as he looked down below. This was an underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the world of immortals, the Aztecs were a civilization that worshipped death. They pursued the soul's transcendence, an immortal state, and possessed extremely powerful techniques for crafting things from corpses. But this civilization fell into ruin hundreds of years ago. Mei Qiao's voice trembled with fear. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up as the dog-headed miner opened the lid. Suddenly, Lin Yuan turned his head. A mosquito buzzing? Wait a second. A streak of blue light suddenly shot towards them. Lin Yuan swiftly dodged the attack. It's too fast. The blue light then changed its target to Mei Qiao. With blinding speed, the streak of light slammed right into her body. Level 17, Violent Resentful Spirit, HP, 4,500, Attack, 530, Defense, 45, Skill, Endless Pursuit of Entangling Hatred. Countless monsters appeared, surrounding the three of them. Mei Qiao was heavily injured, completely unable to move. Lin Yuan immediately stood in front of Mei Qiao. Doghead, get her out of this dungeon, now. The dog-headed leader immediately scooped up Mei Qiao and dashed away. She quickly pulled out a few potions. Mei Qiao instantly threw them right at Lin Yuan. These potions will give you a temporary stat boost. Lin Yuan immediately charged forward. A system notification popped up. Agility Enhancement Potion. Used. On teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Attack Enhancement Potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Defense Enhancement Potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacked a mob of dark, violent, resentful spirits. That monster is an expert at ambushes. I'll clear out this mob first, and then focus on dealing with it. With just a few simple moves, he took down a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan continued to charge forward at an incredible speed. With his sharp senses, he caught a glimpse of something approaching. Quick as a flash, Lin Yuan spun around, swinging his sword to block the surprise attack. This thing is smarter than I thought. It even knows how to seize an opportunity. A large beetle was sent flying by Lin Yuan's attack. He was shocked. Wait, it's just a beetle with 0 defense, but it didn't take any damage? It must have some kind of special defense mechanism. The system chimed in again. Aztec, Empire, Divine Scarab, Special Monster, Level, Unknown, HP, 100, Attack, 1000, Defense, 0, Skill, Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan chased after the beetle. Its incredible speed and extremely high single-target damage could perfectly compensate for his own weaknesses. I absolutely will not let you escape, Lin Yuan shouted. Thunder Scorpion. He instantly summoned a giant scorpion to block the Divine Scarab's path. With its agility, it easily dodged the beast Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan didn't give up. You're not getting away. He summoned another beast to attack the Divine Scarab. The moment its speed dropped, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air, aiming straight for its underbelly and plunging his sword down. The tip of his sword finally pierced the softest part of the beetle's body. No matter how cunning you are, in the end, you're just... Lin Yuan snarled, pushing down with all his might, causing a long crack to form where the Divine Scarab was impaled. Lin Yuan poured all his strength into the attack, causing the surrounding earth and rock to shatter and fly everywhere, creating a massive shockwave. Die. Lin Yuan panted heavily. Even though each hit only chipped away a little bit of its health, it had no escape route. Death was just a matter of time. Before him lay the shattered remnants of the battle. The system showed its HP dropping to 0. Lin Yuan reached out his hand. Good, now, fight for me. A blue light emerged from the divine scarab's corpse as its spirit manifested. Lin Yuan was surprised. Oh, it even has a spirit? What an unexpected prize. Where are you trying to lead me? The divine scarab's spirit flew up and shot towards a coffin. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. That coffin? Don't tell me you can open it? The divine scarab landed on the coffin's lid, and an intense light burst forth from it. Faced with this unexpected power, Lin Yuan mused. No wonder there was no information about this hidden dungeon on the forums in my past life. So, this step required the divine scarab's active cooperation. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the cursed book. You can pay a price to choose which skills you want to learn. A strange book, containing immense power, emerged from the coffin. The system listed the options. Damage amplification, level 1. Curse a group of enemies causing the damage they take to increase by 50%. The price, maximum HP minus 200 points. Vision reduction, level 1. Curse a group of enemies, reducing their field of vision. The price, vision minus 50 points. Weaken, level 1. Curse an enemy, reducing the damage they deal. The price, attack minus 100 points. Damage reflection, level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to be reflected back onto themselves. The price, strength minus 10 points. Fear, level 1. Curse an enemy, causing them to flee in terror. The price, spirit minus 5 points. Lin Yuan looked at the system panel. Just as expected, from a civilization that worshipped death, all the skills are debuffs. In terms of effective, and they're not easily dispelled. Lin Yuan paused on the damage amplification skill, deciding to choose the one with the most practical combat application. Losing 200 max HP for it isn't a big deal for me. The Scarab Fiends cover my weaknesses in assassination and finishing blows, while the Curse Arts are better suited for crowd control. Combined with the Dark Spirit's ability to remove control effects, I can target key enemies in a fight much more precisely. The system displayed the details for damage amplification level 1. Effect, curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take. Damage increase plus 50%, 40 mana cost, 8-second cooldown. It cannot be upgraded through proficiency, requires finding the next curse tome to unlock. Lin Yuan glanced down at the dark wraiths that he had just killed. Their race was undead, so they couldn't be resurrected, but they didn't matter anyway. He thought as he walked, the Scarab Fiend's paralysis effect, combined with my high-speed stealth. Next time I run into that snake charmer, he won't get away so easily. A system notification popped up. ATCH Empire, Scarab Fiend Zombie, Special Monster, Level Unknown, HP 100, Attack 1000, Defense 0. Skills, Indestructible, Execution, Undead Body, Skill Effect, Indestructible. All damage dealt to the Scarab Fiend is converted into an execution, dealing the enemy 200% of its attack damage, with a 50% chance to trigger a paralysis effect lasting 60 seconds. Undead Body, immune to fear, deadly poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan strode out confidently. All right then, time to head back and prep the shop. I need to start stocking up on alchemy potions. Suddenly, Mei Jiao's scream echoed from somewhere nearby. Mei Jiao, her body covered in wounds, was thrown hard, landing right in front of Lin Yuan. He looked up and asked, "Who's there?" Far off, on the cliffs, a group of people was looking down at Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao. The man who seemed to be the leader sneered, "Well now, kid, did you take a quest from that little brat? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish." Mei Jiao sat up and warned Lin Yuan, "Look, find a chance to get out of here. They're targeting me. These rookies insisted on taking my quest, got their asses handed to them by the monsters, and now they have the nerve to come back and extort me." The leader roared, "You damn witch. If it wasn't for helping you fight those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have lost all those levels. This is a debt you're going to pay. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, neither of you are walking out of here alive." As he was ranting, he suddenly froze, his face twisting in pain as a black aura enveloped him. He looked around and saw his teammates were also being attacked by the mysterious black aura. What the hell is going on? A healer panicked. Damn it, this is the curse of descent. Lin Yuan cracked his knuckles. Not walking out of here alive, huh? Humph, he thought to himself. Asterisk, this is a perfect chance to test my new skill combo with the Scarab Fiends. Asterisk, Mei Jiao, standing behind him, broke into a cold sweat. A system notification announced the activation of the damage amplification skill. The enemy healer was still struggling with the curse. The leader yelled in frustration. "You useless piece of trash. You can't even dispel a simple curse," the healer strained, and replied, "It's not that, boss. I've never seen this kind of curse before." At the same time, a system notification chimed. Dispel attempt failed. Cannot be dispelled. While the healer was still trying to remove the curse, the leader refused to back down. "Damn it. Don't think you've won just because you got a sneak attack in." He remained arrogant. "It's just a measly curse. There are 4 of us. Taking you down will be a piece of cake." Suddenly, their mage was struck by an immense force. They all stared in shock. When did he even attack? The healer was slammed into a rock, unable to move. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unleashing a surge of power. Asterisk. Use the curse to amp the damage. Then, let the Scarab fiends. Asterisk. Asterisk. With their insane mobility, focus on taking out the enemy healer. That should make my fighting style much more flexible. Asterisk. The leader of the Raging Flame Guild ordered, "Hurry! He must be on cooldown. Now's our chance. Kill him now." He summoned a tornado. Asterisk. This guy only uses summoned beasts to fight. He must be a ranged class. Asterisk. The other 2 charged forward on command. "Yes, boss." Lin Yuan just smirked and pulled a sword from his inventory. This made the members of the Raging Flame Guild panic. "What? He's pulling out a sword now?" Lin Yuan swung his blade lightly. "Too bad. You guessed wrong." His strike sent them flying. The unleashed Scarab fiends attacked relentlessly. What the hell are these things? How should I know? Attacking them only does 1 damage. The leader took a heavy hit and cried out in pain. Lin Yuan strode forward, looking down with contempt. The leader was still in disbelief. "Impossible. How could you take down my entire team so easily? What level are you?" He continued shamelessly. "I can't believe that witch found a helper like you. How about this? Join our Raging Flame Guild. How much is she paying you? I'll double it." "No, 5 times. Lin Yuan noticed something. There. Still people hiding here? Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Uyen summoned his beast to charge forward. "Shut up and die." The leader didn't even have time to react. The system announced the activation of the corpse explosion skill, and he let out a scream. Arg. A moment later, in the forest, the treetops shook violently. 3 cloaked figures were fleeing when one of them suddenly stopped. He panted. "Was that a coincidence? Or have we been found out for a while now?" Lam Uyen suddenly appeared before them. So, there were still 3 little rats here after all. One of them screamed, "Watch out! Spread out!" Lam Uyen slammed a powerful blow into the ground, staggering them. He observed them carefully. Something's not right. The skill level of this bunch and the Raging Flame Guild are worlds apart. Could they be from a different faction? The 3 of them stepped back in a panic. Suddenly, they all decided to attack, as the one with the crossbow gave the order. "We've been exposed, so let's just go all out. Use that move." The other 2 immediately followed his lead. "Roger." Lam Uyen leaned slightly, dodging the incoming arrows, but a whip lashed out straight for his legs. He swiftly planted a hand on the ground, his body vaulting into the air, completely evading their attack. Lam Uyen taunted them. "Whatever fancy tricks you have, bring them on, and let's see." An enraged axe wielder leaped towards Lam Uyen. "You arrogant bastard, die." He simply parried with a light swing of his sword. Clang.